Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the Rocket League Championship Series Season 9, and welcome back home. I'm your host, Brody, Leaf X Moore, and just looking back, man, Season 8 was wild. One of the craziest seasons we've ever seen. NRG winning Worlds, G2, C9 just falling to the bottom. What happened there? But we had a lot of new blood rising to the top. The question is, will Season 9 be just as crazy? I don't know. Gibbs has a script. We'll find out in the pre-show in just a few minutes. What I do know is our schedule coming up today. One thing to know, we're moving from 8 teams up to 10 teams. It's going to be crazy, which means, a much longer season. And those 2 teams that got in through the promo, the auto promotion, was Flight and Sonics. Flight previously known as RBG, and Sonics previously known as Afterthought. The great thing is we get to see those guys in our first matches. But let's get this pre-show underway and head over to our friends at the desk. It's Turtle, Gibbs, and James Watt, ready for Season 9. How you guys doing?
It's going to be good.
Are you telling me I'm ready?
You are ready.
How do you know I'm ready?
I can see
you didn't ask me. I am.
James Watt,
we are ready.
Are you ready?
I am ready.
All right.
You called it.
This is going to be a fantastic weekend. We got RLCS Week 1. We have the play-ins going on at the same time as well for the Rival Series.
Yeah.
So this begins a lot of new stories for the RLCS, but not only that, those journeys to the RLCS, so it's going to be really fun to watch all the action today.
Yeah, and like you touched on, this is the result of the expansion season. This is the first time ever we'll see 10 teams in the league, and also Sonic and Flights, they're here because of that expansion. They didn't have to play any RLCS teams. They just made it right here.
And the competition is just getting closer and closer. Like you said, that expansion is so crucial. Now we can see even more underdogs.
Yeah.
This season is going to be more packed than ever. I can't wait.
But I do want to reminisce a little bit. I was talking about a crazy Season 8, and I think one of the crowning things, just an achievement for the Rocket League scene, is NRG and Garrett G lifting that trophy. So let's talk back to that, because I cried. I straight up cried. It was a beautiful moment, finally seeing that man. He tweeted out a long time ago, "I'm not stopping until I lift that trophy," and Garrett G did it.
And this moment, oh my.
It is the perfect way to end 2019. All year long, energy versus vitality, and we never got it when it mattered the most, into the grand finals, into the very last match. And then it goes to Game 7 overtime. It couldn't have got any better than energy, of course, finally hoist that trophy. But it's not about that they just won it and that they've been there every single time. They've always been one of the favorites to win it. That's why we wanted them to win so bad, because so many times just always disappointment for Garrett G, but finally he lifts that trophy. And again, we all got emotional. We all wanted to see them win it.
It's so scary. You think back to that moment. Now that it's done and now that it's over, NRG has won. It's an amazing story, but being in that moment, in that overtime, when there's overtime, and it's NRG again, Garrett G again, and Justin in this situation where they are 1 goal away from everything. Imagine if it goes the other way.
Yeah.
Imagine if that happened. But they won. It's just going to go down in the history books as one of the greatest wins that we'll ever experience.
That final clip of them just popping off and winning, I think I watched that maybe like 40 times.
Oh, I've watched it.
I could not stop watching it because you can see the genuine emotion from Garrett G. He's been there since Season 1.
Well, you played with him,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Like emotionally, you must have been wrapped up in that too.
It was crazy because it was like seeing the end of the story, and then now it's almost like a new chapter.
They will be unleashed this season.
A brand new chapter has started for NRG. It's even scarier now than ever, and it's just so satisfying seeing them win.
I think everybody can, and every team too, can legitimately say that they were just stoked and happy to see it. But again, big question, are they going to do it again? We're going to find out this season. Before that, we got to talk about, though, the new format that we're coming into this season. Gibbs, I'm going to let you take this one. We're moving from 8 teams to 10 teams.
Yes.
There's a lot more teams on the field now.
So we have 8 weeks of league play, which means we have 45 matches. We used to have 28 matches when it was 8 teams, so a ton more to play for. But then the regional championship, basically the same. The top 6 go, the top 2, they auto-qualify for Worlds. But now it's a little bit harder to make that top 6, of course, because there's more teams involved. When we get down to the bottom, that's where it gets hairy. We have 8th and 9th, they go to the promotion tournament. But if you come in dead last, auto-relegated for the Rival Series.
Yikes.
So every single match, we always say every single match matters. That normally means to make it to the regional championship. But now, when you're in the basement, you want to be back for one more season, or at least play in that promotion tournament. You won't even get the opportunity for a last place finish. So huge games all across the board.
Yeah, the pressure just like that adds so much more to it. And let's talk about the pressure those two new teams might be feeling coming into this. Sonics and Flight. You know, these guys got thrown into there. They didn't have to beat any teams to get into Season 9 league play for North America. They're here. So, you know, they don't have that same level of like, you know, where do we match up right now? Obviously, scrims can give that, but, you know, that extra, do you think they're feeling this pressure
definitely.
right now, especially knowing that last
It's the lower tier teams that are really feeling it the most because they are trying to just prove themselves and maintain a spot in league play. So it's going to be really difficult for them to actually find, you know, that proper play style, everything to get them kind of meshing in with league play because they don't even have experience going up against a team and beating out a team like they would in a promotional tournament.
But you look at some of the guys on those teams that made it in, like the Sonics, you got Dapper and Sathu over there. These aren't people who don't have RLCS experience. These guys have been here before. They've experienced relegation. They've experienced getting kicked out of the RLCS and having to work their way back. So I think, for me, a lot of it, for at least the Sonics, they're not going to experience that as much. And then even for Flight, they've got Seabass and Memory. Those guys are also RLCS veterans. So this is going to be a very interesting season. Likely going to come down to the wire on who finishes 10th, but now it's going to be even more exciting than ever because of that auto relegation.
Well, the season's going to be exciting, but the offseason was also exciting. We had a lot of roster changes, 4 total in North America. Some expected, some not expected. Maybe even the players not knowing where they were going to go. So what we're going to do is I'm going to get you guys pulled some whiteboards. I love using these.
Let's do it.
Making us work.
I'm staying honest. My opinion will not be judged here. We're going to grade these roster changes. So we're going to take it, you know, the person leaving and the person filling those shoes as well. What you guys think about that? So let's just get right to it. We're going to start off with Mist to Ghost. Of course, he's replacing Memory. I wonder how you guys feel about this. We know Mist was looking around. He's been a great rock for Pittsburgh Knights in Season 8, defining the landscape of what the meta is now in just Rocket League, professional Rocket League. How's Mist going to fare on this new team? Is he going to, you know, be that right spot, and it was Memory the right person to take out? Turtle, you know what? I think everyone's ready. Look at you got to flip them around. We'll just do them all at once. Go. Yeah, let's just see what we got here.
All right.
So we got an A, B+, and an A. So this seems like a pretty good. I'm going to make you talk. Why the B+, since you're the odd one out?
Because I do feel like Mist. So he was on a team that I felt like was a full team atmosphere where he was probably looking better than Memory because of his teammates, possibly. We're not sure exactly where they fit. So I think it's a slight upgrade over Memory, but I'm not sold on, like, is he a guy to propel Ghost to a world championship?
Well, the thing that makes it an A for me is the fact that they pulled a player off a world championship team to come over to Ghost to make that extra difference. So that to me is where it bumped up to an A. I think it was just a really good pickup for a team that couldn't have really hoped for better.
Okay.
So it's really controversial, too, because Mist, he was trying to try out for other teams, and that's why Pittsburgh Knights dropped him. I would assume Ghost was not his first pick, though, for those tryouts. I think he would have rather stayed with Pittsburgh Knights, but we'll see how it plays out.
He just seems like such an obvious upgrade over Memory. I mean, I feel like they kind of filled the same roles of being that third man, trying to be the defensive guy who's going to hold things down against, you know, maybe an aggressive player who's trying to take boost. And Mist, I mean, every single time I see this man go up for shots, anything, he always nails them. He's so consistent, and I think it was just a complete upgrade over Memory.
All right, we got some more to get to. Obviously, you guys.
How do I erase this?
Yeah, we forgot to bring tissue.
Yeah, we didn't plan ahead. I blame Gibbs.
Wait, blame me?
You're going to have to use my hand on this? Oh, my goodness.
Anyways, we're going to talk about Pittsburgh Knights. You know, you guys just mentioned a Mist leaving. That obviously leaves a hole here. Yeah. So AJ moved over there from Rogue with Mist moving out. So how do you guys feel about this one now with AJ? You know, AJ was questionable on Rogue. Is this the right person? Because I feel like the play styles are completely different between Mist and AJ.
No cheating. Stop looking at our paper.
Oh, whoa.
Just wait.
All
right. And flip. See, okay, yeah. I guess that falls in line with what I just mentioned there.
Where's the minus?
What do you mean?
You put a minus at the top.
Where's it supposed to go?
It's supposed to go right in the middle.
What is that?
He's not a teacher.
We need a lightning round. We need a lightning round.
Explain yourself.
Okay.
To the next one.
AJ, I think I call him the silent assassin. I think he's nuts. He might have had a rough season, but Rogue itself was horrible. I just think they look so off. AJ, he has the talent and the mechanical ability to really excel on that if they find a play style.
Okay. We'll leave it at that. I agree with those ones there, so we'll move on to the next one.
Thank you, Luke.
Now, obviously, coming off Ghost, Memory and replacing Aeon on Flight. This is an interesting one. A lot of people were kind of questioning why Aeon was removed from the roster, but Memory is a very solid player, so I feel like those shoes can be filled in Aeon's place here. And flip them around. This time you're going with a C.
A C?
Hey, Turtle, you are in the hot seat right now.
I do not think you should have taken off Aeon from the team. I think
Okay, well, that doesn't matter. So you have to put that aside.
No, I can't. I can't put that aside because all the team synergy going into RLCS. I think it's the first time we've ever seen a team not start with their starting roster that they made through the rival series. I think it's going to ruin everything.
And also, Turtle, I just want to let you know, like, this is where the sign goes, not here.
Hold on. All right, guys. One more. We got to move on, but just give me your numbers quick. Sure. This is the one everyone's been waiting for. First killer to Rogue. This first killer is a player that's been in the scene for so long.
It's a positive because Rogue needed to make a move. So
I'm going B. I'm going B. I'm feeling B.
Okay, some people not as confident in it. Okay, we're going to move on now, though, and take the opinions away from you guys. You're going to be criticized a lot about these, probably. So let's put the pros in the hot seat now. Gibbs, usually do power rankings.
Yes, you always make me guess.
Yeah.
So I decided to go to the pros, and I polled the pros and let them guess the power rankings because it's been an off-season where we haven't seen a lot of results. So I asked the pros to rank the teams 1 through 9, so to not include themselves. And so I asked the 3 starters plus the coach. And then I averaged down a full team's picks to 1 pick. So we have 10 picks, and then I averaged them all together. Okay. And we got a power rankings based on scrim results and all that. So probably pretty accurate. And we'll see if they can back it up when it comes to league play. So let's
So this is our best look into basically how things have been going off screen.
And honestly, this might be the power rankings I trust most because Gibbs didn't do it.
Very good point. I mean, how much can you value it though? Because it's really before the league play starts. I feel like some teams, they really excel once they get that first weekend experience.
But the first team that really you have to look at, G2, 3rd place, and that's after a last place finish in league play.
Yeah, people are.
Looks like G2 is looking good in scrims, and we can see that because we saw them in Season 7. They almost won a World Championship. They look like they're back on form, at least according to the pros.
And then even for the Knights, we talked about the roster move with AJ. We didn't like it as much, but the people still putting them at top 4. But the question is, will AJ's play style really come in and help them? But even E United down there at 7th. They were a World Championship team.
That's crazy.
They were a World Championship team, and they're 7th. So no respect from the pros. And honestly, I feel like we haven't given them a lot of respect either because you just look at the stats in some of the games. They have struggled at times, but they proved it at Worlds. They played well at Worlds. They showed us that they can hang.
And then we talk about those rival series teams. Well, they're the 2 at the bottom, so it looks like the RLCS teams are not giving them.
Not confident yet.
Undervaluing them,
I mean, they don't have as much experience playing against them.
That's what I'm talking about. Right? As a player and as a team will just progress through the league play, I think that that's really going to be in the middle of the season where they can determine if they're actually going to start and excel to the top. Like Space Station, we didn't expect them to be number 2
that's what I'm saying. Are you guys not questioning the Space Station number?
So because there has been some changes, I'm fine with it for now, just because of how good Sypical was, how good Arsenal can be. But the question for me is, there were games at the World Championship where Arsenal was invisible. He was MIA, struggling to get boosts, completely shut out of the game. But if they can play the way they have, they are up there at number 2. But I do have my questions.
Well, I know Achieves is standing by to talk more about SSG, so let's get to your Get It moment presented by CDW.
Thank you very much, Leaf. It is the start of RLCS Season 9, and that means that I get to sit up here and talk about one team that I think is going to absolutely dominate this season, and that means it's these guys, Space Station Gaming. They popped off at the World Championships in Spain, and I look for that dominance to continue here in the North American season. So let's go ahead and get into some clips. These are all from Spain, and we'll see how they do, and a lot of it is going to come down to AXB. So let's go ahead and get the ball rolling. It all starts with how I feel AXB's defense has improved during the offseason. He's been much better at getting strong clears into great positions like that counterattack opportunity for Arsenal, and more importantly, the finishing has improved. And that's exactly why they moved AXB into that frontman role, because they weren't confident in his ability to finish the ball, and they let Sypical move into that role last season. And the best part is he is still capable. The North American MVP is going to continue to make teams look absolutely silly on the defensive side of things, while Arsenal is going to just get the ball into some dangerous scoring positions because he has such phenomenal ball control and can always get the ball through defenders and into scoreable positions for players like Sypical. So buy AXB improving his defense and his shot finishing capability, you're going to see Space Station Gaming turn into this true three-headed monster. You're going to have Arsenal and Sypical being unleashed on the offensive side. You can trust AXB in the backfield and to come in and finish a shot as needed. And basically, Space Station Gaming is going to easily end up anywhere in the top 4. So today they play against Ghost. It's going to be the match of the day, and I hope that it continues to go well for them. And this has been your Get It moment presented by CDW. So what do you guys at the desk think is going to happen against Ghost?
And this is why we had Space Station at number 2, or a lot of people have them at number 2. They used to be a running joke, the 95% team, but they couldn't finish shots. Number 1 shooting at the World Championship, number 2 shooting in all of North America. When they shoot well, they are a deadly team.
Yeah, and at the World Championship, AXB, he impressed me so much. You know, I have at times questioned AXB and his ability on that team compared to his teammates Arsenal and Sypical. But at the World Championship, he answered all the questions for me.
Definitely.
I thought he played so well and was such a vital part to their success in the World Championship. So I expect them to do big things if they can keep that going.
Well, let's break down the match then. We're talking about Space Station. We'll keep it in there. Our match of the day, of course, is Ghost versus Space Station Gaming. How is this going to go? I mean, like, again, Space Station's the only team in this matchup out of 2 teams that is coming in with the same roster, right? You know, with Ghost pulling missed on here and losing memory, there's some adjustments have to be made. They've had time in the offseason. Is it enough time to pull up against Space Station Gaming that's now got that, LAN experience? They have so much coming into this.
I mean, I think it's possible. For me, for Ghost, it's all about damage control and how you deal with Arsenal going in for those demos and getting that boost, trying to disrupt everything. And it's so much, it's so much harder to annoy and disrupt Mist, who's so solid and sturdy on defense. And even whenever you lower his opportunities, Mist will find a way to find the back of the net, even if he only has 2 or 3 shots a game.
And so far, Ghost has answered those questions back on Wednesday for the Astro tournament, where every RLCS team was in it. Well, they won the entire thing. So they answered the questions at least in a minor tournament. But now with the RLCS here, more nerves on the line. We'll see if they can back it up. But again, the pros have him at 5th, Space Station number 2. So the pros think Space Station will take.
But, I mean, you just have to give them that respect, right? And Ghost is coming in with a roster change. So automatically, people don't rank that as high, I would say. But for me, it comes down to, can Mist help Ghost with their boost control and boost management problem? You look at some games last season, they just struggled to maintain that control, and Arsenal's a guy who's going to just destroy you if you give them that space. So I think for Ghost to play well in this matchup, they really need to make sure Mist in the backfield is keeping Arsenal at bay, getting those boosts, and helping keep his team upfield.
Well, we can speculate all we want, but I got someone on the line that actually is an expert on the matter, so why don't we give a listen? He was the foundation, the rock of Pittsburgh Knights, but now he's moved on over to Ghost. Joining me on the line, it's Mist. How you doing, man? You ready for the new season?
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you.
I just want to talk about that journey. You know, you've moved over to Ghost now. That's your team. That's who you'll be fighting for in season 9. Can you just talk to me about the journey of moving around? You know, I heard it was a bit of a journey trying to figure out where you'd end up landing. Can you just walk us through that?
Yeah, first I got approached by a team right after the Worlds, and my team wasn't the most accepting of it, I guess. So that kind of left me in a weird place already. And Ghost had a spot open, but they were going between me and First Killer, so I was just kind of out in no man's land, kind of just hoping to land on a team, but I guess it worked out.
Hey, it's a solid team to land on. Can you just talk to me about the driving force for yourself then? You know, what was motivating you to find something? Obviously, there's more you wanted to add to your Rocket League game. What was it that made you want to look around and find a new team to work with?
I really felt like I was just the main third man on PK, and I really want to get on offense more and show what I can do on both sides, I guess.
So now, what are the biggest things, coming into the season? You guys playing extremely well. You've got a good track record yourself. Now, what are the biggest things you've learned that you're looking to carry over and get better at coming into season 9?
Definitely just the speed of doing things. Last season, he's going to be really fast at everything in RLCS, so that's one thing I carried over.
Now, on that, you guys pushed the meta. You guys were making teams like G2 and Cloud9 shaking their boots, trying to catch up and adjust to how you guys are playing. Do you think that meta is going to stay the same in Season 9, or have teams adjusted, and is it changing yet again?
I think it's going to stay the same for a little bit. People are going to try it out and see how it works, but C9 and G2 definitely have to change their playstyle a little bit.
And for you on Ghost, what kind of position have you fallen into, and what can we expect from your gameplay later today?
Obviously, I'm still like third man, like centered, but I still play like a lot more offense on Ghost, so that helps a lot.
And we were talking before earlier. We think this match against SSG is going to be good. What are you most excited about this match? You think it's going to be super close or easy stomp for you guys?
I think it'll be close. They're a really good team, so it should be fun.
Awesome. Well, good luck in your match, and thanks for joining me on the line.
Thank you.
So, a funny thing that kind of came out to me there is like, I want to move up. I want to be on offense more. What position are you in?
Third.
It's like I'm still back here, and I know the pain. I know the pain of playing a third. Man, but
You invented that role.
I know. I'm sorry, everybody.
The original, the OG.
But for Ghost is a team that is making a roster move every single season, and I kind of like this because they've always been that team to finish 5th or 6th, 4 straight seasons, and it just felt like they always played defense first. So I really want to see Mist move up more and turn this team more into an offensive-heavy team.
Okay, well, I want to jump into some very important information right here, and it's our predictions for the day. Let's talk about how we think these matches are going to go. It's very hard coming in off the offseason to really make a lot of predictions, but it seems like we're falling in line. Even though it was a crazy season for North America.
Yeah, there's pretty much agreement across the board except for the match of the day where we split it.
And that's why it is.
And the reason why I picked Ghost in that matchup is because I think that Mist is going to be the answer to help shut Arsenal down.
I agree.
He really was a player that elevated the Knights so much, and he's going to give Atomic that space. And really the question mark will be, can Illusion help with that as well? Because for Knights, with Gyro and
Reynolds?
Reynolds. They were just upfield, dominating everybody. So can Illusion and Atomic do that?
And the great thing about Illusion is that, Arsenal, he's so over-aggressive and he gets so many demos, but Illusion was following the second in the league for demos. He's going to play the aggression. Mist will be on the defense. And for pretty much every other game that we picked, we're really just spot on. That is the one we're split.
But I think you guys are forgetting that Space Station finished top 4 at the World Championship, and they looked pretty good. The only time they looked bad was when they played Dignitas, who they obviously looked amazing throughout the World Championship. So watch out for them.
Yeah, it's going to be close. I think it's a coin flip. That's why.
Sure.
Well, that's the question, though, is this a team that really excels once they hit that land stage, and is it going to change now that they've, Space Station has come back into league play where they're playing at home and don't have that energy? We know Arsenal uses that energy to pop off. Is it going to be able to have that?
We'll find out, right? That's the beauty of the offseason. We just don't know yet because we haven't seen these teams play. But one of the surprise picks, I think, for all 4 of us, we went Cloud9 over E United, and the pros have E United pretty low, too, and E United's like, hey, guys, we were just at the World Championship. We finished top 4. We beat teams like Cloud9, so no respect given at all from us or the pros for EU.
I think we're still stuck on the fact that we are kind of convinced that last season was really just a fluke for Cloud9, and we're expecting, Gimmick and them to show up again.
And maybe a fluke for E United as well, because sure, they came in 4th, but their goal differential was minus 19. Yeah, their shot differential, minus 22.
You look at scoring, Ajax and Hoxer were all the way at the bottom. They were almost last. They were in the bottom 3, and Roldiz, he was up there in scoring, but his assists were nowhere because his teammates weren't scoring. He was cleaning up a lot of goals, but can they keep that going? I'm not really sold on E United yet, but they have earned my respect. I respect them as a team, but I think this is going to be a combination of, I think Cloud9 is going to play to their potential. Gimmick is not going to have a disaster of a season like he did last season, and that's why I'm going with Cloud9. It's because I think they're going to bounce back.
Yeah. Well, that first one on there, we had this one unanimous. This is our first match of the day, so let's get talking about this one. Pittsburgh Knights versus Flight. We all had Pittsburgh Knights taking the win on this one. Is this just experience? We just don't know yet, or is it you're just confident now that Flight's just not ready to play a team like Pittsburgh Knights?
I mean, Pittsburgh Knights, they made a roster move, but Flight also did. But this is a good spot to play the Pittsburgh Knights at least because bringing in AJ, there was a lot of chemistry issues on Rogue, and I think that's why it was a good move for Rogue. And AJ, a lot of double commits on defense. One of the things Pittsburgh Knights did not do last season was double commit. They executed so well on both sides of the ball. Number 1 save percentage, number 1 shooting percentage, and a lot of that was because they all knew how they played together. They rotated well, no double commits. AJ, he's a wild card at this point, so I think there is a shot for Flight here.
But Rogue really had no offense last season, so I feel like AJ was trying to force himself in positions to try and create opportunities for his team. And now that he has Reynolds and Gyro on his side, I feel like he's going to relax a little bit, calm down, and we won't see really a third man from him, but instead everybody kind of playing equal roles, equal aggression, and it'll definitely be a change in play style because they won't be so aggressive because they'll have to kind of delegate.
Well, I think
everybody.
if anyone has to go back, it's probably going to be Gyro because we've seen how much Reynolds likes to go upfield and how much he likes to play upfield. So it's interesting to think about what the dynamic is going to be for this team. But I just think for me, the reason I picked the Knights is because just looking at the raw talent. Look at the raw talent on that team. I just think they're going to overwhelm Flight, especially with Rapid. This is his first RLCS game. Seabass has been here before in season 4 and 6 with Allegiance, but he hasn't really had that many results. And then also Memory. You know, he's a good player, but I don't think he's a player that's going to carry a team.
Yeah, plus,
I think the Knights are coming out.
With Memory, there was 4 roster moves, and I guarantee you Memory would have liked to be on any of those 3 other teams. So he was kind of the last pick to go to Flight. So sure, this team's down in the basement. Maybe Memory kind of upgrades them a little bit, but I don't know if that's enough. But once again, for Flight and for Sonics, that we'll talk about later, they did not beat any teams from the RLCS to get here. Every single week that they don't have a win, more and more pressure on them.
What are you expecting out of Flight then? What's the style you want to see them approach? Who's where on the field?
I think you just have to have solid communication overall and have, really even play style, because if you try and force too much of Memory being, the defensive end and playing passive, why are you shaking your head?
I'm shaking my head because the answer is simple. It's give the ball to Seabass. Let him shoot. That's it.
Like Rapid.
I disagree. It is Rapid, but
Rapid is good, but he's failed me so many times. He's failed me so
the
many
rapid
times.
resets. I remember you called it like
every
4
week
times.
He's DMing me on Twitter saying, this is the week I hit the rapid reset, and it never happened. So I'm not going to ever count on Rapid ever again. He is a good shooter. I'll give him that, and he does have great mechanical ability, but Seabass, he is the key.
Honestly, I'm still thinking back right now. Guys, I got to switch it up. I'm thinking back like to Season 8 Worlds right now and how hype it was and how hype I am looking forward to Season 9 Worlds because it's going to be crazy. The question is, will it be just as crazy as Season 8? Let's find out and let's go.
I think I need therapy when my feet gets the best of me. I can't seem to understand how you do this to me. You've been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead. I didn't know I was a casualty until you stopped my heart and you made me see. Confess, saw you in the red dress. I can't seem to understand how you got all that finesse. Still been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love. Do what they could not do before. I didn't know I was a casualty until you stopped.
That's right. April 24th to 26th, in case you guys missed the announcement, in Dallas, Texas, is our Season 9 Worlds. You can get your tickets February 22nd. And for more information, jump online to our blog post for more information on Worlds, tickets, and pricing. You guys are not going to want to miss it. Worlds never fails to disappoint. It's exciting every single time, and honestly, it gets better and better. I think the audience just get better and better, too. Now, one thing I do got to call it here is we tried really, really hard for continuity. And Gibbs, ignore the missing person.
What is that?
But what is that tie, Gibbs?
I messed up, all right?
Right.
Look, I got 2 kids at home, so I have bigger problems, Leaf, than worrying about my tie I wore last week, okay?
Okay.
I'm sorry. I apologize to everyone at home.
James, you did a good job.
I thank you. I mean, it was easy for me.
Anyways, now that we did all the talking, from last week, just chill and watch ourselves, I do have another question. This is still going to be our first series, our first game of the decade of 2020, which means someone's going to get the first goal of the decade. I'm just kind of curious who you guys think that's going to be. We got the Knights up against Flight. Who's taking that first goal?
Well, there's been a lot of hate from the pros and from the Reddit community on AJ, and I think AJ will deliver throughout the series. He's going to get the first goal.
You're close. You're close
I'm
because
close.
AJ will shoot it. but Reynolds is always upfield. He's going to steal it.
He's going to send it out.
I'm telling you, it's Reynolds.
'Cause
easy.
So every single player wants that goal. So we might see a goal steal happen
It's
for
Reynolds,
sure.
100%.
I want Rapid to call you out. I want Rapid to get the
Rapid
reset.
resets, I'll wire him 10 grand if he hits a rapid reset.
There you go.
That'd be great. Anyways, let us know who you guys think is going to get that first goal of RLCS Season 9, the first goal of the decade on Twitter at RL Esports, hashtag RLCS9. But it's now time to give the casters a chance to talk over to the commentary booth.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Season 9 of the Rocket League Championship Series. We're finally here, Chiefs. We finally made it. I don't actually believe that James knows how to wire money. So, Rapid, you just do you, man. Don't worry about that at all. Also, I kind of think Rapid might get the first goal of the season.
It's possible. I think, you know, there is potential for the rapid reset, but no, I stand with James. I think Seabass is definitely the answer with the flight guys.
Seabass?
Yes.
I think, didn't James say Reynolds? I feel like Reynolds is a genuine option, but then again, this is a silly game to play because there are 6 players on the field. One of them's gonna hit it, you know. But yeah, I don't know. This is gonna be exciting. I'm super excited. We've got some returning veterans in the Knights. We brought over AJ from Rogue, and we have Flight on the other side. Many Rapid, the rookie here, both Memory and Seabass having played in former seasons. Yep. But the first time playing in RLCS as a team. Thoughts about Flight here, Chiefs?
You know, Flight is kind of this enigma of what to expect because I like them. I've seen all of them on teams before, right?
Yeah.
But none of those teams have ever done anything particularly good.
No.
And so you're just like, okay, well, we're glad to have you back, right? But you're going against this restructured Pittsburgh Knights.
Yes. So
it feels almost exactly like Pittsburgh Knights in a kind of weird roundabout way. Not quite in the same sense, but they did really well at one thing, or they've been at this level before, but you just don't want to believe they're going to be lights out.
I don't know. I have trouble looking at the veteran experience of Flight and really putting a lot of weight on it. You have Seabass, who has gone 1-6 in RLCS 2 times, so he's played 2 seasons and won 2 matches. And then you have Memory, who has never won more than 3 matches in a season. So it's not that they don't have experience playing at this level, but they've never been productive to the point that they're able to get themselves to Worlds. On the other side, you have Knights come in as a rookie team, make it to day 3, have to go up against reigning world champs to get knocked out, and it's quite the difference.
And Knights, you know, they proved a lot of people wrong last season, which is another reason that it's shocking to see them make a roster move.
I wanted another season of Mist on this roster, so AJ was moving conversation over to them. AJ is a huge question mark here for me on the Knights.
Yeah, so you have to think about what you're gaining with a player like AJ. If you watch the tape from the Knights during the offseason, you understand that, Gyro is a guy with a lot of ball control, and you feel like AJ also brings that level of control with the ball and trying to generate chances. But the fact that AJ obviously is not Mist, I feel like you're going to lose a little bit of that aggressiveness over on the Knights side of the pitch. So I'm expecting a lot more dribble plays, a lot more ball control, and I expect more chances across the net rather than above the net.
Well, get up and get loud. It's game day, chat. We've got 5 wonderful North American battles here. We will start with Pittsburgh Knights versus Flight. Flight in the blue already up to take a shot. Seabass looking for that first goal of the season. 1 block, and Reynolds comes out to try and get the counterattack, but blocked by Memory in the midfield. It's Pittsburgh Knights in the orange, a best of 5 here to get the first win of the 9th season.
And early double commits as well for the Knights. That was definitely not a good start on defense, but again, already trying to keep that ball close on those sidewalls and get themselves some opportunities.
AJ looking to set up his new teammates. Seabass out of the corner has an answer now. Gyro over the top of one. 2 defenders will handle it nicely, and Rapid, the rookie here, makes his name known. Memory now, pass 2. Gyro rotates onto goal, goes for the challenge, gets demolished. This is a setup in the front of the box, but Rapid and too far up, and the pass maybe unexpected there. Won't be able to find a shot. Here comes a play from Memory into the box. AJ's up early for it, looking for Reynolds. He's not going to be able to find this redirect. Can he find the second touch? Doesn't actually make contact, and AJ misses. Gyro with lots of space will find his teammate. And now a carry over 2. Dribbles it off the crossbar, or off the back wall, and it pitches high above the goal.
And you can definitely see Knights constantly trying to just stay as close to these balls as possible. Reynolds with a long pass and no problem for Memory. And I'm also curious to see if Memory coming over here to Flight, almost Rapid able to start off 2020 with the first goal of RLCS, but I'm curious if, because you know Memory was on the Ghost roster for a while, and they are historically a tough team to break down defensively. And I'm curious to see if he's able to bring a little bit of that expectation over to this Flight roster.
3 minutes and 20 left to go. A few good looks from both teams, but no one able to find the back of the net. So Gyro gets a touch up, but a little low on boost and on velocity, so he'll back off. Now Memory in the midfield. AJ beats him to the ball. Nice quick attack. Now the challenge, Rapid onto the back wall. Beats one defender. Seabass up, is not able to find the shot, and Reynolds will carry this one high and try to maintain control for his team, dribbling it on the wall, as the best players do. A nice kind of double tap off the ground, I guess. Get it past the front line offense. Gyro lofts this one high. No one on Knights. Really good position. Reynolds is up and makes contact, and what was a scary situation easily could have turned into a goal. AJ gets the second touch, and now Gyro will look for the clear. Soft off of the bottom of his car. He'll try to muscle it through Memory, get some help from Reynolds.
And Flight, they're feeling, they're willing to take a couple risks on Pittsburgh on defense. They haven't really been able to convert any of the chances or generate a strong scoring opportunity, but they have the aggression to try and go for things.
AJ with a beautiful second touch there, quite the read on Memory. It doesn't really turn into much. Gyro on the back of his car in his corner. Clever touches coming through from the Knights, but they can't get it out of their back third, and Memory's like, hey, I can play with the back of my car too. Puts it back into the corner. We're across halftime here in game number 1 of Season 9. No goals yet to be scored. A demolition, but Reynolds was also up. The double commit actually kind of works out for the team, and now AJ will look for the clear. Can he find the first goal? He's got the flip reset. Oh, he couldn't quite tuck it in. The follow-up from Gyro's high. Reynolds airborne, maybe. Oh, he tries to come in, but AJ on the retreat out blocks him, and now AJ is going to have to play some defense all by himself. No boost in the tank. Rapid goes for the ball instead of the boost, but this still might turn into a goal. Tries to make it happen, but Gyro gets in the way, and the Knights will stave off that first goal.
And that was a great bit of understanding from the Knights as well, because you're absolutely right. AJ in a terrible position, rotating back from the midfield with not a lot of boost, and it's really just a delaying touch to hope for the best. And Gyro and Reynolds rotating in behind him. Great job staying poised and knowing that they're the first ones to that ball as it comes across and not trying to force anything or make a bad touch.
Love the patience from Memory to try and catch that one. Certain he could get the ball off of the opponent's hood. 1 away left to go, approaching the final minute. AJ now into the corner. Pass 2. Rapid's challenging him, and he'll get the ball away from him. Looks to set this one up, but couldn't quite get it out, and Reynolds will find the clear. Now up to get the ball. Memory's already airborne. AJ looks for a response, but doesn't actually make any contact on the wall, and Seabass has a clean clear all to himself. Reynolds being challenged by Memory. Over the top of him. Rapid should be there first. He takes it into the corner. Seabass lurking in the midfield, looking for the shot, but AJ finds the counter. Now Gyro out towards AJ. Memory with the interception. Now looking for a second touch. Can he find the goal himself? Shoots well, but Reynolds has the block. 30 seconds left. AJ over the top of one. Bumped high. Here comes Rapid. Shot towards the goal. Gyro's airborne for the save. He's got one touch, but is there a follow-up? Memory's too far back. Get it out of the corner. Gyro's up. Now down to Reynolds. Reynolds versus Rapid here. Can they get this goal in? Looks for the fake. Looks for the shot. And Rapid can't get there. Reynolds will score that first goal.
Rapid had no boost on the way back. Had about 20 in the tank right there and thought about going for the challenge. Realized he wasn't going to make it. And then he only had 2 when he put himself in the 1v1. Missed all the pads on the way back to the net. And Reynolds just floated it high into the net and he couldn't reach it.
A lot of people out there was predicting Reynolds would get the first goal of the season, and it holds up. Rapid looks for the flip reset, tries to do it himself, and AJ gets the block. Can he get the second one? Oh, Seabass ties the game in 7 seconds. The rookie's coming back here.
What a great job here. Rapid, excellent fake to go under one. AJ and Gyro kind of get tied up with each other right on the corner of the goal, and Seabass, they've been putting great pressure on the Knights all game, and that's the first real scoring opportunity they have, and it's a big one.
Man, the late time goal I fully expected that to be the only one of game number 1, but we are tied up. A valiant effort built by Rapid and into overtime here. First game of the season.
Wouldn't have it any other way. And I'm liking the pressure from Flight. You know, I came in not knowing what to expect, but they have great timing on their challenges out of the midfield. They don't always win them, but their pressure and the timing of how they approach them on the Knights' half has been phenomenal. Excellent car control from Gyro, but wasn't quite able to get the clear. So it went straight to Memory, takes a shot. It's saved by the Knights defense. Now through one, Seabass gets a pop. Is AJ there? He looks for the shot, but Memory coming from behind the Knights players time and time again. Get that ball control away from them. Reynolds now past one, now trying to challenge Memory. Goes for the fake, but Memory just stands his ground and the ball pinches high. Ooh. AJ, no follow-up. There's Gyro under the wall. He'll look to follow himself, has half a tank to work with, and spends it all. Getting that ball into the backboard. Reynolds is falling all the way back here into this corner. Now Seabass up, looks for a shot. It's a bit high, and Gyro will send it off of his own woodwork. We'll get a second one on the follow-up. First minute will come and go. Reynolds off that backboard, and the Flight has done such a good job trapping the Knights for extended periods in this first game. And if you're wondering why that's been, it goes back to that timing out of the midfield, the challenges, because even though they aren't winning the challenges, they're getting the bump on the guy that's trying to keep these balls close. Like, a lot of times the Knights trying to go for a challenge, and they'll go for a light dribble just to try and get it past the midfield, and oftentimes they end up getting bumped out of the way. Oh, is this a goal? Oh, the beautiful setup from Knights, still a possibility, but Rapid gets back down and in the way. An excellent play here in his first game. As Memory makes the play, Gyro is up for the block, but Memory still wins out. Now Reynolds looking for Gyro, but just he's triple coverage. Now over to the edge. Gyro past one. Reynolds advances to the midfield to support, but Memory in the way, making his presence known. Seabass not able to beat Reynolds, but Rapid will be here. Oh, he's got Seabass. Now Seabass looks for this pass back down, but Rapid demolished. Memory was up for the winner here. Can he find the double tap? It's not quite on target, and Seabass isn't able to beat Gyro. And now Reynolds, deep in enemy territory, looks for a shot from the corner, and Rapid makes the save. Fireworks here in overtime. Beautiful transition from the Knights, but unfortunately saved again. And a nice demo from Memory means Gyro needs to take care of the ball. And as you said, Flight doing a great job getting it back. The Knights built a reputation of being a very demo-heavy offense. We've seen precious little of it until this last 30 seconds or so, and both sides have started to get aggressive and physical. Now Reynolds up, fakes out one. Seabass on the goal line. He looks for the pass out, but Seabass will challenge him correctly and now has control at midfield. AJ is going to fall back, give Gyro space to move up and try and take the ball. He'll get it out of the corner. We're almost at 3 minutes of overtime as Flight begins another siege. You could see a little bit of that unfamiliarity out of the Pittsburgh Knights. AJ definitely trying to leave that challenge, not wanting to turn in case they double commit, but it was a slow pickup from the Knights on the other side because they weren't sure if AJ was going to turn in and go for that challenge or let it go. Memory, the full tank. Many of the players on both sides of the ball out of boost right now. This miss could possibly spell disasters. Memory doesn't actually make contact. He spent half of his boost just trying to get bearings on the situation. Here comes Gyro up against Seabass. Look for the second touch, but it will go high. Reynolds looks for an obscene shot, tries to pass to AJ, but Memory has it out to Rapid, and they'll extend that one back into the orange. So we hit 3 minutes and 30 seconds of overtime. Look at Gyro again, just trying to get right behind the ball. Has some help from Reynolds this time, and it's punched through. He's got enough boost to reach this. Rapid gets up in the way. Reynolds looks for a shot. He has the flip reset, but Seabass has ball control. Now here comes a shot from Gyro. Memory will have the save. Ball was high anyways. Now AJ has Seabass in the net. Rapid challenges him. Gyro with an opportunity, but doesn't move up quickly enough. 4 minutes into this first game. That was over at 8 seconds despite the heroics of Rapid to get them into this overtime. And now a shot from Memory, a save from Reynolds. Gyro double commits but hits the ground. They should be fine. And now Rapid back up, looking for the game winner. Back down to Seabass. Is anybody home? Gyro's in front of the net. Seabass fakes him into the ground. And that's the win for Flight. Is Seabass going to be the answer? Well, he delivers both goals in game one and takes the first one off the Pittsburgh Knights. Reads Gyro's challenge, just sits under him and punches it right through him, expecting Seabass to go for the flick. And a beautiful read of the defense means Seabass will win game one. What a game. And
And what a way to make a statement here in game number 1 for Flight.
That was a fun one. You put up, 16 shots for Flight.
And the first goal of the game at 15 seconds.
Yeah.
And when a goal goes in at 15 seconds, and it's like, well, that's just probably over here. But Rapid, he went for. Did you notice him going for the rapid reset on the 7 seconds play?
He tried.
He tried to make it happen.
He got the assist out of it. It's good enough.
I will tell you that he assisted in both the goals. 100% goal participation so far for Rapid this season. And absolutely a good game there. But game 1 always a little bit of a you could call it a warm-up, you could call it getting the jitters out, especially first game of the season for both these teams. There's going to be a little bit of nice settling in, okay, what sort of team are we this season? Is the demo meta different from them this season? We didn't see as much of it here in game 1.
Yeah, so that's kind of feeding into what I was saying at the start. You know, when you have players like Gyro and AJ, because they're both very ball-controlled types of players. They like to keep things close. They like to force challenges and win them and put them in good opportunistic spots for their teammates in that sense. They don't really, Reddles is the guy who's going to pound the ball off the wall and try and smash somebody. But Gyro and AJ don't strike me as those types of players. So yeah. I'm confident the Knights may develop back into that. But as it stands right now, when they just picked up AJ, everyone's trying to figure out what to happen. I don't know if they have that cohesion to really attempt that same level of risk that they had with Mist.
It does feel like it was more of a solo show game. Which 3 of these flashy players could make the goal happen and could clutch up for their team in their only goal of a solo play from Reddles against a boostless Rapid. But game 2, time to bounce back, get back in form. We'll see how they do.
And the thing you're looking for here out of the Knights is to transition a lot better from offense to defense, because they really did struggle to hold on to the ball. They got outshot by a margin of I think they had 9 or 8 shots or something to 16. So.
This is the same goal as the first one from their game. Rapid tries to pinch this off the ground towards the goal, and then Seabass just comes in and cleans it up. Knights defense just caught flat-footed here, and a great shot there from Seabass, just barely threads the needle.
Yeah, and it's really the freeze on AJ in that back post that really lets that goal happen, because he's got 2 of his teammates in front of him going for that challenge. So he kind of freezes himself on that back post just in case it punches out in a weird direction, but it's a clean shot for Seabass, and he goes to the far post, and AJ just hit the brakes a little too hard and couldn't reach it.
Flight took the win in game number 1 after 4-something minutes of overtime, and now have the lead here in game 2. Memory's looking for some defenders, but Gyro's already airborne. He'll make the stop. Now AJ, challenged by Rapid into the corner. Gyro's out to Reddles. Outfield pass, wide of the goal. Memory has it to the side. Gyro beat 1. Seabass with a nice long touch down the field, but AJ on that back wall has the counter clear all the way back to midfield. The boys just knocking it back and forth right now. Both team looking for a no-threat zone, somewhere to put the ball. The other team can't get to it.
Some great touches from Flight. Always able to find a hole in that Knights defense. Don't have a particularly wide spread of the field. You can see all 3 of them kind of on the back line here. They don't really have any options for where to put the ball. That's because they're really trying to get AJ and Gyro to break out, and then they can get more aggressive. Until that happens, it could be tough.
Oh, there's a pass to Gyro. Looks for the shot, but Seabass has it. Now AJ with the follow-up. Into the air, looking for the double tap, but Rapid gets onto that backboard and gets in the way. Now Memory on the counterattack, up against Reddles. Get it to his corner. Memory just backs out of boost. Reddles will try to make the clear here, and Knights right now definitely struggling to get this ball out of their own corner. Can AJ block this one? Memory actually doesn't challenge him, doesn't take a shot, and AJ manages to get it all by himself down the field, looks for a double tap. This will be quite the angle to hit, and his teammates aren't there. Gyro now has to fly all the way back down, and he'll make 1 stop. But Rapid will look for his teammates. Gyro with a quick rotation underneath. No boost to his name, but he didn't need it. Just got contact on the ball. Now Seabass up against Reddles. It's off to the edge, and Gyro should be able to get this one out of his half.
Ooh, he's stretching too. And again, that timing, the positioning, the challenges from Flight, making it so tough to hang onto the ball. Woo! Everybody locks up. Rapid can finish. And the Knights just freeze, and they give up a goal.
Well played. Rapid gets his first goal of his RLCS career, and what a goal it is, too. The read that the double jump was coming in, they're probably going to put that ball right about here, and I'm going to shoot that one straight in. A beautiful play, and Flight are up by 2.
Yeah, and it's danger time if you're the Knights. Because you remember, if you read the offseason for why they ended up choosing AJ, you know, they said they felt good with AJ and Scrims, and it's a lot to say that you felt good with AJ and Scrims considering you made Worlds.
Yeah,
and performed far above any sort of expectation you might have had, and to come out here and currently be in the threat of being down 0-2.
They're looking for a few passes now. There's been more pass options from Pittsburgh here in game number 2, but still none of them finding the back of the net. Their first goal came at 15 seconds in game number 1. Reynolds sets this one up high. Gyro looks for a goal, but Memory takes it off of the crossbar before any shot technically existed. And the defense of Flight holding on. You talked about Memory being a staunch defender on Ghosts earlier. He's definitely shown some of that here against Knights.
It's a valuable quality to always have someone you can trust in that defensive role. I mean, all the best teams in the world have a strong player. Torment on cloud 9. You know, Justin I consider one of the best defenders in a third-man role. And you know, if you have a player that can always get the ball out of a tough spot, it just gives you that level of confidence and willingness to take a bigger risk.
I feel like calling Justin good defenders like saying, it's nice to have a wise player like Superman on your team. Like, yes, he's also many other things. But 45 seconds left. That was a really solid chance from the Knights there. They had a good player down.
Oh my gosh, you're kidding.
Seabass dribbles them. 2 defenders in net.
Out of his own corner.
Look at that. This is the full court carry.
AJ.
What a play.
AJ and Gyro.
Oh, all 3 of them, the family portrait. He got him. Burn the axles at the stake, man. That is a highlight disrespect play if I've ever seen one.
Not a good look for the Knights, but a phenomenal start, especially for Seabass. That's his 4th goal.
I was starting to think this game was maybe just slowing down, but no, he heats it back up. Oh my goodness. Flight came to play. Many people counting them out as this another pass. Memory looks for a 4th. It's coming back down for the goal again. Reynolds will get this one off, and Seabass just keeps the pressure on. And man, this has been the bane of Knights, this pressure. And I don't think it really has entirely to do, though, with Flight. As this game winds down, the chance of winning next to impossible. Actually, not enough time to score 3 goals for the Knights. So game 2 going to be going here to Flight. They will have a 2-game advantage, 1 away from sweeping Knights. We'll see if they are able to bounce back in game 3. But here's my thing about Knights.
Okay.
When you have 2 players who are stylish, who are flashing, who are like to go, like to half rotate, you see this in your ranked games. You need at least one player who's like, yeah, you guys go for it. It's fine.
Sure.
It'll be all right. And that player, I think, was Mist. I think Mist was so comfortable letting Gyro and Reynolds be aggressive. And when you have a demo-heavy offense, you need that even more. You need to know somebody is waiting in the back, because if we're all 3 rotating here, the demo might be too much time. And as you can see, Seabass's goal, it was an absolutely incredible carry there from him. But if there's too much, if you have, it takes more time to get that demolition. So you need a player who is already back.
Yeah.
And I don't think that they can go for demolitions as much because they're not as secure on that back line. And right now, they are struggling in so many ways. That's one of them.
And well, that goes back to what I was talking about with why I feel that is, because you don't have that familiarity of what each player's tendencies are in different situations. If you remember, I brought it up with AJ rotating back in and allowing Gyro to go out of the net and go for a challenge. And they're not quite sure exactly when that moment happens for everybody yet. And so that slows down a little bit of that aggression you can have on defense. And if your timing is a little bit slow, then you're going to slowly concede more and more space to the opposition when they start pushing you. And that's exactly what Flight have done. I mean, their challenges out of the midfield have been snap. You know, as soon as they get the ball out, bam, someone's right in their face. And the Knights have just never really had an opportunity to control the ball, because while they had reduced shot opportunities in Game 2, they still absolutely crushed the Knights in that category. I mean, I'm not sure how many were quality, but generating chances is always better than not.
I think right now the Knights are actually struggling in a fundamental area of just clearing the ball out of their corner. They have been trapped in their own half so many times. And we saw in that game too, Flight over and over. Does Seabass find it? Oh, he does! AJ Rapid will steal the goal from him. Hey, give him the stat. Secure it on up. Poor AJ just bamboozled in net.
Yeah, Seabass waiting on that clear all the way across, and a beautiful job to get back on the other side and knock it down. Probably would have rolled in on its own, but you know, Rapid has to try and show James up in some fashion.
That's right.
So tap another one home.
I think AJ also maybe getting harassed a little bit in net, but still absolutely mind blown. Now Reynolds into a corner. Can he find a shot? 1v1. It's just wide. You got to hit that one. Now here comes Gyro with a follow-up. Seabass hits his place. Reynolds comes in. The offense stays aggressive, and finally Knights play their game.
That's a great job here. Reynolds knows he has the back post. Doesn't get it, unfortunately, but nice job from Gyro to not get greedy there and try and force that shot opportunity. They had two guys sitting anywhere on the goal line that probably could have got just about anything. So to dump that back off to Reynolds and let him take a second chance on the open side of the net, great vision and understanding and selflessness.
Ooh, AJ looking for a shot. Now Rapid with counterattack. Got Seabass behind him. Gyro challenges. Now Seabass will go. Trying to read both players as AJ and Reynolds kind of made it difficult. No, managed to find some semblance of ball control here. Memory finally loses a challenge in the midfield, and Gyro will get into the corner. Both of his teammates there. They need to make this one work. AJ demolished might actually be the best thing that's happened for Knights on this play, as Rapid will be up, and now AJ on that back line. Try. He's not able to find any control. Man, Flight just keeps it high at midfield away from all of the Knights players. And again, they're keeping this one in this corner. Reynolds and Gyro over there. Seabass challenges one. Reynolds will go for second touch and get it up high. Rapid just tries to stall the play out. Reynolds goes for a boost steal, now looks for a demo. Has a bump on a Memory. Gyro gets this one high. Here's AJ for the finish. Seabass gets in his way. Reynolds not going to be around as he falls back. But you saw him hunting for those demos again as Knights try to get back in their Season 8 groove.
Tough play to make for Seabass as well with no boost, but Knights threatening towards an open goal, and Gyro just gets a freebie.
He was going for the bumps on the setup here with AJ. He might have gone for Seabass too. No, Seabass went for boost. And then I guess AJ does gate block. I don't think he was going to get to that ball anyways, though, as he was clearly low on the tank, and Knights take the lead back here in Game 3.
That's a very awkward breakdown for Flight to suffer. But considering they know, oh, look at Reynolds. He just wants his teammates to get set, but unfortunately he just dumps it right off, and that means Rapid has an easy challenge here. And those are the types of plays that have let Flight keep him. He didn't win the ball, but he tipped the player and stops them from keeping that ball control as much as they would want, and Flight come in and pick up the pieces.
You're rotating well, and you got players behind you. You just got to make them lose control. Your teammate will pick up the rest. Massive double commit in the midfield on offense, but AJ will win it, and now try to keep the pressure on. Gyro into the corner. AJ looks for bumps. Gyro wins one. It's opened up some space. Reynolds airborne, puts it back towards the corner, back towards the goal. It's a bit slow, and Seabass able to recover in time. Now AJ with a shot just wide. Reynolds will try to keep this one on offense for his team. Grabbing Gyro off the ceiling. Now Seabass up. AJ waits on the back line. Seabass looks for his second air dribble out of his corner in this game. Not going to happen this time, and Memory not quite able to get to the ball.
Ran out of boost.
Gyro up. Rapid needs to make a touch. He gets it over to Seabass, and the retreating defense from Flight has been pretty strong.
Oh, that's a great pop. And look at Rapid just putting pressure on Gyro, forcing him to go for it, but Reynolds.
Memory gets in the way. The players were coming in looking for the demos, but he's able to dodge the demo and get the save, and the pressure from Knights starting to really build here. Reynolds to the corner. Memory in the corner, comes out of his goal, manages to get a clear out, but AJ reads in Gyro now. Knights, after being trapped on offense for 2 games straight, managed to start to suffocate Flight in their own half.
A couple more of those balls starting to find gaps, and unfortunately Reynolds not able to fit that one under the crossbar, but still slowly but surely getting more and more chances. This free ball in the midfield, and how do they handle it?
Oh, that should be a goal. Reynolds takes the shot upper 90, just barely misses. 2 defenders in net. The placement was nearly perfect. Gyro will actually pick up this boost. Now he's going to go for the slow carry. Looks for the flipper. He's underneath. Tries to do his best Justin impression, but couldn't quite get it there. And now Rapid to the edge. There's Gyro. Reynolds tries, but Gyro's touch is far from Reynolds. He has to stretch across the field to get to here. Now AJ looking for more pressure.
Oh, dangerous.
Rapid already up. He'll beat Gyro to the ball. As the final minute approaches, Flight, they've got a 2-game lead in the series. If they win this one, they'll get the sweep on Knights and a first win here in RLCS. But they've got to close it out. They've got to find a way to get a goal. Get us to overtime.
And an unlikely one at that. I would imagine most people would have chosen Knights to win based off of last season alone.
Demolition on the Reynolds on the far side means he's not there for the pass. 40 seconds left. Memory and Rapid start to set this one up at midfield. Rapid tries to extend after a second touch, and now Reynolds and Gyro back into the blue. Gyro's off of Memory. Reynolds and AJ tag team this one to get it back into the corner. Burning time will win Knights the game.
Slowly, Knights also winning more and more of those challenges. They've been going into neutral or losing, and now they're starting to win them. And
All Rapid might have a touch on to his own. AJ got up in time. Now Seabass back into the box. Reynolds tries out of the box, and here comes Memory. Pass in the midfield. Rapid's there. A bump from Seabass to open it up. Can Rapid just find the shot? He's got to adjust 2 times. Too many touches to gain control of this ball, and it will hit the ground. Here in a second. Well, they've actually managed to keep that one alive. Now AJ up. He should be able to actually put this one in.
oh, he missed.
And Rapid actually, we'll see how this goes. Right now, they're keeping it alive for a long time, finally. All right, cool. There we go. Knights, they bounce back. They get the win here in Game 3. We're not done just yet.
I think I was kind of feeling your tone of voice in my mind at the end of that game. It's like, you know what? That is actually a bit more dangerous than I would care to admit. Them unable to either score that or knock it down because Flight was doing a good job keeping that ball up. But
a surprise, honestly, it was like they kept it alive, and I'm like, I still don't believe that you're going to be able to get back behind this. And for me, it was that final moment with Rapid. But here, the go-ahead goal is Gyro is able to put this one in on kind of a wide open defense. Mainly, I want to put this on Seabass, but then again, I believe his teammate was rotating to the far side as well.
it's tough to say because, I mean, Seabass could be expecting that challenge to have tipped out that way instead of just dropping straight down onto the ground for a shot. And then as soon as he sees that, he knows it's already too late. Because, you know, that's what Rocket League is 90% of the time, anticipation of what you expect to happen. And if he's expecting that ball to go a certain way and then it just drops off in a totally different area, and to make matters worse, it's right in a shooting lane. I mean, you're dead at that point. You've made a choice. You're wrong. Now you're going to get beat for it. And they ended up losing 2-1.
Rapid here scores the only goal for Flight. He leads his team in goals in that game. So he's having, honestly, an exceptional or an adequate first series here in the RLCS.
Yeah.
It's been nice to watch. The thing for me with the Knights has been these corner plays where they seem to struggle to get them out. And they did manage to get some sieges going themselves, but I see from Flight, they're constantly comfortable. I'm just going to hit this ball back into the corner where a Knights player already is. And I know he's not going to be able to take this control away from me. We're going to keep this pressure on. And that sort of thing could be disastrous if Knights is not able to get the fundamentals of just getting the ball out of their own corners down pat.
I do think Knights, when they got the ball on offense and it got jammed in the corner, much more dangerous, winning a lot more of the challenges. But you're absolutely right. Coming out of their own corners, it's been mediocre at best.
Well, Knights are able to avoid, to dodge the sweep by getting a win in Game 3. And now for Flight, the real clincher in RLCS. Can you close out a series? It's going to be their next task. They've gotten the first win. Reynolds looking for a double tap. Actually gets it off of Rapid, but Memory's able to clean this one up. Now Gyro putting more pressure on. Rapid airborne again, off the corner, still dangerous. Gyro not in a position to go and bump the goalie, and Memory gets up but misses the second touch. Now Seabass picking it up against Reynolds, looks for a flick, and Reynolds will get it off to the side. Won't be able to find the second touch though. Rapid now airborne. He gets a bounce. Reynolds out of his goal, the long clear, up to AJ. Seabass coming out of the corner, AJ looks for the goal. Seabass makes the stops. First minute and a half gonna come and go here. No goals on the board just yet.
And it's not necessarily a bad idea for Knights to go for those long counterattack plays. It's just the control on that first touch is usually just so strong, and this is a nice job from Memory to try and poke the ball through, but I believe he lost the boost in the midfield.
Oh, he actually got that boost, surprisingly, but it's not gonna matter in the end. Seabass in net here. Reynolds rotates out of the blue goal. Doesn't find any bumps, understanding that the team has got the clear. Now AJ looks for Reynolds on the far side, looking for the pass play. I was excited where that one was going, but Reynolds doesn't make contact. And now Memory. Here's a shot towards the goal. Reynolds gets up in time and makes the save. And his teammate AJ keeps this one high. Rapid will look to stall it out. Just pops it to the corner. Kills a little bit. Finds a nice delayed flip use. And now Rapid up against AJ, getting challenged by Reynolds. Will take the ball control away from him and then get bumped afterwards by Gyro on the rotation back in.
Great job from Reynolds to come in there and just pressure Rapid on the way in, but they dropped the ball.
Here's AJ off of his back wall over the top of Rapid. A challenge. Oh, Rapid just fakes him out. Memory tries to fake him too. AJ sets this one up on a platter. Gyro, though, not willing to commit all three players, hangs back on defense. Seabass now. The air carries once more. Memory onto this back wall, just tries to pinch it. No defender bites. All three players from Knights kind of grouped up, but they win the challenges. Gyro and Reynolds now trying to pressure Memory. He puts it high, takes the ball away from them, and now back in front of the box. There's Reynolds. Cross halftime. Echoes of game number 1. No goals scored yet.
And Flight's just letting them, because here's what Flight's doing. They'll drive at you, they'll put the pressure on you, force you to make a move, and then they just leave.
Oh, the handoff. What a play there. AJ sets this up. Reynolds, he fakes that he's going to make the play, and Reynolds like, I got this, man. Calls him off. That's the first goal.
Okay, you can definitely understand Seabass getting crossed up right there, because looking at it from his perspective in the goal line, what can you do? I mean, anytime you've got 2 people crossing in front of each other and you don't know which one's going to take the shot, it's exactly what we were talking about in between this game, you know? You pick one, you're either wrong or you're not.
Yeah. You're either the hero or you're scored on. So here comes Memory now with ball control. 1:42 on the game clock. Knights trying to get to game 5. Flight would love to close it out here in game 4, but no offense in this game. Gyro with a read on Memory, understanding. Oh, but he blocks up AJ, hitting his reverse there. He didn't communicate it with the rest of his team, and that means Flight will have an opportunity here. Memory tries to drop this one off the ceiling. Seabass lofted high once more, now looking to keep this one going. Now Rapid up and into a corner. Can he find Memory? Reynolds will have control. Memory airborne fast. Well, still got a little bit of boost to work with here. Finds a second touch off of AJ, but still not able to get it to the goal.
And that's the tough touch. Seabass might have won the ball. And thankfully, Reynolds can't reach it on the counterattack. And this is a nice turnaround, but do they win the challenge to hang on to the ball?
They didn't maintain control at all. Now Reynolds just putting the pressure on. Happy to boot up the artillery and just fire shots from the midfield. There's over one, looks for a bump on Rapid, gets him confused at least, but he's got some space to get control of this one. Gets it underneath Reynolds. Got Memory in tow. He can afford just a tackle here. Memory will actually double commit with him, and now Reynolds and Gyro on the far wall. They've got AJ in the midfield. He's not looking for the pass just yet. Tries to go for the slow plays. Now Seabass Reynolds just absolutely trying to dismantle this team by himself, and it does not go in.
Dangerously close. That's what happens when you're under pressure, and they're through 2 on Flight.
He's got a full tank here. Players in the midfield. Memory looks for the pass, but it's just a bit too high. The defenders were in position as well. Now they've got 2 beat. Can Seabass make the stop? He's got to pass one. Now up against AJ. It's over the top of him. Can he reach it with the boost? Off the back wall. Back in front. Memory's there to take the shot. Oh, but it's too short, and Knights will get us to game 5.
A lot of pressure on Memory there to shoot that ball in a perfect spot. You definitely knew it was going his way after Seabass was able to finagle that over AJ and get it to pop into the middle. You knew that Rapid was not going to have the cleanest angle. Opted to let Memory take it, but got a little bit too on top of it. Just drilled it right towards the ground, and Flight will sneak through with a bit of a cheeky goal here. I believe it was you're absolutely right. He totally boosts down too.
Yeah.
He just leaves.
He's like, you got this. I believe in you. Making space. Here comes the pain train. He does, just turns, he's out.
He just leaves.
Oh, that's a great play.
It's disgusting.
That's my favorite goal of the season so far. The goal of the season, we're just gonna call it right now. Interesting stat lines here too. Flight with 2 saves on the 3 shots from Knights, and Knights with 4 saves on the 4 shots from Flight. So perfect accuracy from both teams. One slips through, and that's the one that wins the game there for Knights. And yeah, they are definitely starting to rally. Still doesn't look the same as the Knights from previous seasons.
No, definitely not.
That one goal, I don't think I've ever seen that really before in that sort of style, but they do get us to game 5, and again, the kryptonite of so many teams in the RLCS. Can you close out the series?
Yeah, it's tough, and it also doesn't help that the Knights, I believe they're changing how they're clearing the ball, because a lot of it before was, they get the ball off the corner, they were struggling to clear the ball off the corner because they were trying to go through people.
Yeah.
That last game, it felt like anytime they got the ball jammed in the corner, really, it was long clears. They were going all the way across the pitch. It didn't matter if someone was there or not. It was just to give themselves some space to work with and readjust the defense. And I think it worked out pretty well for them.
Well, game 5 in the first series of Season 9. You wouldn't have it any other way. Champions Field here. Finally, Garrett and Justin's names hang in the rafters. All these players looking to get their names etched in history on this stadium. Here's Memory for a shot. AJ's got a save. Rapid with the follow-up. Excellent position. If you're gonna play that close to each other, you gotta find that touch, and he makes it work.
Yeah, great touch here from Seabass to beat 2 people. Reynolds thinking Gyro's gonna get that ball to the corner, ready for his teammate to lead him into the boost so they get a nice strong counterattack, but he misses the ball. And then the follow-up from AJ just doesn't have the angle to really get any power on it, and Rapid just ate it up.
Seabass off the kickoff. They look to extend this lead. After not scoring anything in game number 4, they get a goal in the first 30 seconds here. Now Memory, the pass in field to Rapid. It's a bit far ahead of his teammate. Now the counterattack. Gyro gets up in time before Memory can get the bump on him. Now Rapid and Seabass in their corner. Taking some time. There's a pinch over in front. Rapid will look to reach this, but Reynolds beats him to it. But there is no Gyro. Put pressure on the midfield. He hung back. And now this one's going towards the box dangerously. AJ able to get dodge the first bump, and now Gyro's having to hit the brakes, do a 180. Trying to stop this one. Memory's off of 2, and now Seabass with so much ball control. AJ up against him will actually make the tackle and force Seabass's hand.
Seabass wants that back. He knows he hit that first touch with a little too much power and just drove it right back towards the Knights when he could have really put pressure on him.
The stand down. Seabass again, slowing the game. Gyro's tackling. Now, off the corner. Rapids airborne, back towards orange half. Reynolds will send this one nice and high. Again, like you said, the clear game getting a bit better here. Gyro and AJ both challenges. Reynolds alone. Rapids out of boost though, and he's not going to be able to make the play. Now Seabass looks for a follow-up shot. AJ takes his time, but gets this one at least out to Memory's hood. And now back across the midfield line. There's a counter. Reynolds is able to cover the midfield. Gyro backs up in net, dodges the demolition from Rapid. Over 1, Memory. Back across. Reynolds keeps it high. Seabass from the ceiling sends a soft one towards the goal, and it's easily played by AJ. This from Rapid. Seabass will get the counter touch, but back and forth, the long clears. Here comes all 3 members of the Knights. Gyro off the backboard, gets it pinched heavily by Seabass. AJ puts it back in the midfield, but Reynolds, is he in position to make any sort of play? AJ actually made a second touch there. And with halftime of the game, half of our game gone, Knights yet to score, but starting to look more and more deadly.
Continuing, just get those clears into space if you're the Knights players, because it is allowing you some breathing room to get some boost and try and make more plays happen. See, all the way across instead of trying to go through the defender.
Oh, it was a nice idea, I think, from Gyro. Leave that one, try see if you can bait in some defenders to come up for you, and then Reynolds has an easier shot, but none of the defenders bit. And they all defended Reynolds. Now Gyro trying to set it up once more. Reynolds in the midfield. There's 2 defenders. He just can't go for it. Now Seabass and Memory, both on this far side, kind of have the same idea. The 2 players will try to tag team it, but Gyro's actually able to beat them both. Rapid airborne manages to get enough of a block on AJ to get it back out to Seabass, but Seabass getting bumped by AJ on the retreat. The ball's a little bit loose, and Reynolds comes in to take control.
Oh, this is an awkward ball for Memory. He needs to be, oh, AJ gave him time.
Gave him so much space, but it works out here as Gyro's able to get it back across. Now Seabass wins it against 2. It's up to AJ. He blocks off Seabass, but is that the play? Seabass actually comes back around after picking up the boost. Nearly gets 2 touches. Here's Rapid for the win. That's 2 goals up for Flight.
That's AJ's fault.
It does go back to him leaving that space, and then Seabass beats him to the boost in the corner.
Memory had like no touch on that ball. He was just putting pressure on them to try and force them back into their corner, and he just didn't have a good follow-up, and AJ kind of just froze up. And then it gave time for Flight to recover, win the next ball, and then they double committed in the goal and scored.
1:13 on the clock. Knights, one of the best teams in the world last year, going up against a team promoted out of the rival series. Both made roster changes. And right now, Flight poised to take their first win in 5 games. Gyro now out to the edge. Pass 2. He gets a bump. Is AJ there? No! Rapid manages to close the gap and get the block. Now Reynolds out to AJ. Back and through the box. Rapid finds the goal. 43 seconds left and Knights have life.
Oh, what a play from Reynolds here. Nice touch through 1, and AJ, excellent job to go and get that ball. You know you need something. And how about it? If you're going to give up a goal, he just made up for it. They're right back in the same position. That was a great give back to Reynolds.
The 1-2-1, but can they find the goal? A nice kickoff set up here. They went for demos immediately. Memory, I think the only one standing. Actually, Reynolds got demolished in the enemy corner. Now a shot from AJ. Can Rapid get there? Gyro tries to block him. Here comes Reynolds with a follow-up pass. And AJ, he ties the game. Oh my goodness, Knights light it up. And there's 30 seconds left to play.
And that is twice in this series. Just a beautiful laydown. Reynolds, Gyro getting in Memory's face, slows him down on the goal line. Reynolds dishes it off to AJ, remembering that Gyro did him that favor earlier. Oh, what a goal.
It's the Pittsburgh Knights, man. They don't score unless someone's in the net holding a defender down with his bare hands. 25 seconds left, and we got a ball game. It's not over yet. AJ through 2. Memory in the corner. Seabass rotates in the goal, but Reynolds will beat Memory here. And now Seabass with space. Takes some time. Gyro grounded. There's AJ off the back wall. 10 seconds left. This game started. This series started with a 4-minute overtime. Are we ready for another one? As they get 2 touches. Oh, and then nearly turns into an own goal, but the clock will expire. Can they put it into the ground? When they will. Overtime. Game 5. First series of Season 9. Are you entertained?
And you gotta favor the Knights here. That last second push to score 2 goals in like 10 seconds, that has gotta rock you if you're Flight. A comfortable 2-0 lead that late, and it just disintegrated in front of your eyes. And you gotta find one more.
Reynolds uses his entire tank to reach this ball. Now AJ back down. Seabass with an opportunity to win the game, but Gyro gets in the way. Now Memory was a little bit confused. Seabass a bit bumped. Reynolds looks for the second touch. He actually reaches it. The defensive Flight completely stopped. Seabass in the corner just struggling to find any touch. Knights
are coming back.
Absolutely controlling this game right now. 40 seconds left. It's back in front of the box. 40 seconds into overtime, rather. There's no time left. Here comes Gyro. Now AJ to 1. Seabass not able to find control. These are from Memory, but the demos, man, started to come out in full force.
It's a good demo from Flight because it forces Pittsburgh Knights to back up just a couple steps. AJ driving across the goal line, trying to poke Seabass out of position. A nice job from Rapid there to break out of the corner.
Oh, an absolute clanger of a shot defended by the Knights. Memory puts this one back in front. Rapid's up, looking to win the game. AJ's there too, but he gets the block. The 2 transfers. Oh, and here comes a shot from Seabass. Can AJ get in the way? Oh, he gets the save, and Reynolds gets the clear. Knights hold on defense. Oh my goodness. And now Reynolds through 1. AJ up, Seabass gets it off to the side. Rapid is sitting in the net looking for defenders. Seabass fakes out 1, but there's 2 you gotta beat. Gyro's got it away from the corner. Now Memory back up and back out to midfield.
Can release that pent-up breath if you're a Knights fan, but it's not done yet. Reynolds dives across and makes a save, and Rapid finally denied by Gyro, and the Knights have a chance to go down to the other end of the pitch.
AJ's up. He's stalling this out. Can he find a way to control? Gets the dribble on 1. Do we have 2 dribbles? Leaves it for Reynolds again. Doesn't find the double tap. AJ's got to slow this down, but Memory will not be beaten in that situation. Now out of the corner. Gyro, the next threat, lurking at the midfield line. Here he comes. Now up high, here's Reynolds for the play. Can Seabass make the touch? He does, gets it away. And oh my goodness, what an overtime.
Oh, AJ, nice job knocking that down, but I don't know if the Knights are really ready for this.
Defenders nearly miss. Seabass has to stop, Memory rather, but he's out of boost now, doesn't have anything to do. Continue to drive forward. Rapid, just looking to get some breathing room to refill the tanks. AJ has none of it, gets it to Reynolds, it's over the top of 2, can Rapid make the play? Rapid drops it down, and it's in from Reynolds? Are you kidding me? What a series, and Knights take it in 5 on the reverse sweep.
AJ beats 1.
He bumped him.
Reynolds beats 1 and basically lands on the 3rd dude, and the Knights win. What? That was the...
I can't wait for the tweets. Reynolds uses Rapid as a pogo stick to reverse sweep them, dangles the chance of a win in front of their face, gives them a 2-goal lead in Game 5, ramps it back, and then styles on him for the win. Holy cow. The first and the last goal of the series go to Reynolds there, and the Knights. They start things like that. They did predict the sweep.
Yes, they did, but not that way.
They technically got a sweep, a reverse one.
Wow.
Man, what a series.
Not the way you thought it was going to go, but I got to stand by it. As soon as those last 2 goals went in, it's all right, Flight, ball's in your court. You have basically thrown away this lead, granted. The Knights made some phenomenal passing plays to make that work, but that last goal.
They won 2 games. They had leads in many situations. They had played excellent Rocket League. The ball bounced halfway in the goal in overtime. Like, they were that close to winning their first series, but it's not going to quite happen. Seabass, again, he's never won more than 1 series in RLCS. He's going to have to still keep chasing that first one here. My goodness, what a game.
And that last play might be the first time in that entire series where they had some awkward air dribble actually actually go their way.
Yeah.
AJ beat a guy, Reynolds beat a guy,
Yeah.
and then they bumped the third dude, and it all just panned out perfectly.
Well, folks, that was a banger of a first series, and we've got at least 4 more. When we come back, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we've got the reigning world champs taking the pitch. Justin, Garrett G, Turbo Pulse are going to be going up against a new squad, the Susquehanna Sonics. How will that go? We'll see after the break.
At CDW, we get you want happy, productive employees.
That's why we've made our office pet-friendly. Maybe a little too pet-friendly.
Well, you know, CDW can design a mobility solution with light, powerful devices from Lenovo to make your people more productive in or out of the office.
Anyone have any questions before we go?
That's great. I really need to get out of here. Snake people are freaking me out.
Hey, Cheryl, do you have a sec?
For workplace productivity, you need Lenovo and IT orchestration by CDW. People who get it.
In another week, or will we not?
That's hot.
Get it while it's hot.
escape. When you're walking on the moon, chase your happy place. Will change your groove when you're dancing on the moon, dancing on the moon. When we dance again, all our trouble seems to fade away. This is how I feel when you take me to some levels that I've never been. When we dance again, all our trouble seems to fade away. This is how I feel when you take me to some places that I've never been. When we dance again, that I've never been, that I've never been, that I've never, ever, never, ever, never been.
In a nail-biter of a match, the Pittsburgh Knights come out victorious. What an intense way to start off 2020 Rocket League. Welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series Season 9. I'm your host, Brody Leaf X Moore, and alongside me is Gibbs and Turtle. Before we get into the talk of that, Turtle, happy belated birthday.
Oh, wow, thank you very much. I didn't know you were going to say
I just had to say it. Now let's talk seriously. Let's talk Rocket League. That was, what a way to start. That was right down to the wire, and just in a, it might have already gone in itself there at the end there, but I'm not sure maybe Rapid helped it.
But that
it was weird. I think it
that
was
hurts
so hard.
Oh, yeah. That hurts for Flight. That is the worst way to start. Like, I think I would rather be clapped by the Pittsburgh Knights than to be up 2-0, then 2-0 in Game 5 and lose that lead with 1 minute left. Rough way to start for them.
I mean, but specifically, Seabass was popping off the entire series. Then Rapid was coming in. I thought Memory had great patience. Even though it was a tough loss, I still think Flight, they are scary. That was a dominant showing from them at the beginning. But then how can you top Reddles when he's looking like probably one of the best plays we've seen in a while?
But also, look at AJ. It was a dynamic duo. For that front, where the AJ would go for the aerial dribble, then Reynolds would, take that handoff. A lot of good plays, but early on, Flight had so much pressure. Like, they had so much space around that 18-yard box that Rapid could go for his rapid resets, not get them necessarily, but turn them into passing.
Look at this. Look at those passes.
Man.
That was incredible.
That's the Pittsburgh Knights we were waiting 4 games for, and then they finally pull it out when they absolutely needed it the most.
And we didn't see too many demos, actually. I mean, a couple of demos sprinkled in here and there, it felt more of a passing-intensive game from the Knights. The meta has shifted a little bit for them. They aren't as aggressive. And now they're going for passing plays like this. Another look at it. That was just amazing. Everything was so good so far for the Knights towards the end. And Flight, it's just rough because even in this last game on Championsfield, they were winning 2-0 until about 45 seconds.
Yeah, that's not how you want to lose a series. But credit to the Pittsburgh Knights. They show up when they needed it most. And sure, that whole series was not pretty from them. But when it came down to Game 5, with 43 seconds left, they scored 2 back-to-back. Beautiful performance from them, and I thought AJ played really well throughout. Like, I thought early on, maybe boost control was a little bit of an issue. Like Game 1, it was like AJ using tons of boost, and that kind of hurt them. But after that, playing pretty well.
Well, Turtle, I'm curious, like, do you think they're going to pull back to that? You're absolutely right, thinking back now, that it was a lot less demo intensive. As you said, those passing plays seem to be connecting a lot more. I'm wondering if, that's AJ bringing that experience from Rogue working with Kronovi, or if this is them just, taking some time to get into it, or do you think they'll make it back to that demo heavy play?
I definitely think that you're going to still see Reynolds going in for demos and trying to be aggressive. That's just his play style. That's just how he is. But with this addition of AJ, it's going to help out to kind of smooth things out. The aggression is more even along, and they won't have a third man consistent like Mist.
Well, it's time to talk about our second match of the day. Susquehanna Sonics, previously known as Afterthought, facing off against your reigning world champions NRG, is going to be our next match. This is an intimidating way, I would say, to start for the Sonics.
Oh, yeah.
Now, my question is, would you want Week 1 to play Energy, or would you rather them later? Because I think this is actually probably a good thing for Sonics, because no one's expect them to take down Energy, so you get those nerves out right away. We heard on Twitter that they're really excited to play, but they're going to be nervous.
Yeah.
But they're playing NRG, so they're not supposed to win.
Exactly. It's the best way to get their nerves out right now in the beginning of the season because, even if they have a rough start against, some teams that we'd expect to be closer, they don't have to wait and have to, prove themselves against somebody like NRG towards the end of the season. Now they can get their nerves out, kind of calm down, and, have that experience back in the RLCS. Because it's been, since season 5 for Dapper?
This is what I want to talk about. I think for the whole team, this is, honestly, for the Sonics, it's almost like just a redemption arc for all three of these guys coming together. I mean, you have Shock, who, again, was released from his team a while ago. You have Sathu and Dapper, who've both been into the RLCS and then had to work their way back up here. This is a huge redemption arc for all of them.
So the last time we saw Sathu in the spotlight was at DreamHack when he made that terrible play in Game 5 versus TSM when they were tied. After that, Space Station gives him the cake, but he made it back. Dapper since Season 5, we haven't seen him, but they're playing NRG. They're playing the world champions. And when you're building a team, there's no team you would want more than probably NRG. You have Garrett G, one of the best players in the world, the face of an org. Then you go, all right, so who do we want to win a LAN? Who would you pick up? Turbo Pulsar. And when it's tied with 0 seconds left, who do you want shooting the ball? One other player left. Who was that? JSTN. Justin, of course, making the clutch goals. NRG is that perfect team. They dominate North America every single season. I expect the same thing here.
Well, redemption happened for the Sonics this game, or will NRG show just how dominant they are? Let us know what you guys think on Twitter at RLEsports, hashtag RLCS9. But it's now time for a second match of NA.
The reigning world champs taking to the pitch for the first time in their defending season, and they're taking on the Sonics, the Susquehanna Sonics. I would pose the question to you, Chiefs.
Yeah.
Would you rather play NRG in the first match of the season or the last match of the season?
First match.
First match?
Unequivocally, because it sets the table. You can get your really, really tough matches out of the way early, and that way you can have some expectations. Because if you, let's say you go, 8-9 weeks, you're sitting middle of the pack, and you realize you still have to play NRG, then it's even worse.
I mean, I feel like you're, at that point, you're kind of coming from the perception of, I'm losing either way. When would I like to lose, And it's playing at the end of the season, at least you get to, maybe figure some stuff out, have your best chance of beating them. But at the same time,
they've done that too.
At the same time, I think you also maybe have a better win percentage if you play, or a better win-loss record if you play them at the beginning. Get the hardest thing out of the way first, and then every match after that, oh, this is easy. Wait, it's not Justin Garrett and Turbo Pulsar? Man, I can win this match, So we'll see how they go. A lot of history on this Sonics roster from different places in Rocket League. The most notable, the most noteworthy is Dapper, the famed Ones player and also Renegades player back from Season 3, made it all the way to the day 2 of Worlds in Season 3, got knocked out in overtime versus Flipside.
Good match.
Legendary roster there, legendary game. But that was kind of the peak of Dapper's career in the RLCS.
Yeah, he's been gone for a while, as they mentioned. He played a couple here or there, but he really did kind of fall off the face of the earth for a long time. And they touched on Sathu as well. He's had some fair ups and downs. Shock is a top CRL prospect, and but this is really his first attempt at the RLCS for Shock in a true sense, because he was on a team and they qualified and then they kicked him, and so
sucks.
So yeah, it's Shock's first time. Basically, I am concerned for the level of offensive production that the Sonics will have over the course of the season, because it's like you said, it's been a while for Dapper. Sathu, I've never felt has been the most productive player on the offense, and you don't really know what Shock can do against top-level talent.
Well, sometimes it just takes having the right players around you, and we'll see. Are the Sonics those players for each other? But the Sonics in the blue, the reigning world champs NRG in the orange. The best of 5 here to get their season started. Start with some Sonics offense. Play out Garrett G moving up. He's got Justin in tow, looks for the dunk on Shock. Doesn't find anything. Shock will make the play. Now Dapper with a shot, looks for a second touch, and actually, was this an own goal?
Yep.
An own goal from Turbo to start the season. Last time I saw Turbo own goal in a game in RLCS, he scored a hat-trick afterwards, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, that was, to be fair, he has to go for that, because Dapper is right behind him. He can't allow Dapper to try and make that double touch, but at the same time,
I've never seen someone be so close to being exactly the right place and be in the worst place he could possibly be.
That's the best way to start off with your patented world champion curse.
I do think, yeah, that's right. The world champion curse has definitely been a real thing in Rocket League. You win a world championship and then struggle severely the next season. NRG, not a team we would expect to have that problem with the work ethic and the drive that are on all of these players.
But Turbo Pulsar with an own goal is a brilliant way to...
the GOAT of Rocket League, who has won half the world championships that have ever happened. 3:47 left, or 3:56 left to go here in the game. First minute's come and gone. And NRG have scored all the goals, but they have not got a goal to their name.
And they are getting boxed in fairly well, actually. I mean, Dapper is forced to challenge that because he knows if he doesn't, Garrett G is going to take it away. But Garrett G read it very smart, allowed him to play it over, but Sonics get it right back. Sathu doesn't have the time to beat Turbo.
Turbo up, it'll be Dapper, now Justin airborne. The pass across to Garrett G, it sends the shot off of his undercarriage. Shock again will have the save. Justin now through one, Garrett G on the back wall. He slows this play down. Justin.
Great cut.
Through one, now looking for a second touch, doesn't actually find it. Now Turbo Pulsar will have ball control all to himself, shoots to the far corner, gets a double commit out of the defenders. Is Garrett G there to make the play? He puts it back onto the backboard, chasing it himself, but oh, and no defender makes the touch. He couldn't, he respected the defense there and didn't go for that second touch.
And Turbo, to be fair, was actually completely expecting Garrett G to not even have that option.
Yeah.
And if Garrett hadn't touched that, Turbo scores that ball.
Garrett G under one, onto the backboard. Shock doesn't get a great touch, but it's enough that Justin has to try and pass it again. He'll fall on this one. Now Turbo crashed the box. Garrett G through. Sathu and Dapper slow to move forward here. Turbo will get the bump on one, but that's why you send two there. Dapper is able to get onto the backboard. Garrett G at midfield. He'll dribble Dapper. Justin airborne to try and win it against Shock. Shock will win that 50-50.
Nice demo.
Turbo just sends it into the midfield. Shock will try to gain control, but Garrett G's got that second touch now. Turbo, or Justin rather, to gain control. He's got Turbo in the midfield. He'll try to play underneath Dapper, over to the edge. Garrett G onto the side. Here's Turbo.
And NRG actually really struggling to get any offense going. To be fair, all of their chances have really only stemmed off of some surprising misses on the defensive half of the Sonics.
Almost makes you ask the question, should NRG be respecting the Sonics a little bit less? They've been assuming, like, we're playing at this level, these guys will make those touches, and there's been quite a few times they haven't, but still, they're holding on to the lead and defending well against the best team in the world. Justin now onto the backboard. Sathu will make a play. Shock actually went up as well, but the clear is nice and long, and there will be no punish as Sathu puts one into the box. Justin falls off the backboard, and now Turbo through one. Justin will try to control this one. Dapper makes a play, and now Turbo looking for Garrett G in the midfield. Garrett G turns this one around and actually beats Sathu. Garrett looks for a second touch to extend this one off the backboard. Justin's in a position up against Dapper. He's going to have to find a pass as it rolled too far to the edge. With the final minute, the Sonics have that one-goal lead.
But NRG still getting a fair amount of chances to get the ball across the net. Nothing in any scoreable spot, so I mean, if you're the Sonics, you should still definitely be wary. One-goal lead doesn't mean anything against a team that consistently scores over 2.5 goals per game on average.
Dapper to the edge. Turbo Pulsar into the corner. 30 seconds on the clock. Garrett G somehow wins that challenge, and now here comes Justin, but a miss. Here's Turbo. Looks for the shot on target. Shock doesn't get it. Oh, nearly falls on it for the double touch. Justin couldn't beat Dapper, and now Garrett's having to play keep away. Keep it high with 17 seconds left. No play. Turbo now out to Garrett. Looks for Justin maybe. Off the backboard. Shock is in position. Gets this save, and now he can just hold on to it. But Turbo Pulse is already up. Gets Justin to the ball. Now Sathu into the corner. No, it's back all the way down the field, and Garrett G is going to have to make the full court carry. We saw Seabass do it earlier, but he's already lost control. Turbo Pulse will keep this one up. Now Garrett G to the edge, and it's going to touch there. Sonics are gifted a win by Turbo, and they'll take it.
And it's a shutout, too.
Yeah.
At that. NRG, 10 shots on goal, and it is not often. 0 shots. Okay, that has to be the first time a team has ever won a game with 0 shots and a goal. That I refuse to believe that has ever happened.
I'll be with you. Well, we can let the statisticians in the back double check if they want. But also, while we say NRG gifted them the win, at the same time, they put up 10 shots, and none of them went in the back of the net. Sonic still had to play 4 minutes of defense,
and they held. They missed like 3 or 4 chances on clears that would have resulted in goals.
I feel like this game was a bit of precision from NRG. This was like, let's play tactical, let's respect them, where are they going to be masterminds. I kind of feel like the next game might just be a yeet, just like, let's just go, let's just run, just do whatever you want, let's see if it works. You know, we can afford to lose another game, so I don't know. We'll see what happens here, but yeah, NRG definitely kept super quiet.
Yeah, surprisingly so. I mean, the most scoreable balls came off of mistakes, and that is something very uncharacteristic of NRG. Normally,
they make their opportunities.
They make them, absolutely. And to see Sonics at least be able to buckle down, and if the most scoreable chances were things where you just missed a clear, then it has its ups and downs to that approach, of course. But NRG, I fear you are right. It's probably going to be a lot less of the, okay, they're just going to miss the ball. Let's just go for it.
All gas, no brakes. We'll see what they do, how they choose to play. Is this an own goal to start it on the game too? No, okay. Barely. Sonics nearly returned the favor, but they'll dodge that one for now. Justin tries to advance. Garrett G into the corner here. Shock will have the response. Now Turbo to play this one down. Sathu out to Dapper. Outfield pass is high. Shock will push it back into the box again. Garrett G kind of caught on that awkward angle. He'll make the save. Justin will get it over the top of Sathu. One thing I was very impressed with NRG in game number 1 was Garrett G's 50-50s. It seems like he didn't lose a challenge, despite many times he was definitely in the disadvantageous position.
And he does. There is a certain value.
Oh, Shock, a great defender.
But they're not done. NRG still floating things towards the goal. Dapper finally just punches one out into space.
Garrett G up to Turbo, off the ceiling, comes back down. Shock once more has the save. Justin keeps this pressure on.
Oh, what a read.
Oh, he gets it past Sathu. Can he get it past Shock? That's the player you got to beat right now. There, sort of is past him, but still managed to get back of his spoiler onto it.
God, they're hanging on for dear life. It's NRG.
It's working. Here comes Shock looking for an air dribble.
It's just there's a certain value to being willing to put a ton of pressure on a defense, and the Sonics have handled it nicely. As Shock finally can't slow it down. He had to race all the way back here because he knows this is going to be a strong counterattack. He started running the moment that clear started, and just that ball was too hard, and he wasn't far enough back to really be able to turn around and put any force on it.
Honestly, I kind of thought he was maybe going to get it there. Shock has just been lighting up. Already a savior medal in the first minute and 40 seconds here of game 2. But NRG finally scored their first goal of the season. Turbo looks for a second one here, and Dapper's got the save. Shock looks for a dribble. Now looking to get his first real goal. I believe he got credit for Turbo's own goal. Here's Justin. 3-1 as we approach halftime. Justin plays that one straight to Shock, and Shock has just had the reads on defense. Now this ball across the net. Sathu out of his goal, being challenged by Justin.
Nice read, Turbo. Ooh, but he missed the bump. If he got that bump, it would have been very dangerous.
Garrett G out of the corner. He'll actually get the ball back to Turbo, and NRG is kind of stopped up here. Traffic in the corner. All 3 players close on top of each other now. Justin looking back out, looks for bumps, but Shock again just holds his ground, doesn't even blink. Manages to gain the ball once more, and Dapper pushes this one over the top of 2 players. Garrett G has to fall back as Sathu challenges, but still wins that challenge. Finally loses one to Dapper.
The demo.
Oh, but here comes Turbo. Garrett G crowding Shock. Shock manages to get it neutral over to his teammate Sathu.
And you got to give some credit to Shock, because a lot of Turbo Pulse's value last season was his capability of winning the ball through the midfield and holding on to possession for NRG. And if you're going toe-to-toe with that guy and at least getting the ball into neutral spots, that's good. And Turbo and Sathu are headlocked, but they will break apart due to gravity. Oh, but will it result in a goal one-on-one? And it's punched out.
Managed to make the save there. Fighting does not work very well on the walls. It's mostly just about on the ground. Here comes Garrett G looking for a second goal. Gets it through Dapper somehow, but Sathu was there and the ball was wide. Now Shock At midfield, lofted high. Justin's got the read first. He's still got half a tank. He's dropped it onto Turbo's hood. This one's still going towards the goal. The Shock will take his time, make the save, and Dapper now off to the edge. Justin happy to pick it up. Sathu reads him. Sathu now out of boost. This will be Turbo's for free, except Shock comes crashing in. The rest of NRG wasn't really in position. If that shot had been on target, that would have been a goal.
Yeah, it was a very risky challenge from Turbo. I mean, you have two options. You go for that challenge, or you wait in the net, and Turbo took his chances on the challenge and almost came up short, but you don't win 4 World Championships if you don't make that play.
Turbo's greatest strength is knowing exactly where to be and exactly when he's lost a challenge and not to go. Shock now with a shot. Garrett G doesn't quite need to make it there as the ball is just wide. Now Turbo, the extension down the field. Garrett G looks to put the pressure on. Shock manages to make the save again. Sathu now looking for the dribble. 35 seconds left. They need the tie. Sathu looks for the slow carry, but Turbo's got him red. Justin demolished in the corner. Turbo actually goes for this, a bit of a double commit with Garrett G, but he extends it across the midfield, and it's all up to Sathu. High in the air, he'll find Shock at midfield, but Justin's got the read, and now the challenge is won.
Free ball.
Here's Garrett G versus Dapper. Hung back, knew where that ball was going, and now looking for a second goal. He's got Sathu beat, but it's all up to Shock, and they pinch it with Dapper. Now Justin through 1, through 2, up against Sathu. So much boost to work with. Sathu backs up, and Garrett G, what a still blocked by Shock. Turbo will find a second goal to secure it. But my goodness, that valiant effort on defense.
Nice job from Sathu timing his challenge on that Justin dribble. A lot of people go too soon or too late, but he knew he was in an awkward spot, just kept backing up and staying the right distance away. And Shock, great reactions to save the ball, but the hammer and Turbo came through, and they will secure game 2.
That is game 2 in the books. NRG, they don't choose quite the yeet strategy here. They kind of continue to play a bit calm and collected, and it results in a win this time.
Well, the thing about NRG, because they will always challenge the ball. There's a reason that this is the team that will consistently score over 2.5 goals per game season over and over and over again. Yes. They are consistently at the top of the boards when it comes to offensive production, and it's because they're so good at putting pressure on offenses. Or on defenses, excuse me.
They are good, and man, the Sonics defense was tried. Shock in particular had a standout game on defense, 5 saves, and put up 5 shots as well, led his team in all of the statistics here. But my goodness, the man, it just constantly, he was also the last player to touch it every time the ball went in. He was the one who was constantly back on defense. So a good start for a rookie performance, a debut, but still not quite able to find the win. And on 7 shots, not able to put any of them in the back of the net.
And he is doing a good job. You're absolutely right. I mean, Shock is this neutral ground person a lot of the times, and he makes 5 saves in that game, but a lot of it is because it got punched through, and he had to make a lot of tough challenges in a lot of difficult positions for the Sonics, and he tried to keep them in the game as much as he can. And when you hold NRG to 2 goals, and it takes him until the final 2 seconds to get the second one, the defense is at least working, maybe not as you would like, but well enough to stop one of the most high-powered offenses. So the next step for Sonics is, okay, how do you hang on to the ball?
Yes, and how do you get on the offense? The midfield play, I mean, that is one of NRG's just absolute strongest points. Not that this team really has any weak points, but just midfield control. We talked about Garrett's challenges. I mean, all the players are capable of winning any challenge, and Turbo Pulse's decisions on when to go for challenges. The man is absolute mastermind. Seeing Garrett G airborne here. Shock again makes the stop. Now Justin with a full tank to his name. He'll look for the flip reset. Doesn't make use of it. Sathu on the back wall, not able to make a play. Shock going to be caught flat-footed. Can't quite get there. Turbo Pulsa absolutely rockets this one in, and NRG gets their first goal.
Great bit of shooting here. Sathu is definitely just, that ball is directly at him on the backboard, so he has no leeway to punch that ball left or right. He was trying to time it perfectly so it kicked off the back of his car and got that strong power shot clear off the wall, but difficult to perform with no room to maneuver. And Turbo Pulsa, an excellent bit of shooting to find the top left.
Yeah, Shock definitely, once the shot had happened and he was still on the ground, no way he makes it to that ball. Turbo Pulsa with an excellent read here in the corner, and then a bump onto one to pave the way for Garrett. 2-0 for NRG.
There it is. It's coming out. Sathu just drips it right onto Turbo's nose, and goodbye. And the cover-up much too slow. Garrett G right on top of Turbo, drills one.
I like it. They're like, you know, there's this one player that's been getting in the way every time. Can we just get rid of him, please? Thank you. 2-0 now, NRG with the earliest lead they've had all season. Week 1's fun. You can say everything's for the whole season. And it sounds cool. Back up in front. This one just lofted. Garrett will finally go for it and actually nearly makes a goal out of it. Sathy will make the stop, and here comes Turbo now. Gets it through one. Shock on the backboard will make contact. Get it back to midfield, but Garrett G all alone onto the backboard once more. Looks for the defense. 2 players up. Garrett and Justin maybe.
Oh, see, look at Turbo.
Confuse each other, and Turbo just hangs back.
But the point is he didn't hang back. He saw 2 players go, and then all he did was time his approach to the ball. He read the first touch to make sure it wasn't going to be a strong counterattack, and as soon as he saw it wasn't, then he went in and put the pressure on to buy the time.
A brilliant player. Justin maybe actually for once doesn't have enough boost to get to this, but also somehow gets into the box. Here comes Turbo Pulsa. That's onto the backboard. Shock will have this read, but is the interception there? No. Sathy is able to make a play downfield. Dapper demolished in his own back third. I'll respawn in the corner to make the play. Turbo over 1. Justin up. Shot towards the goal. Shock's there. Now Garrett G. Looking for a second play. Turbo Pulsa over 1. Garrett G up for it. Shock in net again. Round 2. He doesn't make the save this time. Garrett G manages just to sneak it past him.
That is a Garrett G shot if I've ever seen one. Oh my goodness. To the lower left-hand corner.
That's insane. He's so good at this game.
Oh, good luck.
My goodness, yeah.
Good luck.
Like, you're having to pull out the big stops to get past Shock right now. And a 3-goal lead now for NRG. North American champs and the world champs. Sathy back down. Sonics looking for their first goal of this game. First goal in 2 games, rather. Actually, let's be clear. They have not scored on NRG yet.
That is true. Only NRG has scored on NRG.
Yes. You don't get to beat me up. Only I get to beat me up. Shock looks for this one on the wall. Turbo now out to the edge. A block from Sathy. 2 minutes left to go as they look for the dribbles, but just nothing is making it through this box. There's Shock.
I like the idea from Shock trying to control the ball here.
But it is Turbo on the other side who just did not fall for anything. It's like, that's a fun move that I know you're not doing anything with.
Yeah, exactly, because he reads the car language. He sees the attempt to bring the ball up and go for that air dribble out, but he saw, as soon as he hopped up, that he was either a little too far forward or just didn't have the control necessary to really force the ball to do what he wanted. Dapper trying to find the top left, and there's the first goal. The Sonics get themselves on the board.
A miss on defense. Turbo's ball gets ripped by Sathy, and Garrett G just can't quite get there. Justin's not in position, and Dapper, excellent shot placement. The one place, once Justin had kind of gone into the air, there was no way he could defend that spot. Dapper, welcome back to the RLCS. Sonics score their first actual goal of the season.
That's the right way to score it, too. Strong shot in the top left, and a nice block. Sathy doesn't have the boost, though, and that means time for NRG to get set for it.
These ones, dangerous. NRG all struggling on the defense there for a moment. Dapper and Net will make a play, but Garrett G's already up, challenged. And now Garrett G looking for the bumps on Shock, but he can't quite get there this time. Justin shot just a bit high. Dapper will make the save. Turbo all the way in the back. Comes screaming on up. Here he comes. Justin looking for a double tap. Actually gets this one back towards Turbo. And they won't make the play just yet. Final minute up by 2. Garrett G looks for the shot. Shock makes the save. Through 1. Dapper out towards Shock. Turbo Pulsa. Off the ground. What a play.
Oh, the smooth control.
I don't understand. His wheels haven't touched the ground, and Justin will score another goal. What was this from Turbo the whole time?
So
look at this.
It's the power slide. The power slide landing means that he gets the perfect control to continue with the momentum and stay with that, and then just jump and flip right back around to get the nose on the ball. That is a masterclass in car control.
That was insane. That man is incredible. And then Justin's just there just to pop it in. And now the 3-goal lead back here for NRG. NRG dropped game 1 on an own goal. So we are guaranteed at least game 4 here if they are to win. But things not looking strong for Sonics. And what is the name of the game for the team from Susquehanna here? Like what is it just this middle field control first?
Well, that's always step one. Step one is always defend your net. Step two is break out of your half. And step three is hang on to the ball. Step four, set the ball up in dangerous chances. Step five, score the ball.
This is too many steps. NRG, they'll win game 3, 4-1. And that one goal from Susquehanna, an excellent.
Oh yeah, that was a beautiful goal. Yeah, Dapper's bit of shooting there was just brilliant. I mean, a perfect strike into the top left. It's just the hard part is you've got players that read the game so well out of, especially Justin and Turbo. I'm not saying Garrett G doesn't read the game as well as them, but it's just on defense, you have Justin and Turbo whose timing and the mechanics are so on point. And then they make plays such as that out of the midfield with the
I just want someone to tell us straight. Don't give me the overhead. Just walk me through specifically Turbo's inputs there. So what an impressive play.
What's funny is Turbo's not actually trying to drop that ball into the middle per se. It happens to work out that way, but all he's doing is making sure he tries to stay with the play.
Yeah.
That way they can't just clear the ball for free. He's literally just making himself as big as possible so that clear can't come out of the corner, and they miss the clear and he taps it into the middle and Justin scores it.
You and I have said multiple times this is an improviser's game. You know?
It is a gifted improviser's game.
And he's like, I'm backwards, the ball's behind me, but I'm moving towards the ball. If I just hold drift, maybe we'll figure it out afterwards. And he did. It was incredible that they were able to score that goal. So, not that they needed that one. They were already up by 2. They managed to keep them off for the last minute of the game. And we now go into game 4, NRG on match point, and looking to start the season more or less how people expected.
Yeah, and Sonics, as far as you're concerned, the defense is doing the best it can. It's just you need to find some way when you get the ball in your hands. Like right now, Dapper needs to find a way to get that ball into a place that doesn't immediately go straight to an NRG player, because it just sets up all the wrong things.
Here comes Shock. Looking for his first goal. He's got Garrett G coming.
Perfect.
On the catch, we do it. Justin scores an own goal. Shock, he's a mastermind apparently of forcing these.
Because he knows he gets Garrett G to bite. And he says, all right, you are concerned about the cross into the middle of the pitch, and I'm going to lock you into this place. And before you know it, he's behind him, and he just makes sure the ball stays on that line. And NRG trying to rotate back, tap it in. That's a 200 IQ dribble.
That was incredible. Yeah, the setup is good, and it is critical on Garrett biting there, but also maybe the thing is like I would say Justin don't rotate so close, but at the same time the follow-up is right there, and they get the ball right back, and they'll get the goal right back, so it ultimately is going to kind of just negate. But my goodness.
That's a beautiful recovery from Justin as well. I mean, that just popped right back out into the middle for him. Normally, how many times do you try and jump at a ball into that corner and get in front of it and then just be like, well, I can't do anything and just leave?
Yeah.
But he lands on the corner and ends up having the angle.
For Justin, that's never.
That's never.
He can always do something with it. But man, I don't know the last time I saw a player force 2 own goals on the same team in the same series. Much less against the reigning world champs.
But either way, a nice job from Sonics to keep this one tight, as you never know what's going to happen in Rocket League. If you keep yourself within 1, the game's never over.
It's never. The 1-goal lead is more or less nothing.
Because there's always the chance that someone just misses an easy clear.
The flukes, the pinches, the crazy plays. A nice pass here from Statue. Defended. Justin managed to flip at the right time and get in the way. And now he finds a clear pinch all the way back down. 1-1 with 3:28 left to go. Turbo pulls a lurking in the midfield, trying to dodge demos. Gets it past 1, but Shock again, an excellent clear. Turbo's got to play positional ball instead of offense. Now Garrett G with a free touch, just sends it straight to the net. Shock pops it high. Turbo should be there, and he does. He looks for Garrett G here, pops it high. Can Justin find his way over to it? He's trying to maintain control up against Dapper. Gets it past him, but now out of boost, he'll look for some goalies maybe. Shock with space. Turbo demolished the midfield. It's all up to Garrett and Justin. They come back down past 1. Dapper's able to dodge the read.
Trying to skim that off the spoiler and get that back to Garrett G, who's headed into the middle.
Justin off of Shock. Matthew backs off, gives Garrett G space. He gets bumped by Turbo, and that's all she wrote. Garrett G will take the lead back for NRG.
Everyone, if you pause it right here, everyone thinks Turbo's going to try and play that pass and try and shoot it.
It was the moment. There was a moment when Sathu could have challenged Garrett G, and he chose to turn back. And Turbo's like, "Oh, you have made a grave error. You can't defend. I'm over here." 2-1 now. NRG with a narrow lead, and now Shock looking to tie the game, and he gets a real one this time. Shock's got 3 goals in the series, but that one is the one he'll value the most.
Beautiful shot. They win the ball, and Shock just stretches for it. The perfect tip, and I'm not sure if Garrett got a piece taken out of him on the back wall or not there. But either way, bit of shooting, pressure on the defense, and one slips through, and they stay in it.
Shocks and company starting to show some life. Turbo Pulse keeps his one high. Dapper's going to look for it, but it's just behind him. He's not going to be able to make this immediate shot. The window of opportunity will close. Now Garrett G airborne. He'll beat Sathu, but can they find the touch? Can he find a double tap here? Gets it onto the backboard. Here's Justin for the win. Oh, couldn't quite get it around the crossbar, around the post.
Oh, they're diving.
Now, an open backfield as Garrett G rotates back. Turbo bumps him off, steals the boost. Poor Dapper.
And it's unfortunate, too, because if that doesn't happen, Dapper has ball control there, and Sonics could be on offense.
And NRG is turning up the speed and the solo play aggression. Just going for anything they feel fit. Flying from any corner of the pitch. Dapper onto the wall. NRG knows he can't beat Shock and rotates back. Now Turbo plays one off the wall back into the corner. There's Dapper. Look for nearly got the read on him, but Garrett G in net will have his teammate covered. 1:36 left to go. NRG here looking to close out the series if they can win it here on Utopia. Sathu down. Turbo Pulsa. Garrett G. I think that was a pass meant maybe for Justin.
I think Turbo actually mistouched it. It was probably supposed to be a little bit more forward. It ended up going slightly backward and just clipped him on the way out.
A miss. Turbo Pulsa will just take the shot. Turbo into the corner. There's Justin. Put high. Looking for another one. It's back in front. Here comes Garrett. Oh my goodness. Shock again makes the save. The follow from Turbo is a little bit wonky. And with 1 minute remaining, we're still tied up at 1 apiece. Can Sonics somehow get this to overtime?
Maybe. Especially if Shock keeps making stops like that. I thought for sure he was going to be toast on the goal line.
They really have managed to match NRG in their own half here. Here comes Shock looking for it. Beats Turbo in net. We don't need overtime. They've got the lead.
A hat trick comes through for Shock. Dapper with a beautiful tip. Turbo. Shock made that identical save back on the other side. Over his head, immediately made the read. Turbo took an extra quarter second to figure it out, and that was all Shock needed.
And the Sonics, they find one here. They find 3, in fact, against NRG.
Great.
Can they hold on for 30 more seconds and get us to improbable, unpredicted Game 5?
Oh, make it.
Dapper onto the backboard, looking for the security. Turbo pulls the places one out. Justin's hounding defenders.
And you can see Turbo, he didn't hesitate that time.
Oh, Shock gets in the way again. An MVP caliber performance from Shock. Sathu finds a demolition. Final 7 seconds. Justin out of his net. Doesn't find control. Turbo Pulse is not going to exist. Here comes a shot from Dapper to secure it. 2 seconds left, and Sonics are sending us to Game 5.
And Justin just doesn't get quite the touch he wanted. Turbo taken out by Shock. And again, Dapper, nice bit of finishing to come through and get them a comfortable lead with 2 seconds. So indeed, it's going to go all the way to 5. And try as they might, NRG can't break down the doors like they did in Game 3. And they're going to have to fight.
Genuine life from Sonics, and would you believe it, Champions Field in both game Series 1 and 2 of the North American Rocket League Championship Series Season 9, Week 1. And man, look at Shock there. 3 saves, 3 shots, 3 goals, one of them the forced own goal onto Garrett and Justin of all people. And also, I did earlier say that he got both the own goals. The first one technically went to Dapper. He got the pass. So I was wrong about that, but that's okay.
And this was a tough one to handle. Justin just not able to get the perfect read. And great recognition from Shock. Doesn't try and touch the ball, doesn't do anything. Just clears the line and lets his teammates handle it. Just overdrove it, take the man out, and Dapper right there for it. Justin going to be kicking himself because it's not often he makes a misread like that and doesn't get the touch, or at least doesn't have the ability to recover. And it just shows, you know, NRG make mistakes every now and again too. And that's the name of the game when it comes to RLCS. No team is ever going to be perfect. You're going to get half chances. And the Sonics just turned in a big one there to 14-5.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it is all about consistency. It's how well can you play on your bad days. And so far, NRG has played well enough to get themselves to Game 5. Yeah. This is definitely a place where I would absolutely favor them. Game 5 situations in an RLCS environment up against a team of vets from a long time ago and rookies. I would fully expect NRG to be able to close this one out, but who knows what happens. Consistency is definitely the name of the game for this series.
And so, I mean, if there's one person to beat, it's Shock. As far as I'm concerned, the defense has been what has kept them in this series.
And the 2 goals he scored there.
The 3 goals he scored there. You got a hat trick.
Yes. Well, I still, for some reason, I just have trouble counting the own goal. But it was very forced. It was very premeditated. He did an excellent job. Garrett G here looking for the dribble. Still managed to win that challenge. Justin also going for it.
I mean, I think he's been at the top of the scoreboard every single game for his team.
He has been having quite the performance. And now a shot on target. Justin will make the save. I think Justin changed paint jobs.
He's changed jobs every game.
Yeah, look at this guy go. Not allowing anything to break his mojo. Dapper over to the edge. Now Garrett G with a shot. Sathy's got the save. And the one game to rule them all, Game 5 on Champions Field. Justin was looking for the pass, but broken up by Dapper. Now Shock and Sathy right on top of each other. Shock will be on the front line. Will Sathy adjust behind him? He falls back. Now Justin into the corner, looking for that second touch, not quite able to do it. Turbo Pulsa keeps it on the wall behind Sathu, and then finds a bump. Nice. Is it enough? Oh, Shock still makes the save. He's a monster. Justin now looking for the pass, couldn't find either touch. Turbo Pulsa keeps it in the back third. Can Garrett G get involved? There's nothing there. Shock has space.
And there was nothing wrong with any of that from NRG. You know, opening the door, creating your own chance. Garrett G picks a great place to place the ball all the way to the back post away from anybody. And Shock just didn't get demoed by Turbo. He just got pushed into the back of the net.
How often can you say that? Like, you should have killed me when you had the chance.
You should have killed me when you had the chance.
Justin pass 2. Turbo looks for the shot, and NRG's got the lead. They finally catch him too far forward and are able to use that ceiling to get all the way down, but can they hold on?
Nice quick counterattack. Shock just a little too far forward. Sathu realizing that, okay, this is going to happen. As soon as they see Justin on their air dribble, they start running. And Shock just trying to get in his face to get him to show his hand, but able to still dump it off over to Turbo. He drills it.
Oh, Shock. He's kept his team in this game. Can he do it again? Gets the setup. Sathu nearly finds the shot. NRG's defense holds. Now Garrett G into the corner looking for the pass. Now pass 1. Garrett G. Soft touch to the side, but no Justin or Turbo. Turbo has to fly the entire lateral length of the field. And then just continues to create chaos, opening up space for Justin. Justin has been notably quiet on the offensive clutch factor this series.
He's definitely gone for trying to just set the ball up and take things away from defenders. He's got a fair amount of assists, but in terms of scoring goals, definitely not. I believe he was in the running for Golden Striker last season, and he missed out by, I think, a couple points per game.
This is a player that has built a reputation on being consistent at scoring and scoring in spectacular fashions. So far, it's been all Turbo and Garrett G. Turbo now into the corner. Shock past 1. Across halftime in the decisive game. The Sonics in their RLCS debut. Dapper now looking for a shot, but doesn't quite get up in time. Turbo Pulse is there first, and Shock off that backboard. It's got it away and out to Sathu. Excellent placement on the pass. Now Justin. Challenge Dapper. This one killed Garrett G. Up against Sathu. They win it. It was over towards Dapper, but just wide.
High stress scenario for NRG right there.
Here comes Garrett on the setup from Turbo. Tries to fake out Dapper, but Dapper has none of it. Off to the edge. Will neutralize that threat. Now Sathu through 1. Turbo pulls again there, and he sends one towards the goal. Dapper's got it away.
Oh, big stretch from Garrett G. This is Justin's area. Ball control into the middle, and unfortunately he ends up taking it away, and they're trying to just recover, and it's an awkward spot.
Here comes Shock, looking for the shot. Got it 2 to bite. Now Garrett G has to play so clean. He's got it through 1, but not through 2. Justin will try to play soft. Beat Sathu. Now Shock airborne. He's got another challenge on him. Garrett G to the back wall. Here's Turbo Pulse. This one towards the goal, but Shock is there again. Can he beat Turbo? He still gets it away from him. And now Shock trying to press this one across into the final minute. And the Sonics, they're not out of this. So much life, so much momentum, but an important demolition to break up the space. Shock again in the way. 50 seconds left. Dapper up against Garrett G, taken off of his hood. A demolition onto Justin could open it up, but Garrett and Turbo will put in what could be the clincher. 2-0 now with 46 seconds.
Nice try from Dapper, but Garrett G just stole that. The Sonics started getting antsy. They knew they needed to start pressing to try and get a goal, because you're under a minute now. You still need 1 on the clock. You start playing more aggressive, and a clean steal from Garrett G gets them a 2-goal lead.
Can they come back? 40 seconds left. We saw Knights do it earlier. And the way Shock has played, I wouldn't put it past him, and Dapper and Sathu in support as well. They've been there to clean up the stuff that he hasn't quite put on target. Now Shock through 1, 23 seconds left. They've got to get a goal soon. There's a clear. Here comes Sathu for the shot, and it's in! 19 seconds left. They clear out the defenders. The shot is true, and they've got a chance.
Garrett G trying to control the ball, but gets bumped off and also catches a piece of Turbo. Dapper, talk about opening the door, did more than that, and smashed home by Sathu. So 20 seconds. Can you make something happen? And there's the demo.
It's up against Turbo. He's waiting for the bump on Dapper for Turbo. Pulls.
Shock?
Oh, Garrett G's up. Shock nearly finds a shot underneath, but now Dapper trying to turn this one around, and they've got it into a dead corner. This might be it, but a valiant effort from Sonics. Now, oh, Shock still up. An opportunity? No. Turbo pulls, so wins the challenge, and Garrett will kill it into the ground. NRG put to the brink. Oh my goodness, but they managed to hold and stave off the upset. Sonics, they light up and they say, hey, stop ignoring us.
Well, so what do you think? Are you glad Sonics played them at the start of the season or at the end of the season?
I bet they're pumped. They're like, that. We were able to do that to NRG. Bring on the rest of North America. They've got to be feeling good, and Shock in particular. What a performance in his debut.
Finally in the second spot on the scoreboard at the end of Game 5. But
it's only because Sathu scored the goal.
Only because of Sathu scored the goal. Through no shortage of effort, though. Here's what's I don't like. I just watched 5 games of the Sonics versus the World Champions in NRG, and I still don't know what to make of their offensive capability.
It's hard. Well, I don't know. The offense was there. It did feel like, is this NRG on a bad week? And again, we talked about it right before that big game. Consistency, the name of the game here. How well do you play on your bad weeks? NRG clearly not playing in like a spectacular fashion here.
Well, they weren't doing bad.
They were not doing bad, but not doing in this like, oh, well, this was amazing. This is the team that beat Vitality, you know. So like but they still managed to win, and that's all that matters. The big 3 made their names as the big 3 by winning on their bad weeks. NRG last season, the only team that was able to continue to do that. So
True.
We'll see how that goes for them. But yeah, Sonics, I feel like you can hang your hat well on this one. This was a good series, especially that last goal.
Yeah,
Game
that was
5,
a good one.
To be able to be under that pressure and not just phone it in, finish it off, well done to them here in their debut. Folks, we've got 3 more matches. When we come back, Cloud9 back on the pitch. They stave off relegation. United went to the World Champions. We'll see how they do in their first matches of Season 9.
Think I need therapy when my feet gets the best of me. I can't seem to understand how you do this to me. You've been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead. I didn't know I was a casualty until you stopped my heart and you made me see. Confess, saw you in that red dress. I can't seem to understand how you got all that finesse. Still been running in circles inside my head.
NRG
my mind. You will be on my mind. Somebody, how long he will be on my mind.
Your reigning world champs start off good in Season 9 with a victory, but Shock did certainly not make it easy for them. Welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. I'm your host, LeafX, alongside Gibbs and Corelli joining us. Glad you could join us this week. You missed the podcast last week, though. Missed you then. But at least you get to see some games this week. And what a way to start. 2 Game 5s in a row now. And NRG, the reigning world champs, going up against one of the new teams and bringing them to Game 5. I think that was probably unexpected.
Absolutely unexpected, because when we talked about the pro power rankings, the 2 rival series teams were the 2 in the basement, 9th and 10th, and both of them went to Game 5. And you could say maybe week 1, it's because everyone's a little bit nervous, but That didn't happen last season. There was no Game 5s for Week 1, and Energy, they looked a little shaky, but Sonics, great defensive play that held them in a lot of these games, and Shock. It's his first ever time on stream for the RLCS,
so good.
and he played amazing.
I just want to sing his praises. Look, I know they lose the series, but and it was a very close series. But Shock, CRL player, by the way, as well, played in CRL, played in rival series, made it to RLCS, and this was a really good showing from him individually as well as the entire Sonics team. A little bit sloppy in the beginning, I think, from both sides. I mean, obviously, Turbo starting off with an own goal. There was another own goal coming off of Justin as well. But I think for Sonics, this is a good start for them just to say, look, hey, we can take NRG to a Game 5 and kind of a ragtag series.
Yeah, so let's not forget that those power rankings, number 1 Energy, number 10 Sonics, and it just went to Game 5. Puts all of North America on notice at this point. Yeah. There's not going to be an easy series here.
We're going to see it too, but like it seemed like this was the meta we're asking for. Something we would expect out of the Pittsburgh Knights in that first series was lacking was the demos, but they definitely started to come out here, and I'm wondering if that's still a meta that's going to be difficult for some of these top teams, because we saw Energy. I mean, I think most of the reason Sonics was on offense was because of those demos.
I don't care who you are. It doesn't matter how good you are or how good you are individually as a team, as a player. Demos will always disrupt the defense or the offense for you. So it's something that every team has to look out for, no matter how you play. If you can get demos, depending on any side of the field, you will disrupt the opposition.
Oh, of course. It's just you have to hit those demos, and if you don't, then it gets risky. But one player that I thought did really well on the Energy side, Turbo Pulsa, moved up a ton throughout this series, and we saw it at the World Championship throughout as well, where Turbo's moving up, he's scoring a lot of goals, or passing over to his teammates. That helped them a ton on offense, and they put up some decent amount of goals in a few of those games. That's what you want to see from Energy. Like, I don't want these games to be very defensive heavy, and it's a 0-0 late, because then teams like Sonics will be able to take a few of these games.
And NRG still putting up quite a few shots here in this series, over 50 as a team total. So it does show that NRG had at least the propensity to score more goals.
Just quality defense, man.
It was good defense.
Yeah. The question, though, I want to ask, though, is this an NRG that couldn't get past a good defense, or is this an NRG that wasn't on their top offensive form right now? Because you even saw tweets from some of the players like Justin saying he wasn't feeling it today, and I'm wondering, if that's because of Sonics, or if that's because of themselves not really hitting their full stride.
To be fair for Justin, he says that before the day 3 at the World Championship.
I'm in a slump right now, guys.
Yeah, I'm in a slump. Yeah, whatever. But we didn't see a ton of team passing plays from Energy. Like, a lot of them were coming from the corner, and those plays are just low percentage passing plays that don't work as often. So as we see more infield passing, I think we'll see that through Energy later on. But sure, it wasn't the best offensive performance, but we'll see.
So now
we'll see going on.
From Sonics, though, I have a question, Carly, from your perspective. Is this what they need going forward? Is that defense going to continue to work for them? Or is there something they're really going to have to work on? It's a long season, so they have time, but, do they need to work on something else here, or can they just float with this?
I don't think that this series is what Sonics wants to do every single
Look at that.
Yeah.
53 shots to 22. You're not going to win a lot of series that way. I'm sorry, Sonics. And they played well, 31 shooting percentage, but again, those shots have to come up.
And we see this from a lot of teams coming in from the rival series against top teams like NRG. They turn out to be some scrappy series sometimes with the rival series teams that have been promoted playing a lot more defense, and this is a perfect example of that. And I think Sonics did push it a little bit here in this series to get to a Game 5. But again, like you're saying, this is not how you want to enter every single game, to just be outshot by a mile.
Well, we got a lot more exciting Rocket League coming, and up next is going to be United versus Cloud9. Cloud9 had a bit of a rough season, an abysmal season.
Just a bit.
I guess we should say from Season 8. But United looking great, making it to Worlds. I think they're feeling good coming into the season. The question is Cloud9 in a position to bounce back, and should United be worried now?
So we talked about roster moves throughout the pre-show, and these are two teams that I think a lot of the pros were surprised didn't make roster moves. A lot of rumors going around. Hoxer was supposed to join Cloud9, then something happened, and they didn't make that move. So now we get to see these two teams where there is a potential for a roster move, but then it got negated for some reason. They have to go back to their former teams. For Torment, he was probably going to get replaced on Cloud9. What does that do for Cloud9? What does that do for United, where Hoxer was trying to leave?
I think for Cloud9, I have a lot of questions personally about this team. I think that Is Cloud9 going to come into this series or into this league and be like they were last season? I don't think so. I think that they're going to come back and at least do a little bit better. But Cloud9 did not look like themselves last season. The transition game that they were so good at, that fluid from defense to offense back to defense, clicking in every moment, especially through the midfield with Squishy. It just felt like Cloud9 were getting in each other's way throughout the season. I think for Cloud9, it's just finding, how do you tick this season? How do you make it work again? Because back in season 6, when they won the World Championship, it was beautiful from them. It was some of the best Rocket League that Cloud9's ever played, and I think last season was just a huge slump. Same thing with G2, by the way. It just felt like both those teams really struggled, and I think Cloud9, they're like, okay, you know what? We had a bad season. It doesn't take away from the great legacy that we've had, but we have to prove that we're going to be good this season.
A lot of question marks for Cloud9, but I got some numbers to back up maybe why their season was so poor from the previous season. We talk about Cloud9. They're a fast team with their transitions. Well, you need boost to do that. And they weren't good last season at all. Like boost per minute, just boosting around the field, near the basement of the league. Their boost average, bottom 5 as well. But it's because they didn't take any boost on the opposite side of the field. They were pinned into their side so much. Look at that, big boost stolen, only 9.72. Dead last in North America. Then even the small boost taken near the basement as well. So Cloud9 has to find a way to take the opponent's boost, to play that fast game once again, like we know that they can. Because Gimmick and Squishy love to use boost, and when they use it well, then it's very hard to pin them down whatsoever.
Well, Torment mentioned himself that a lot of the issues did stem from them having a bit of trouble getting caught up with that current meta, with that demo heavy meta right away. Now the question is, for them coming into the season, should they adopt that, or should they just work on avoiding that kind of physicality from the other teams? Or is this a new style that they should have been working on the offseason to bring into season 9?
So I think the hard part is, we always talk to Achieves about this, he hates their corner play, where they go into the corner, then they try to take a pass out of it. But instead, maybe go for those demos like Pittsburgh Knights does, where they go into the corner, but they don't attack the ball necessarily, they attack the defenders. And maybe that's what Gimmick has to start doing.
And a key point that you said was using boost efficiently and doing something with it. And I felt like Cloud9 didn't do that last season. And to your point, out of the corners as well, trying to pull out air dribbles going across the field to nowhere felt like a waste of boost a lot of times from Cloud9. So controlling that boost, especially out of their own end and into their opposition, I think is a huge key to success for Cloud9.
Well, let's get to some Rocket League, but not before you guys join us online and give us your opinions at RL Esports, hashtag RLCS9. It's now time for match 3. It's United versus Cloud9.
Cloud9 in their first series back this season after falling to the promotion tournament in RLCS Season 8. Now up against United, who made the World Championship last season. Cloud9, James, trying to bounce back and get this season started on the right foot.
And this is a bit of a grudge match, Jorby. Last season, it was, they were known as Birds before they were United, and the matchup of Cloud9 versus Birds last season was a key matchup to determine who was going to the relegation and promotion tournament and who would have an opportunity at the playoffs. And obviously, Birds, they ended up getting that win, getting picked up by United, and had a fantastic end to the season. Cloud9 imagining the ways that it could have been different. And so now they're going to get a chance at revenge of the team that put them down there near the bottom of the standings at a key moment in their season. And the desk talked about it, Jorby. Does Cloud9 bounce back? We'll find out.
Well, I mean, for that series, Birds versus Cloud9, one of the main issues Cloud9 had in that series, which was really a microcosm of their entire season, it felt like a lot of miscommunication on the pitch, namely between Gimmick and Torment. Gimmick hadn't played his best season.
It was his worst. Statistically, it was his worst season. He finished all the way down at 18th in scoring, which is unheard of. He's usually near the top. Former Golden Striker, he is a huge part of their offense.
And besides that, he was having the communication issues with Torment. They had double committed or had committed to a play where they couldn't even jump at it because both of them, it just seemed like a lack of field awareness.
And it was because of what Leaf had brought up. They were not used to playing in that new demo-heavy meta. They were trapped in their net, as Gibbs pointed out, dead last and getting those big boost steals in the corner. Can Cloud9 break out, or will United prove that it was no fluke that they took down Cloud9 in league play last season?
Hawks are getting the first touch away from Torment. maybe a man advantage quickly. Ajax up for this, has a shot, double tap for Ajax to start it off for E United.
And what a way to start it. Ajax just beats Gimmick to the ball, goes up and gets that double tap over Squishy. That was nuts. Ajax, super speed, finishes that one off.
What a banger to start E United season. And E United have so much to prove here because a lot of people are counting this team out before the season even starts. A lot of people don't believe in the E United that made the World Championship.
Now Hoxer, the double tap.
Oh, he gets it again! He had the space for it, puts it in the back of the net, 34 seconds gone, 2-goal lead.
And again, Gimmick was just too slow to that ball. Hoxer jumps into the passing lane, hits the ball downfield, and sets himself up for that double tap. That's the second time. Gimmick, even on the last play, he was the player closest to the ball. He was just a step slow.
And this was what was killing Cloud9 as well last season. Trying to play up on offense and play with low boosts, and then the ball gets cleared by your third man, and now you have to race back to your net, play acrobatic defense, and you never play your best defense when you have to jump back and use everything you have to make the save. So E United, Roltis pops this up, he wants a chance at it. And it's taken away, but I love how E United looks so far. It's a massive clear for Gimmick for Cloud9.
Cloud9, we categorize their play style as fast in previous seasons, but right now they have looked sluggish out of the gate. And another shot off crossbar, cleanup opportunity. That one crossbar as well, so Cloud9 thanking their lucky stars. They're not down by 3 in this first minute and a half of gameplay.
And they are quick looks, but they're getting looks off the backboard against Cloud9. Still trying to figure out how to get out Gimmick and Torment, but the rest of United just waiting. Squishy air dribble over one towards the net, but it is covered. United getting chipped as well. Gimmick around the corner, but just no angle for Cloud9 yet.
And I mean, Torment, he was waiting in the middle of the field, and Gimmick opted to hit it towards the sidewall and take it up himself. Even before that, when Squishy was starting that air dribble, Gimmick also jumped briefly for that ball. We're already seeing instances of Cloud9 still failing to get into that team play mentality.
Oh, and taken away by Roltis. Yeah, and Cloud9, before last season, we touted this team as one of the best teams on the transition in Rocket League. And we just haven't seen that from this team. It's obvious that they still want to play that way, but they can't find the same passing lanes that they used to. They're not there. Teams are meeting them to the punch, and Cloud9 just haven't been able to adjust. They have an extended stay on offense, but they've had trouble controlling the pitch as far as boost is concerned. United fighting in midfield for possession.
Beating them to the punch is a great way to put it, Jorby. Both goals for E United. They beat Gimmick to the punch. Now another shot easily blocked away from Torment.
Again, angle covered by E United. Midfield's locked down by them. Squishy trying to keep it close, but he's gone, and Torment can only make a 50 happen, so Cloud9 locked. Even though they've spent time on offense, you haven't really felt that threatened. Less than 2 minutes left. E United more and more control, and there are mispass attempts in midfield over to Torment from Gimmick.
United has been looking solid this entire game. Small double commit there, but still easily handled as they look to break out. And that ball rolling back. Good pass.
And the shot is in for Squishy. Finally, Cloud9 back on the board. A little bit of time left to tie it up.
Wonderful pressure from Gimmick, who gets the dunk and also boosts right into the demo. Another challenge win. Gets that ball out to Squishy Muffins in the middle. Gimmick, with a hustle play, sets Cloud9 up for a possible comeback in this game.
Right now, for game number 1, it has been total boost control by E United. Right now, sitting at the average boost totals, everybody on E United above 50 on average. Everyone on Cloud9, the highest is 40. They're just that slight advantage, and you see it on the pitch. Good control from E United. Cloud9, it's not just about how much boost you have, period. It's about when you have boosts.
And even looking at the boost stolen, right now, E United has taken Cloud9's back left boost just as much as Cloud9 has got it themselves, where on the other end, E United has such a firm control on their own back boosts.
And that's exactly what Gibbs talked about before we got into this match. 9.7 boost steals a game for Cloud9, the lowest in North America, because they could never secure those back-end boosts. And we're seeing it again to start Season 9 for Cloud9. That being said, Ajax puts it in the top corner. The shots have been difficult to block for Cloud9, up by 2.
Torment going for a clear, and there was no one back in net in time. Gimmick was far post, trying to cover as much as he could, but Ajax shoots a blistering shot at the near post in the upper 90. There's no stopping that one. And E United, they come out strong in game 1. And Jorby, I said it was the back left boost, it was the back right, but even looking at the back left, they still have taken that back boost like 35% of the time. Cloud9 just continues to struggle with maintaining control over their own boosts and getting pressure on the opposing team. E United has been putting on all of the pressure.
Time will expire. It is E United, which started with a banger double tap from Ajax, and it never let up. What a statement game 1 from E United.
A statement indeed. Even I had questions about E United. You saw the pros didn't give them any respect. You on the pre-show ranking E United 7th, putting Cloud9 above them in the power rankings. But in game 1, it was a different story. E United came out swinging 2 goals right away where they beat Gimmick to the ball. Hoxer had an incredible double tap. Ajax also had a nutty double tap off the crossbar.
And 3 saves.
And this shot, look at the power and placement. Putting this near post, Gimmick was in position to try to make that save, but it was just too much to handle.
And then Hoxer had a shot like that earlier that just hit the bottom of the crossbar. E United are finding space to work with, and on defense a couple of times Cloud9, you can feel, I don't want to characterize it as panic, but you can certainly feel like their touches, they're not going anywhere because they're just trying to hunt for a clear. The rest of Cloud9's rotating back, but the touches are never to a teammate, and when they are, E United are there to close the gap. For all the reasons that you mentioned, James, they could never get a hold of boosts.
And they got burned a couple times, Jorby. They tried to go infield. There was a play where Squishy was trying to pass it infield to Gimmick, and that play got cut off immediately. E United is waiting. They're ready for Cloud9 to make those types of plays, and they're just shutting it down. The only goal that we saw from Cloud9 was because Gimmick did a quick turn at midfield, got the challenge win, boosted into a demo, and got another pass out to Squishy, who had an open net. It was a heroic effort from Gimmick, but I don't know how repeatable that type of play is. It's going to be tough for Cloud9 to bounce back. E United was in firm control.
I mean, I'm certainly curious how Cloud9 are going to attempt to retake this pitch. It all starts with that boost game. They have to figure that out to fix some of these issues, and then maybe they can approach their attacks and their potential transitions with a little more confidence. But all of that right now, lacking for Cloud9. It's E United taking advantage again. This time, Roldiz picks up his first goal of the series.
Roldiz, after that challenge from Ajax, Hoxer, the backward pass. You saw Squishy. He was probably sitting on ball cam, expecting that ball to bounce out to him, but Roldiz was just too speedy. But even looking again at the challenge from Ajax, he just kept boosting low altitude to get that challenge and the ball up the wall to even put it in a spot where Hoxer could feed it into the middle. You know, United's speed is impressive.
And it's so great to see Ajax playing so well. Towards the end of league play last season, he had really started to pop off for E United. And then at the World Championship, he was a part of so many spectacular plays for E United. And he just starts right where he left off at the end of the World Championship. You know, before, in league play last season, everyone's like, it's Hoxer and company, and that's about it. But Ajax has really started to come into his own on this pitch. Really love to see how he's developed as a player in the RLCS. He almost finds a shot as well, but it's taken away.
Quickly rising in stock, that's for sure. It's that the Birds team was a team last season many were expecting to go into that relegation tournament, but they have gotten so good so fast, really turning their season around. Even for Space Station, that was another team that had a slow start, but has just been building ever since. It's these new teams, new blood, new players that are so hungry to improve, and they're proving that they belong out on the pitch week after week.
And this isn't necessarily uncharacteristic either from Cloud9, because even in seasons where they did make the World Championship, they would still seemingly underperform against teams that they should beat. However, as E United evolve as a team, they're on par with Cloud9. They are straight up outplaying Cloud9 on the pitch right now. Cloud9 try to move it to the corner, they have nothing. Challenge. Gimmick will get one good touch, but no one can follow it up. Hoxer's there. Ajax as well, he's gonna cut off the corner, just stopping Cloud9 on the transition. Roltis can't get there, the shot too light, and right into Ajax's car.
And that was a beautiful double tap setup, but Squishy was low on boost. He didn't have enough to go for a double tap, so opted for the shot. And it was a quality shot, just not enough to get by a defender with the quality of these E United players.
It's looked good so far. Another good catch, Hoxer with space, and he wins that 50, pretty much neutralizing the demo. Gimmick picks up another demo. Chance for Cloud9. Squishy, the good catch, but then right on top of him was Hoxer. So it was a chance for Cloud9, but it's good defense from E United that gets them out. And then even here, Gimmick, he wants that quick transition. He couldn't find the touch, so it's E United's ball. He does pick up that midfield boost. We'll see if Cloud9 can slowly crawl back in the boost game here. Good touch from Gimmick first. Tried to flip back in. Squishy keeps it going. Torment close behind. It's blocked again by Roltis. Here's Squishy around the backside. Just no one able to immediately go up, but now Cloud9 have midfield. Ooh, Gimmick ended up just sliding off of his car right into E United. Still a boomer for Squishy. Another touch, but it's saved. Still Cloud9's ball.
Well met by Hoxer. Squishy was going to be putting that shot on target, going for the ceiling pass to himself.
Hoxer, does he do it? No, it's off the crossbar. Squishy couldn't grab it. Gimmick bails him out. Cloud9 get away with one. Oh, crucial touch as well off the back wall. Roltis gets another touch. E United diving a little bit on defense, but all is good on the orange half of the pitch for now. About a minute left. Cloud9 have slowly crept their way back into this on offense. They can't find that shot, though. It never can come. Another block for E United.
Always a step ahead. E United getting to these challenges first, but these moments have been moments of panic, even on the offensive, defensive side. We've seen a couple double commits from Roltis that has left E United vulnerable, but still E United holding firm on defense.
And E United also grabbing control of the pitch again. Collected 4 out of the 6 boost canisters on this sequence. But they're gonna have to retreat. Couldn't get anything going on that possession. Gimmick with nothing in the tank in midfield.
Even there, you saw Ajax left that full boost in the corner. A smart play, knowing that his team would be next in line to grab it.
Oh, man, and even there, when E United are caught on the rotation, a shot doesn't come. They don't get punished for it. Cloud9 weren't ready. They got another chance. Gimmick wins over 1. He's past 2, but he can't get back to the ball. Time runs out. Torment keeps it up. Can he get the tie and goal? The pass out at all? No, Hoxer's right there. Kills the ball. And E United a commanding 2-0 lead in this series.
And a very good finish to the game. The double tap hit down on the ground to end the series. That was a close one. Just 1 goal for E United. Cloud9 couldn't put one past. They had a couple opportunities, but nothing incredible. Nothing where you think, man, Cloud9 really should have scored that. E United has been controlling a lot of the momentum.
I mean, it still feels like Cloud9 are rushing the play. And this right here was the great challenge from Ajax. Like you said, Roltis there to clean it up and put it in the net. It's just a beautiful challenge.
And even there, that speed and dedication to that ball from Ajax.
I'm going for it, basically. That's about it.
They're playing with speed. They're playing with confidence. E United, I keep saying it, Jorby, but they're always just 1 inch ahead of where Cloud9 is on the field, shutting down the passing plays, shutting down the lanes, getting to the ball first, even on offense.
And like I said earlier, you know, it still feels like Cloud9 are rushing it. Feels like they're rushing those touches, and I think that's a result of...
And giving up possession. I mean, there was the play, you even, you know, scoffed at its side. I don't know. You just kind of had an emotional sound. It sounded like when Gimmick was up in the corner on the sidewall, and he just hits it right back down to the waiting defenders. There was 2 defenders in net, and they gave up possession, and it was right back to E United starting the counterattack on Cloud9. So Cloud9, their struggles continue.
Yeah, I mean, they're right back where they left off. It just doesn't feel like they can put anything together. Maybe, you know, maybe it's first series jitters. for Cloud9.
It's possible,
but this is more of the same.
United, none of those jitters.
None at all. They're looking like a world championship team with that bump. Hoxer puts it in the net.
Ajax has been the catalyst for this E-United offense, gets the pass and then bumps Gimmick out of the way. Hoxer shoots right where Gimmick used to be, and just 8 seconds in, E-United already putting in the first goal of what could be the final game in this series.
And that was the first demo that really led to anything for E-United. I'm not sure they've had any more demos in this series. Either way, a team that was known to go for those demos a lot last season have been just beating Cloud9 on pure speed alone. This time the bump serves them quite well. Now Squishy wins 1 touch. Torment can only force a 50, and it's E-United's ball.
Sure, this series right now has many people wondering if this is an end of an era for Cloud9, but Gimmick getting some help. Hopes to push that back. Squishy.
Beautiful.
Look at this bump from Squishy.
He didn't have enough boost to get there, so he wave dashes forward to get the speed necessary. Uses the rest of his boost to get in the way just to make that bump happen. It was perfect execution from Squishy in a low boost situation to make the goal happen. That's what you got to see from Cloud9. Finally alive. Well, Hawks are on point here again. Lets that one go. Another long dump here for Cloud9. It's been a lot of these 50s in midfield they've lost, and that's led to losing boosts. They like those long passes out when they have that little bit of space. But United are on offense.
Good challenge.
And he's on point
That's
now.
wide open.
And
That's
it'll
a
be
freebie.
a Cloud9 lead for the first time this series.
Cloud9 clawing their way back. An excellent challenge from Gimmick. Quickly takes advantage of that open net. Gimmick now has a pair, Jorby. He's got 2 goals in this game. And can he get that hat trick?
United have to be careful in their rotations. You've done well so far. You have beat Cloud9 to the punch consistently. Don't let it get you overconfident. They'll make you pay if you're lackadaisical at all, or lackadaisical, excuse me.
Historically, Cloud9, a team that knows how to come back from the brink, turn series around, play without emotion. It's going to be a difficult climb back into this series, but already starting to make it happen. However, that one, Squishy and Gimmick both out of position after the challenge.
Well, it was like Gimmick had punched that down into midfield when Squishy was out in the corner. Probably could have carried it out. Roltiz dunking a player to tie the game.
Never really recovering. Once they were out of position, Torment tries to get the ball cleared. You see there, it wasn't necessarily what he was looking for. He was trying to boost into that ball so he could get the challenge back and out, but Roltiz, like a brick wall, stops all the forward momentum from Torment and was able to just get a goal all on his own.
E-United off the kickoff. Still with possession. Torment's touch, just trying to control midfield. He did confirm the boost, and another punt from Cloud9. High to the opposite side. Roldiz is there to cut off the play, but Cloud9 still here in midfield. Those touches just weren't doing anything to build pressure on E-United. That's a good touch from Squishy back to Gimmick, cut off by Ajax. Torment coming around quickly. Good progression so far from Cloud9. Pass across, but everyone too far back. Gimmick after the midfield boost. Up another. Hoxer has to beat Squishy on the play. 2 commit from E-United in midfield.
Saw Ajax thinking about trying to get up to the ceiling to get his flip back, but realized he didn't have enough boost. Even moments before Ajax, we saw that lovely set by Squishy, and now double commit up off the ceiling. Torment has no boost, but Cloud9, they recover.
Just barely. Squishy off the ceiling. He has that reach. Shot is blocked. It was double commit by E-United. Still some space for Torment. Kicks it up over to Gimmick. Gimmick off the corner now. Hoxer up quickly. He beats Torment to the ball, and E-United force Cloud9 to go the distance again here. Squishy, he's got to look off the back wall. Squishy, nothing. Quickly followed up. Squishy confirmed the boost against E-United. This could be good for them, but E-United, They stint the attack. There's just no extended pressure from Cloud9. Instead, they get space and a shot. Another double commit from E United. Starting to panic a little bit. They got to be communicative on defense. Carry from Ajax, blocked from Torment.
That was a poor hit from Roldiz on defense that opened the door for Cloud9. And now Hoxer in a position, had to get a good hit. Squishy will shut that down. E United on the back foot right now.
The dump off. They get another large clear. That's good touch off the back wall. Just missed it. Probably would have been challenged. Squishy keeping it close with no boost. Ajax plays it away to the corner. Gimmick right on top of it. Opposite players demoing each other. The bump delayed Ajax to the ball, but he got there in time, and Cloud9 are just jumping at this. Looking for a shot. There it is. It's off the post. No goal for Cloud9. Still trying to press around the corner. Picking it up again, slowing it down. Gimmick. He's under one. Can't get over Roldiz.
That was the chance, Jorby.
They're still on the press, though. Time running out. Gimmick against the corner. All they can do is win one challenge in the corner. Ajax slows up the play again. Squishy, nothing. Here's Torment on the rotation. Oh, that might be a little deadly. Hoxer picks that one up. Gimmick tries to keep it in the air.
Oh, he's going to have a shot.
They're in time. Roldiz kills a ball, and we got overtime.
E United filling those lanes so well, but we saw the chance. Cloud9, multiple shooting opportunities just off the mark.
Challenge gives Ajax a chance at the ball. Cloud9, can they keep the momentum rolling? Sometimes overtimes, they can really stall momentum that you're building at the end of a game. Right now, fighting to get out of their own territory. That ball dumped right in front of Roldiz, and then cut off in midfield by E United and a demo. Squishy wide over to Torment, but again, the passing lane's cut off. E United doing well in the first minute of overtime so far. That's not the best touch, and Squishy never panic.
The nerves in that situation, he has to hit that so high. It's very easy to own goal in that situation. Squishy handled the pressure well.
Now it's in the corner again. Hoxer pops it up. No chance for Ajax. And Hoxer just slows down that transition game again. This time Torment wins in midfield. Hoxer, he has no boost sitting on the backboard. Gimmick gets bumped out of the way, which just led to a limp touch from Squishy. It's not much for Cloud9 or E United, really. Both teams trying to force the issue. Roldiz can't make it happen
the back
either.
flip. Ajax is retreating towards the net. He'll give Squishy some space.
Popped up high. Gimmick, he's there for this touch. The shot's looking good, but it's saved off. It was going to be off the crossbar. Roldiz came up with a save from the top of the net. Still, Squishy playing it close. Did what he could, but Roldiz kicks the ball away again. Gimmick returns the boomer. Squishy from the top corner.
Was able to steal the corner boost, slowed down the ball, forcing the defense to make the play and get that boost steal, trying to play the long game.
Just nothing here. Both teams feeling the pressure on one attack and having to boom the ball away. Off the corner again. Downfield. Again, Squishy cuts it off in midfield. United doing a good job. Cloud9, their best chances were at the end of regulation.
The pass
towards midfield, the shot off the crossbar, rebound, score for Roldiz, and E United sweep Cloud9.
Unreal. Ajax hits it off the crossbar, and Roldiz, he had so many cleanup goals last season, gets another one to put Cloud9 out of their misery.
E United, what a series to start their season. You came in, the pros ranked you at 7th.
I was somebody who picked against them.
In the green room, James, you were like, I don't have confidence. I don't have confidence in E United.
It wasn't that I didn't have confidence in E United. It was that I believed that this was going to be the season that Cloud9 bounced back. I didn't think that Gimmick was going to continue to struggle, but this is not the same Cloud9 that we saw take a World Championship title. This is a different Cloud9, and we're seeing other teams just elevate their level of gameplay, and that's what E United did. They played with speed. They played with precision, aggression, and confidence, blocking out those passing lanes, dominating the boost game, making the most of their opportunities. Very few double commits. We did see some. We did see a few.
Yes.
But E United still came to the plate, They stepped up and they hit a home run against this Cloud9 team, a sweep.
Well, the first 3 series of North America have been entertaining, to say the least. We got more coming up for you. Space Station Gaming versus Ghost. That's one you definitely don't want to miss. We'll be back after the break.
At CDW, we get you want happy, productive employees.
That's why we've made our office pet-friendly. Maybe a little too pet-friendly.
Well, you know, CDW can design a mobility solution with light, powerful devices from Lenovo to make your people more productive in or out of the office.
Anyone have any questions before we go?
It's great. I really need to get out of here. Snake people are freaking me out.
Hey, Cheryl, do you have a sec?
For workplace productivity, you need Lenovo and IT orchestration by CDW. People who get it.
誰もが旅をする。ここまで来た。あなたはどこまで行く？
when you need it most. Feel the freedom of being careless, just being in love. Everything will be alright. Through the darkness, through the night, no fear anymore. No fear anymore. No fear anymore. Why the smile on your face? Don't fake it. You don't.
History repeats itself as United takes a 3-0 sweep over Cloud9, showing that Cloud9 quite isn't ready for Season 9. Welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. I'm Leaf, alongside Gibbs and Wavepunk. Join us at the desk here. And, you know, I thought maybe Cloud9 was going to bounce back a little bit, but it just did not happen.
And everyone said on the pre-show Cloud9 would bounce back. And so it's not only the casters, it's not only the community, the pros had United missing the playoffs this season for their power rankings, and that's because of scrims. But United, they know how to play when it matters most, and they showed here again. An early goal in all 3 games to take early leads. Cloud9 could not bounce back.
I feel like United's gonna have to make it to Worlds again.
Yeah, to like get the proof.
Stop like just doubting them, because just based off of recent results, United is clearly the favorite here. But that name of Cloud9, like we still have the echoes of the big 3 kind of lingering in the distance, right? And we just could not. It's just squishy. It's gimmick. Come on, they're gonna be fine. No, they were not fine at all. Actually, they didn't win a single game.
We always talk about the big play potential of Cloud9, but it was United with the double taps, making the big plays when they needed it. They had a lot of the pressure. Cloud9 couldn't get a lot of things going. We talk about gimmick. He's the tip of the spear in this team. Again, didn't look that great here. And Cloud9 just, they're looking flat once again. But luckily for them, it's now a 9-game season. A little bit more time to bounce back, but United looked great.
Yeah, the fact that in that game 3 was the best look we saw from Cloud9, and they still couldn't close it out. It still goes to overtime. I don't know. I just don't know.
I don't know. So I don't know. I think United knows, though. I mean, Cloud9 clearly isn't ready. Yet it sounded like they were on a good track. I keep mentioning it. We talked to Torment a few times last season, and it sounded like they were on the right path. They were on the track to success, to be able to understand that meta and adapt to it. But maybe, that doesn't work when the other team isn't pulling that current meta as well. I don't know. It's like they just can't seem to find their footing and any kind of good ball control.
Yeah, so we see the shots for Cloud9 up, but I feel like the quality of the scoring chances were more on the side of United. Like, their chances looked a lot better. That's why they have the high percentage of shooting. Sure, Cloud9 got 26 shots, but it didn't feel that way through 3 games.
No. I mean, Cloud9 definitely. I was so encouraged. I mean, I heard pros talking about it. I saw Garrett on his stream the other day. People being like, "What about Cloud9?" Being like, "No, trust me, they're good again." And like United is a world champion caliber team.
Yeah,
so like,
course.
I feel like we are doing a disservice to United to be like, "Oh, Cloud9 should have won this game," but still losing 3-0 at the RLCS is not a thing that Cloud9 ever does.
And that's huge, too, because of game differential. A 3-0, sure, it's only 1 game out of 9, but a 3-0 difference, it could play huge later on if Cloud9 picks it up and United falls down for tiebreaker purposes.
Game differential.
Well, what was lacking there? I mean, like, it looked like from time, like, Squishy wasn't popping off on offense where he used to. Gimmick looked like he was starting to bounce back by the end of last season, but kind of looks like he's teetered off again here.
So one of the things I saw was, I think it was the end of game 2, it might have been the end of game 3, when like Cloud9 has that last scoring chance, and they have a chance to win the game, and all it is just slow play in the corner. Slow play in the corner for like around like United's half, and it's just like, you have 10 seconds left. It was just 10 seconds of wasted time in that corner where nothing happened. They didn't go for demos. They didn't really try for anything to get the ball out of that corner. It was just 150-50 back into the corner, 150-50 back into the corner. Cloud9 has to find a way to get the ball as far away as possible from those corners because it seems like they can't do anything from there.
Yeah, no, the corners have been plaguing lots of teams today, actually, so far. And also, we've seen situations where games are defined by whether a player can make a meaningful touch the first time. You've got the ball, you've got to make one touch, you need to develop this play, you have one window of opportunity to hit it, and it's like, no, I took one touch to gain control and another touch to figure out where I was going, and by then the window is closed. You have to play fast at this level of Rocket League.
Gibbs, do you think that's a symptom of not really knowing where their play style wants to be right now? So they're like, okay, we need to get boost. This guy just play in the corner for a bit until we get boost, but we're not getting boost, so we can't receive a pass. So just keep putting it in the corner.
I feel like if your thought is we need to get boost, like you are already in a very bad situation.
That's true.
Like you just need to be getting some saves.
And the problem for last season was also Cloud9 was Torment was extremely passive. He kind of had to be because they were playing on the back foot, but it did seem like they were trying to waste some time so Torment could rotate in, but he was always there a little bit later than usual because I do feel like they're a little bit nervous about trying to move all three up again.
Well, now looking at United with that victory there, and coming still strong off of Worlds into this season. Obviously, we haven't seen all the other teams play yet. But how do you think, looking at that pro ranking now, the power ranking, do you think they were in the right spot? Do you think the pros got it right based off the gameplay that we saw today?
So we don't get to say that the pros are wrong a lot. So I'll just say right now, the pros were wrong so far. It's only week 1 though. We have 2 months of Rocket League.
3 games.
We have 8 weeks, right? Yeah, it was only 3 games. Yeah. They look good here, but I think a lot of it was those early kickoffs to get a lot of pressure, a lot of momentum going through all 3 games. Now, can they do it when they're down? That's what we need to see.
I don't know. United hasn't dropped a game all season.
It's true. Undefeated.
Okay. Countdown. Anyways, it's time to take a look at our Player of the Day nominees as we check in after 3 games of matches here. So, of course, 3 players on the board. Reddle's the first one up there, scoring the first goal of the decade.
First goal of the decade and the last goal for Game 5 overtime.
That pogo stick goal, I don't know. I haven't checked Twitter yet, but I can't wait to see what he says about how that series went. Of course we gave him 2 games so we could stop him in the last 3 games. I love Shock. Shock absolutely blew me away.
Oh my goodness.
We don't put players when they lose on there a lot, but Shock, the way he played, he had like 3.2 saves per game versus Energy. He was doing everything on the offensive side as well.
Yeah.
Beautiful debut.
Yeah, I got to say that's an incredible. Do you think that's like from his teammates having that experience, being like, this is what you got to do. Don't worry, just go in there guns blazing, or is he just maybe just blind to the fact that he's playing in the RLCS now, and you're not supposed to go that ham right away, man. Give some time.
I hope it is the player who is just saying, hey, this is the same pitch with the same controller. I'm at the same computer I've been for the first 4,000 hours of playing. There's nothing different about this lobby. Let's just play my game, and he absolutely did.
Well, we got our next match coming up in just a few minutes, so let's get talking about that. Space Station Gaming versus Ghost Gaming. This is going to be a fun match. It is our match of the day for North America, and it was undecided. You saw in the pre-show, and again in the pre-show this week, that we were undecided on this match and how this match would go. It was very back and forth. I think right now, though, we're both kind of leaning on Space Station, but I wouldn't be surprised if Wave, you were to say like Ghost or something to take this one.
I've always been a Space Station fan, man. I've been touting AXB as a great player since the beginning of last season. And honestly, after their Worlds performance, you really can't doubt it either. I think that Space Station definitely has the heads up here.
Because I think the problem is for Ghost Gaming, when you look at mediocre, when you look into the
where are you going with it?
To the dictionary.
Like it's going to be rude.
Keep going.
I'm sorry. Mediocre, then Ghost Gaming. That's what it is every single season. They look good maybe at the start. Maybe they are confident, and everyone's like, it's finally it, guys. They're the 4th seed going to the playoffs. They're going to make it. Then what happens last season? Mediocre. I need to see it for longer. Like, sure, they made a roster move.
Yeah.
They pick up Miss, and everyone thinks it's a good roster move. Sure, they win the Astro tournament, but that's not the RLCS. Ghost Gaming, stop being mediocre. I need to see it on the field. I can't pick you for a Space Station.
Poor Mist. This guy changes teams.
It's not his fault.
No, it's not his fault. Yeah, but you're like, does not matter at all that this Mist guy is here now. He's going to be. The thing is,
I just need to see it.
We saw this with Knights earlier, okay? Mist is off the team. We now have 3 kind of like star players that like to dribble and like to do their own thing. And all of a sudden, their demo meta that was so strong kind of fell apart. I genuinely feel like Mist being gone is a big part of that, and I'm super interested to see if Ghost now becomes one of those teams with Mist on the back line.
Well, I'm wondering how you think, before getting this match, Space Station is going to fare, though, because it seems to me, just watching them play in a live situation, they're definitely a LAN team. This is a team that excels with an audience behind them, that energy, especially you look at Arsenal, like, just popping off. If they're going to maybe take a little bit slow, because they've always, it seemed like, underperformed during league play from what we expect them to play. Do you think it's going to happen again in this season?
So they did last season. They began 0-2 in weeks 1 and 2, but after that, they win 5 straight. And I think Space Station is now the real deal. So I think they were kind of building into that team at the time with Arsenal, but Arsenal has looked fantastic now. And if you give them space at any time, it's either a solo play, but then at the World Championship, the team pass and plays too. Do not give Space Station time. They will make you pay every time.
I don't know. Like, the way we saw Space Station play and some of the goals that, are making it into, like, the LAN montage reels were maybe scored against an opponent that was just outclassed, and they were styling them. These are world caliber players, but this is also league play in one of the most intense regions in our game, and I feel like right now, NA is kind of a one-team region with NRG at the top and everyone else battling for that second spot. So, like, going 3 and 4, making it to the playoffs, I wouldn't call that underperforming at this point. Like, if you're able to make it out of league play and give yourself a chance to get into Worlds, I think you're doing a good job, and I think they absolutely have what it takes.
So let's not forget, like, everyone always will forget that Space Station Gaming, they took down the #1 team from Europe when they went to the World Championship as well. Plus, they freestyled on them as well.
Exactly.
So Space Station, they can do it versus the very best as well.
Absolutely. Will Mist find his home on Ghost, or will Arsenal style on Ghost? Let us know what you guys think online on Twitter at @RLEsports, #RLCS9. It is now time for our match of the day.
Match of the day indeed. You have the new look Ghost versus Space Station Gaming, who have really put their mark on the RLCS. And a lot of fans are excited to see if Space Station can continue this juggernaut that they seem to be building here at the top.
Yeah, they had that slow start last season, losing 2 games in a row, 2 series in a row, and then just roared back. And then had a fantastic performance at the World Championship. So can they keep that going? We had the pre-show last week. We talked about it. This was the only series that had the desk divided.
Yeah.
So is that going to play it on field? We're going to find out. But Arsenal, Gibbs touched on it. Arsenal is one of those players who can just be so good, be so influential if he can bring his game to the table.
He led the league in demos by 20. He had 67 demos in league play last season. He was absolutely a force for Space Station. Not only that, but you had runner-up MVP Sipical, who scored so many goals last season. He was, if Arsenal is your anvil, Sipical's the hammer.
He was the MVP, Jorby. He was the bomb.
He was. For some reason, I was thinking it was just.
I mean, it was probably because they won the World Championship.
Maybe.
A little bit.
Recent
but Sipical, he is a player that deserved the title. He was so key to their victories because of his shooting. He was that third man back. He was giving his team the freedom to go up, give AXB the midfield, let Arsenal be up front. Sipical was holding down the back and also getting these crazy shots, finishing them in situations where most players wouldn't even be able to get a shot on net. Sipical was blasting them into the back of the net. So Sipical, can he bring that level of play into another season of the RLCS? Let's see.
And on the other side with Ghost, you've Mist. And I felt like Mist was a rock for the Knights last season. And it was kind of, Wave was alluding to it on the desk, Mist allowed a lot to happen for the Knights, for Gyro and Reddles to play the kind of game they wanted to play. And I thought that this pickup was perfect for Ghost because Mist is that rock solid player, solid rotator. He doesn't put himself out of position too often. And that's exactly what I think Ghosts need, because you have a powerhouse in Atomic and Illusion who have showed flashes last season of greatness in terms of offensive output. And the big question is, can Mist be what elevates them out of mediocrity, as Gibbs would put them?
It was the best ranked roster move by the desk when we were grading them in the pre-show. Mist, he's undoubtedly going to be comfortable as well, because Illusion is another player that loves to go for those demos, making Mist feel right at home.
Right now they're feeling a little bit of pressure. Atomic at least gives himself a chance at the 50. Mist forces it by midfield. Sipical, good catch, but Atomic diving in front, stopping the potential transition on the carry. So far it's been a fairly neutral game. Illusion pass over to Mist, broken up by Arsenal. So far, pretty good from Ghost here in the last 20 or so seconds. Midfield still belongs to Ghost. Atomic off the next 50, he got bumped out of the way. AXP gets a pass right to Mist. Mist puts it high, forces a double commit. And Atomic, he's got time a little bit. And he forces the ball out to midfield again, but nothing really for Ghost. Miss from Mist. But Atomic gets there in time. This is still pressure.
That was a challenging read for Atomic as well. One of those bounces that can be a handful to read. Handled it beautifully after Mist got beat in the corner.
Oh, Arsenal just wins. He just wins this touch in front to put Space Station in the lead. Mist could not get a solid clear out. Arsenal just had a great cut.
And it looked like AXB might have cleared off one of the players on the back line for Arsenal to keep chasing that ball down. Putting Arsenal in a spot where he can just ball chase, that is a recipe for success for Space Station because of the speed of Arsenal. Can beat multiple defenders and follow it up with a deadly shot.
And now have to make a save was Arsenal. Illusion.
He had to delay his jump there, Jorby, because there was another player coming in for the bump. So Arsenal doing it on the defensive end as well.
Another long clear here for Atomic. Good catch. Atomic pops up to the side. Arsenal covering for Sipical, but Sipical has the clear. Good control out of the corner. But ended up dumping it out to Mist, who finds Atomic. Back to Mist, cut off by AXB. Now transition for Space Station. Sipical looking for that read, but the shot for AXB is knocked down by Illusion high anyway. Ghost are feeling the pressure from Space Station.
That was some good defense. Sipical trying to set himself up for that double tap, and the hit was very high on the backboard. When you're going for those double taps, especially at this level of play, you try to get it to bounce really high, keep it out of reach of the defender, try to keep them grounded so you can even get that second touch on the ball. But it was still met high on the back wall. Great defense from Ghost.
Well, Ghost, a little bit of boost for Illusion. And another touch. It's an open net. Can Atomic get there in time? He does flip it out over to Illusion. And Ghost are struggling right now. There's another block from Atomic. Mist got to be quick downfield to this. Arsenal buys a little bit of time. Mist on the carry. Atomic trying to cut off the angle for Sipical as well. Ghost just trying to be a nuisance. Something they did well last season. Atomic is shot just high. Mist on the rebound. It's in front of the net, but no one is able to punch it in. Atomic keeps it close. Ghost beating Space Station to the ball.
Win.
And it's 150-50 that could be the difference. Sipical trying to flip in front. The shot.
Unbelievable.
No good. Atomic with no boost. And score anyway for AXP. Space Station 2-goal lead.
I was thinking Atomic might have pulled a rabbit out of his hat, getting back in time to make that first save, but it was too much pressure in the end. AXB capping off that assault from Space Station.
And for Ghost, you had to rush back. Atomic had to rush back for that touch. He had no boost. And that's something that really killed this Ghost team last season. They had two players sitting at the top in time at 0 boost with Memory and Illusion. Both of them over 60 seconds a game with 0 boosts. That was the average. And so their boost usage, here's Mist. This is what you need from Ghost to come back in game 1, 43 seconds remaining.
And that's enough time to do some damage. Mist goes straight up. Looks like he might have even gotten hit by a defender. Gets his flip back on the ball to go for that dunk. Mist with the presence of mind to stay in the play despite all the chaos surrounding him. That puts Ghost within striking distance.
Space Station have to be careful. The demo opens things up for Atomic. It's only AXB. He tried to challenge and he got burned, but saved by Sipical. Sipical in front, Illusion right on top of him. AXB, long pass cut off by Atomic. Mist close by, but he's waiting for this next touch. AXB doesn't go anywhere. Illusion back to Atomic. Arsenal's 50 slows things down for a second, but you see Ghost starting to attack the corner boosts. Try to start confirming this. They got 10 seconds left. The pop from Arsenal make it a little difficult, but here's the pass to Illusion. Illusion up the back wall, he can't find it. Mist can't get there, taken away by Sipical. Ghosts, do they have anything here? No, can't catch it, and Space Station, after a flurry from Ghost at the end, come away with game 1.
A hard-fought victory. Space Station got that padding early, and that proved to be enough. Missed an incredible play to get Ghost back into it, but Space Station's defense held firm. But there were moments where Ghost, they were so close to getting back even with these guys. This series is shaping up to be an entertaining one, Jorby.
Absolutely. On that last attack that Ghost had, where they got the hit downfield and forced really a less than optimal touch, I'll say, out of Space Station. You saw both their back boosts get taken, and you're like, okay, Ghost are about to really press in on this. But one solid clear, again from Sipical. Sipical so many times controlled the ball out of his own corner, got the clear that Space Station needed to keep them out of pressure.
And the communication as well, Jorby.
Yeah, absolutely.
The clear, you're 100% right, but what even set him up to get that clear at the end of the game was he was sitting in net with priority to get the clear, but he only had 12 boost. He didn't have hardly any boost. He saw that his positioning had already warded off the Ghost attackers because they figured he was going to hit it, but they just calmed. He said, AXB, you got to take this. I have no boost. And that allowed them to stall long enough for Sipical to get into a position to get a quality clear. The communication is there. The speed is there. Space Station is playing quality Rocket League, but Ghost is right there with them. I would not be surprised to see this go to Game 5.
Not at all. The only thing that worries me about Ghost is I do see them creeping up a little bit in situations where they're at low boost and they're not able to actually make a play on the ball. Just being mindful of their offensive rotation, not letting that ball get behind the third man. If Ghost do that, they will stay in this series.
Oh, good drop down, but Arsenal's challenge was still enough to stop him.
Up quickly off the line was Atomic. And now Mist has a little bit of space, but he doesn't have that much time. Atomic pitches it back downfield.
And I've been quite impressed by the backboard defense from Ghost. They've shut down multiple chances that normally you can see a ball leak through.
When it's back to the other side again, nothing out of the corner offensively for Space Station here in the first minute. AXB cuts off in midfield, but both teams really contending midfield pretty well. It's been pretty even as far as 150s go, or winning 50s go for both teams. AXB just shadowing the whole way for control. Sipical also confirmed the boost. Sipical around the corner again. Played it smart against the back wall for that 50. You're gonna say a lot of these new teams that we've seen today, we've seen all these newer teams with some new faces. The Ghost aren't as new, but like the 50 game the challenge game has gotten much better. For Ghost in particular, Atomic another one.
And right as you said it, we saw that 50 come in. Ghost meeting these shots at their origin.
Lucian punches it away, but there's just nothing right now for either team. They get one touch here in midfield. Oh, a catch in front. Mist had it covered the whole way, and Mist is out of the play.
There's the demo from Arsenal. That aggression that he's known for manifesting itself, but the shot, no boost from Sipical, and he still makes the save.
Unbelievable, and now transition. Arsenal's there, he's got the shot, and it's good for Arsenal! First goal for Space Station.
The MVP showing us why that save kickstarts a counterattack. AXB off the backboard to Arsenal, who slots it in. Space Station, an impactful first goal of Game 2.
All three getting involved. Beautifully done team effort by Space Station Gaming. And I was gonna say before that play happened that, Atomic has been a big part of keeping Ghost off of defense. Good catch, even right there, and then he forces the 50 out, but Illusion has to dive forward. He was too far. Missed on the back end. Nothing, AXB right in front. Now Space Station, Sipical on the rotation, he's over one. Down by 2, forces the 50 in midfield, now it's AXB's ball. Beautifully handled by Space Station on your attempt out. You didn't get through, but that's the kind of progression you like to see. Atomic really making it difficult, but Sipical in the right position to catch. AXB's here, tried to punish off that touch from Atomic. Mist caught it out.
Huge hit there from Mist to prevent that ball from going back into the middle, but Space Station seems to be building their attack. Ghost struggling to get out of their own half. All the pressure in favor of Space Station at the moment.
None of Ghost's touches are really getting to another teammate right now. It's always into a Space Station player. You have to fight starting those consecutive touches to allow them to win some of these 50s, but it's pretty even in the boost game, and if Space Station just have an even boost game, We're going to beat you a lot of times. That's off the crossbar. He almost had it. He had to readjust on the read. Typical. So he didn't find the goal. They still retain this 1-goal lead.
On that counterattack, 2 out of the 3 Ghost players were sitting on 0 boost, and that's something that Ghost struggled with last season. Like you had mentioned previously, Jorby, was just having enough boost to stay in the play and keep on the attack. So we're starting to see that happen yet again as we approach the final minute of gameplay in Game 2. Space Station holding on.
It's just great control from Space Station. Even in 50 situations or there where AXB had to wrap around quickly to find that save, they're always trying to control, give themselves another touch at the ball. This is good from Illusion back to Mist. Mist, does he have anything? The backboard's covered by Space Station. You got Mist on the far side for Atomic. Can he get it to him? He does at least force the ball out to the opposite side.
Ooh.
Again, Mist, but just nothing. Arsenal makes it difficult. And now they gotta start
with
again.
that quality clear as well, Jorby.
Yeah.
They're leaving a lot of pressure. Now Illusion low on boost. He's gonna get beat. This will put a lot of pressure on Mist to slow this ball down.
Up high, Atomic's got to get there. He does, but it's still in the corner. They can play as much corner defense as they want, but they got to get down the pitch. Here's Mist. Mist the shot. Is it good? No, it bounces off the crossbar and out. AXB stays
Another
in front.
chance.
Still a chance. Typical and Arsenal commit on the play. Mist last man back. Arsenal gonna make it difficult for him to take it. Mist will. 10 seconds remaining. Typical around the corner. Back up for Atomic. Shot, does it come? No, AXB
Huge
wins
win.
it cleanly. Any chance for Ghost? No, bumped out of the play. The ball drops to the ground, and Space Station are 1 away from sweeping.
A huge win there from AXB at the end of the game to get that clear. It was a race to the ball, and he won it. Space Station edging out Ghost yet again. These teams well matched, but Space Station appears to have the edge.
I gotta say, I am impressed by AXB in that game in particular. So many 50s he won, so many midfield closing chances where Ghost, they were gonna push forward, they were gonna have it, and AXB killed all momentum Ghost had.
And I have been someone who's questioned AXB and his role on this team, especially at the start of the last season. He was struggling to find his place, but right now, Space Station, they are gelling. We even saw it. We saw the epitome of what Space Station does on the play where Sipical's literally at 0 boost has to make an insane save. Not only does he save it, but he gets it perfectly angled so it's going to go out to AXB at the midfield, who is waiting, who then puts it off the backboard for Arsenal. A moment where it seems like Space Station's going to get scored on, and then seconds later, they turn the tables and get that goal. So Space Station continues to impress. They're showing us that last season, when they were dominating and went on their crazy streak, that this is the team that you can expect. That is their normal form. Now, we'll wonder if they can evolve, maybe challenge NRG, but at this moment, they're taking it to Ghost.
They really are. And I think that Ghost, once they started feeling, it's like E United versus Cloud9, right? E United were beating Cloud9 to the ball at about a half second. It was so close. And as soon as the team starts feeling that pressure, we saw it with Cloud9, now we're seeing it with Ghost, where their touches are booming, or just get it downfield. And a player will race. It's just dump and chase. I
think Ghost is playing quite well.
I don't think they're playing poorly. It's just they're feeling that pressure.
Space Station their defense is just so quality. Typical on the back line, AXB getting these hits, Arsenal upfield. Ghost is hanging with them, however. These have been incredibly close games.
They really have.
Just a few more inches on that shot where Typical had no boost, there would have been no way for him to save it. It was just a game of inches on that last one.
It just comes on some of those transitions where, you know, you're either low on boost or you don't really have business challenging the ball where you are. You put yourself in poor situations on defense. That's where Ghost got into trouble, and that's where they felt like they needed to play dump and chase.
But it's because Space Station is playing so well, and Ghost, I feel, are hanging with them for the most part. It's just some of those plays, Space Station is getting the better of them. However, Ghost are looking formidable in their own right.
So far, a minute gone. Both teams feeling their way through. In game number 3, Space Station really trying to start the season off as good as you can, almost getting it over the defense with Typical.
Typical has that killer instinct of a scorer, getting in the minds of the defenders. That little delay there put Illusion in a very difficult spot. Fortunately, he had backup.
This time, Mist takes it off the backboard. Downfield already. Is Sipical, that's the shot? No. Arsenal gets bumped. He won't have it. AXB takes a pot shot, and it's wide. Now transition for Ghost. But just nothing to do. Now they got to play back again. This forces a lot of boost. He does win the 50, but the rest of Ghost are back on the play. So Space Station get a free look from AXB, and well done by Atomic to handle that ball off the backboard.
Sipical snagged that back corner. Illusion's on nothing. Ghost in a precarious spot. Everyone below 30 boost.
And another clear here from Ghosts. They do get out. Now it's about confirming. You see Mist steal the corner boost. We'll see if they can keep it going. Giving way for Mist, but there's just nothing in midfield for Ghost again. They just punted the ball away. Here off the backboard. And Atomic and Illusion running into each other on the play. Force Mist up, he makes another save. Sipical, another dump for Ghost. They're finding clears, but I haven't really felt any offense from Ghost so far.
Ghost has been locked down. Arsenal up there as the spearhead. AXB a lot of the times as well, getting these little touches that bounce off the ceiling and set up his teammates. And then Sipical coming in is that third player who will just blast the ball back in or maybe even take a dribble shot. He has been giving Ghost issues.
And again, everything coming off the backboard for Space Station, it's a light catch. It wasn't the best from Arsenal. They ended up giving Ghost a shot. It was saved by AXB, but most times when they're catching that ball,
good bump.
It's right behind them. Ghost finally a little bit of offense, but again, that light touch from Arsenal. You're not giving it right back. You give yourself another chance at a 50.
This is what you want to see out of Ghost if you're a Ghost fan, however. Finally getting time on the attack, waiting for their opening. So far, Space Station's defense hasn't showed any weakness, but all it takes is that one moment, Jorby.
And Ghost are starting to win the boost battle as well, James. Typical trouble clearing it. Arsenal is playing it close. AXB, so far the reliable third man for Space Station on defense. Touch here.
Oh, this is it.
A miss. The shot is good from Atomic, and Ghost have a lead late in game 3.
That was missed. Putting on all that pressure, wins the challenge, and then at 0 boost, puts it over. AXB did not get the greatest touch. He and Sipical were right in the same spot. They needed to get that ball to the corner. AXB just bounced that right back out into the danger zone where rebound goals happen all the time, and that's exactly the way it played out.
And that it all started from that attempted carry from Sipical with low boost where Arsenal was following him really closely. It was a super tight rotation from Space Station on defense, and Ghost hopped right on top of it, and Space Station weren't able to recover off of that sequence. Illusion maybe giving Ghosts a little bit of juice here in game 3, in danger of being swept, but they do hold a lead late in game 3. Space Station has plenty of time for them. Ball wide of the net there. Trying to keep it away. Here's Illusion with low touch. Does he have another? No, he's gonna give way for AXB as Atomic tries to cut him off. Space Station. They can't grab a hold of the ball now. Here's Mist, looking for a flip reset, but already on top of him was Sipical.
Confident challenge as well. Sipical had to immediately react, and he only had enough boost to barely get to that ball in time. So split-second decision-making, a bump.
He's got it! It's a goal off the crossbar! Illusion scores off the midair bump!
A crazy bump from Atomic. AXB is inches away from the ceiling. That might be the highest bump that I have seen in a while. Atomic going all the way to the rafters to put him out of the play.
He took a page. Oh, are you, okay, the game's not over yet. But I was just gonna say, Atomic took a page out of the Rumble playbook, and
it was the grapple hook.
It was as straight as the hook, man.
It was the grapple hook.
Insane.
A beeline straight to him. But you said it, Jorby. It's not over yet. We've seen this happen before. 6 seconds.
We'll see if they can do it. They're gonna have to do it from their own corner. AXB pitches it up. It'll be killed by Mist, but will it be on the ground? Arsenal couldn't get there in time, and Ghosts prevent the sweep and stay alive in this series.
Crazy bump. Crazy bump.
Just, it was perfect launch. It was funny because I'm watching the screen and I just see him fly out of like the right corner of the screen. I was like, is he gonna hit AXB?
Yeah, he just blasted him right out of the way. Atomic, that was something else. Even Mist making his presence known all around. It was a bounce back game for Ghost. They answered the call, and now they're putting themselves in a situation where they can get back into the series. They've been hanging with Space Station all series long. But now they finally break through. We were talking about their challenges of getting out of their own half, and they finally do it. And in the latter half of this game, they were controlling the momentum and starting to turn the corner. So the question is, can they keep that up in Game 4?
Yeah, it certainly felt like a tale of two halves, because it felt like more of the same at the start of Game 3 with Space Station. They were finding that pressure, and I thought AXB in particular, even on defense, was reliable in clearing the ball out to the corners, and then there was that one mistouch that he had on really just a whole botched defensive sequence from Space Station that allowed Ghost to score, and then Ghost never gave up the game after that. They started to control after that. Goes to show you how much one goal can make a difference for a team.
Especially when these games are just one-goal games a lot of the time. They have been neck and neck. Ghost matching this pace. This pace is refreshing. Seeing how fast Space Station and Ghost are playing, these are two teams that I would not be surprised to see finish in the top 4. These guys are all putting their best effort out here on the field.
And a lot of good goal work from Ghosts, in particular Atomic, who had 4 saves just in Game 3 alone. 2 more for Mist. So on defense, being able to withstand pressure is certainly a skill that not all RLCS teams have. The Ghosts have been able to withstand the storm that is Space Station Gaming. But now it's just about coming back. Good fake from AXB. And not the touch you wanted if you're Arsenal, but you'll take that 50.
Rare misread from Mist. He thought he was going to get that bounce off the ceiling much sooner.
Good touch from Arsenal as well. Still trying to control. AXB had no boosts, but it was still decent enough bait. Atomic loves to hop in front. He tried to hop in front there and cut off the pass again.
That would have been such a good touch.
Yeah.
Because Illusion had hit that off the sidewall, which a lot of times you'll be giving up possession and putting yourself in a bad spot, but Atomic was almost there to get the hit. And honestly, he still might have messed him up, but the follow-up shot from Sipical, the attack from Space Station, gets them on the board just over a minute into Game 4.
Atomic just couldn't get to that ball. I need to look at it again to see where he came from exactly, but he did not have the read. If he didn't have boost, either way, he wasn't able to get to that ball. Gave Sipical a chance at that. And now Space Station with the lead. You see Mist trying to harass in net, but it's Arsenal with control. That's a good challenge from Atomic. Oh, and Illusion forced to go back and carry that off of AXB's touch. And now Space Station back in the blue half, but a demo might stint the assault. And it will. Atomic just slowing down Space Station's offense, but where's the next touch? Sipical makes him look silly on that.
Baited Illusion to go for that, making him think that he was going to have to get a challenge on the hit, but Sipical just let that ball float through. Illusion flying by, and now a team bump before Illusion finally gets this clear.
And then chipping Atomic, which would have been a transition for Ghost, but that little chip from AXB onto Atomic stopped the transition for Ghost. Space Station was still on offense. Nice cut from Arsenal, but he's got nothing in the tank. Interesting decision for Illusion to pull wide. He had the beat on the ball, but he chose to go for the boost.
Oh.
They still got
He beat everyone.
the ball. Arsenal, does he have the touch? He does. Illusion pops it up. There's nothing for Ghost. It was a huge chance.
That is devastating for Ghost. Mist took all 3 defenders out of the play. He had them hook, line, and sinker. All Ghost needed to do was stay back and read it off the backboard, and Illusion was just too close. Needed to step back just a bit, maybe 2 or 3 carlings, and he would have had an easy goal.
That's what it feels like Illusion's positioning has been in the last 2 games. It's just been 1 or 2 car lengths too far forward, and it's cost him precious time to keep attacks going or even losing a potential goal to tie this game up. Here's a good pass to Atomic, and it's in. Ghost finally find the back of the net.
And that was off the pass from Illusion. So Illusion getting control of that ball very quickly, making amends for that missed shot opportunity, and assisting that goal to Atomic. Excellent effort, and Ghost, they are not giving up yet, trying to force this Game 5.
Get a little win off the kickoff, but couldn't keep it going. AXB off the ceiling. Atomic again
Very good
takes
speed.
away the ball from Sipical.
And you mentioned that he likes to do that, and that was a very important moment as well. Sipical was trying to set himself up to keep that ball going on the attack, maybe set up a double tap, maybe go for a backboard pass, but we'll never know because Atomic jumped right in front of that play so fast.
And he pretty much doesn't do it in situations where, open, AXB got back just in time, Typical booms it away, but most situations he does do that, it is when both of his teammates have already rotated back, and it usually puts that ball, James, like you said, maybe in a position where his teammates can grab it on the transition and preventing potential shooting opportunities for Space Station.
Atomic was a player just like First Killer that had a lot of hype behind him. Obviously, he was not allowed to compete for his first year of eligibility due to a competitive ruling back when our rival series was going on. You could check out that story. But he was a player that was young and had a lot of hype behind him, and he just went right into the RLCS just like First Killer has done. And he has proven that players with insane mechanics can elevate a team and just give them opportunities to score and do things that make your jaw drop. Atomic, he's one of those players, and he's making those plays in this game. Excellent speed.
This has been a very good sequence from Ghost. They do find themselves on defense, but they've controlled the pitch pretty well. And now that might all be for naught as Space Station are back on offense. Here's Typical up high. Does he have a double touch? He does. He needs a third one, though. Help from his teammate, and it's in. AXB forces his way through the defense to give Space Station the lead.
We were wondering, is this going to be a triple? Gets that one, and it goes right out in front of net for AXB. Even though Typical didn't get the triple tap goal, he gets the double tap assist. Space Station have 23 seconds before they can close out this series and get the first win of their season.
It was after Ghosts were looking so good on the rotation, and just one transition killed them. They lost all their momentum. AXB back to the far side. A third goal will kill Ghost's chances. Missed. Down over to Illusion. Illusion in front, blocked by Arsenal. Mist has got one more chance to keep this in play. Atomic has to force it, and he cannot keep that ball in the air. It's Space Station winning in 4. And man, do they look good.
They certainly do. Pick up right where they left off from last season. Ghost, a team that Gibbs said sits in mediocrity. Well, I thought that they played well. Even though they did take the L in this series, they're a team that you can tell has potential. Atomic speed, Illusion was making plays, Mist was rock solid on the defense. Their pace was something else. They are a fast team.
I really think they have to get things figured out on their rotation on offense. They only generated 3 shots on net, despite controlling the pitch for as long as they did in Game 4. So if they can start finding more shots on net, figure out how to make that rotation work instead of, one touch and now we got to play. They're playing reactive on offense. I want to see more passing to teammates and maybe better boost management as well from Ghost moving forward. But I'm with you, James. I thought overall they looked good. I just think that was the
Space Station was just better. They really are looking like that number 2 team in NA right now.
Well, this has been a fantastic day. I have been surprised by the
It was worth the wait, wasn't it, Jeremy?
It absolutely was. It just kept the hype going. We got another match coming up after the break. It's going to be fun. It's Rogue, and it's G2.
That is going to be fun.
Can G2 bounce back after falling to the promotion tournament? We're going to find out after the break. Don't go anywhere.
Therapy when my feet gets the best of me. I can't seem to understand how you do this to me. You've been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead. I didn't know I was on casualty until you stopped my heart and you made me see. Saw you in the red dress. I can't seem to understand how you got all that finesse. Still been running in circles inside my head. I dream just to be where you are in a world I can see where you are, though you are meant to be. Wish you're here next to me where you
Space Station Gaming looking just as good as they did coming out of Worlds from Season 8 and a hot start to Season 9. Welcome back to the desk. I'm Leaf alongside Gibbs and Jorby joining us at the desk now. Space Station, as I just said there, looking pretty good coming into this. You know, missed, I think, taking some time to fit in with his Ghost team.
Yeah, it seemed like there was just a couple mistakes from Ghost where that one play where off the back wall from Arsenal, he misses two Ghost players are available for a shot, they both moved up just a little bit too much. It's like those small plays will change an entire series, and it felt like Space Station didn't have those mistakes while Ghost did.
Yeah, I agree. And I think in some of those situations it was Illusion who kept getting caught out, especially late in games where he's trying to creep up because he wants to be quick on the play, and then he ends up having to back up a couple car lengths to catch the ball again. But not only that, but they were just moving up too much as a team, I felt, in low boost situations, putting themselves, having to play acrobatic defense that forced Ghost to commit some double commits in a couple of sequences that Space Station were putting on, but Ghost couldn't really figure it out. Even in situations that they actually controlled the pitch, they couldn't find shots on net.
Yeah, we saw that with Illusion. He's creeping up a lot. He only had 2 shots in the entire series.
Yeah.
So he's trying to make things happen, just there wasn't anything happening. It did seem like Ghost, again, they had possession, but they just couldn't turn that into any offense at times. And I think that's always been a problem on Ghost, where they were a defense-first team just because they couldn't create offense. And we saw it here again a little bit. But big plays like this from Sipical are the reason why Space Station won this series. And it was all 3 of them.
Yeah, and Sipical earlier, even when he had that save to punt it to AXB in midfield, and AXB made a beautiful touch to set it up for Arsenal earlier in the series. Like, those are the types of plays that Sipical makes. That's what makes Space Station a top-tier team.
Yeah, and it's so dangerous because AXB, he's known as that third man. Well, in Game 4, it took 9 corner boosts from Ghost. 9 of them. He was taking all the boosts. That's normally what Arsenal does. So it looks like all 3 players can play any role on this team, and as that continues, Space Station is going to be incredibly dangerous.
So for Ghost, still looking forward, I mean, obviously there's some changes that need to happen before they play their next matches throughout the rest of league play. What is it, Jorby, for you specifically, you think they need to work on? Is it something on their own, or was it just they were getting shut down too much by Space Station and they need to be on that early?
I think they need to work on their offensive rotations. I kind of alluded to it at the end of that series, where I felt like they're creeping up a little too much with not enough resources, and then the ball ends up getting pitched over their head. Or they're playing, it's almost like they're playing a miss, or they're playing reactive on offense, where they're like, all right, we're in midfield, move it to the back wall, and hope that they hit it right back to us. And that never happened because Space Station did such a great job carrying the ball out of their own end.
Well, maybe we can ask someone that has some first-hand experience. We have Space Station Gaming's Arsenal on the line to give a chat, man. How's it feel being back on the field?
It feels great. Like I love playing RLCS. It's like the most fun I have playing Rocket League. So I'm just here to be. I'm back, and I'm happy.
That's awesome. We love watching too, man. Especially, I'm thinking back to Worlds, man. You were like a powerhouse pop-off player, like it just insane play. What's the difference between playing on a LAN experience like that and then coming back to league play? Is it tough adjusting to that, not having your teammates beside you?
Yeah. Like LAN is like, it's very like, it's fun. It's more fun than like playing by myself. And like when I have my teammates next to me, it just making plays and getting hype. It makes me better, I feel like.
Now, talk to me about Ghosts. You guys just had some first-hand experience. You just played them fresh off the field. How are you feeling they're looking, based off the pro power rankings? Are they in the right spot right now, or, do they have some time before they can get to full stride?
I feel like they do have time. Like, they still need to improve on some stuff. And, yeah, we haven't, like, scrimmed them much or played them at all, so we didn't really know what to expect. But they play well.
Now,
it's not enough.
How about yourselves? What are the expectations coming into the season? Obviously, you guys had a stellar performance, 2nd seed in North America, and then just performing extremely well at Worlds. Obviously a little bit of room for improvement, but like, what are the realistic expectations for your team in this? Play the same or one step higher every time?
I'm hoping that we can play better. Like, we can beat every single team, and then when we get to LAN, even compete with those teams. And I feel like we can do it.
And you guys are showing it too. You're definitely looking like a team that can do that. And just though there are a lot of teams that probably can do it and can be the best in North America. What teams are you most looking forward to playing or looking out for that could be dangerous for you guys?
I'm excited to play like G2 and like NRG.
True.
Because like they're looking good, and NRG is always a team I've wanted to beat. So I can't wait to play NRG.
Hey, that's good, man. Set your sights high. They're still looking pretty good, so I'm excited to see that match happen. But congratulations on the win today, and we'll see you play in the future.
Thank you.
There it is. Yeah, you can. I agree with him. I mean, LAN's just fun. By the way, if you haven't been to LAN, you need to go. LAN.
Confirm.
Dallas, Texas. Tickets February 22nd. You better get them because it's always hype, and he confirmed it there too. Even just playing as a player, it's something different about being up on that stage.
Yeah.
You saw him too. Go back and watch it, man. The dude popped off.
Not only him, his whole team was playing incredibly well. They had one bad series, I felt like. That was versus Dignitas, and it's like, because Dignitas took all the boost. But as soon as they have boost on Space Station, they always look amazing.
Yeah, totally agree. Arsenal is still every bit the player he was last season. I think this team is fighting for top 2 right now. They are a top 2 team.
Well, it is time for our final match of Week 1 of North American League play, and it is Rogue versus G2. There are a few storylines to talk about on this one. I'm actually kind of curious which one you guys think is going to take this one. Storyline's more important here. Is it, that Rogue with Kronovi versus G2, or is it
that's old news.
Newcomer?
That's old news. Yeah. It's all about First Killer. Everyone wants to know how this kid plays. There's been 5 players that have jumped directly to the RLCS, no rival series experience. Yukio, then Fruity, then Scrub Killer, then Atomic, and then Astral. 5 really talented players that are still in the RLCS now, and they look like they're players that contend for a world championship year in and year out. Now we add First Killer to the list. No one's really had a disappointing season when they first came in. A lot of pressure on First Killer, though. A lot of people saying Rogue is one of those basement teams right now. The pros had him 8th, I believe. So a lot of work to be done to fill those shoes from AJ. Not only that, though, a lot of miscommunication from Rogue last season, a lot of bad rotations. First Killer's going to have to try and help fix that.
Yeah, and I mean, that was my big question with Rogue, even watching their replays, is I couldn't decide between, Wonder and AJ. Who's messing each other up more? Now we're really going to find out if it was AJ or Wonder, or if their problems just persist as a team.
Well, let us know how you guys feel about First Killer getting his first match in on Twitter at RL Esports, hashtag RLCS9. It is now time for our final match of Week 1.
It's the new kid on the block for Rogue. First Killer coming in on his debut here in the North American RLCS. And Turtle, I want to get your initial thoughts. We heard it from the desk. What do you think of First Killer on this Rogue team?
I have very mixed opinions, but I feel like it's a very similar situation to what Violet Panda has done with Astral. I think Kronovi's trying to take that role, mold First Killer into the star player, the prodigy that I feel like he's destined to be at this point.
Well, we'll find out as we get things kicked off here in Game 1, and G2 coming off a pretty poor season.
Oh, yeah.
See if they can turn things around here in Season 9 as they start off on the offensive end here.
And the respect for G2, it hasn't gone away. I mean, even Arsenal in that interview said that G2, he was looking forward to play them. NRG as well. Some of the best teams right now in the league, looking hot, looking on fire. So, I mean, let's see.
There's a lot of questions about G2 as well. People thought for Cloud9, hey, maybe they could bounce back in their first game, unable to do so. And G2, the other team, coming down from the big 3 that we look to see bounce back here in this season. Rizzo puts off a shot. It goes wide as Rogue lets it go across the box. Now Wonder downfield, and a first attempt now for Rogue. First Killer waiting patiently in the box. It comes out to him, tries to get it across on target. Rizzo there on the clear. And First Killer still keeping this one on, and it almost gets over Chicago as he's got to stretch out. Here's Jay Naps. The pass over, shot on the right side, and First Killer gets back to make the save. G2 still looking to press on here as Rogue coming across a couple tough calls here early on the defensive side.
Oh, the aggression from First Killer, 2 demos back to back, and so far he's really meshing well so far. I mean, it's early in the series, but right now he looks confident.
Getting involved on the offense there, and a couple of demolitions as well, and a big save on the back end for Rogue. So First Killer already involved in every way you want him to be, and here he comes again. Trying to push this one across to Kronovi. G2, one of the biggest things for them is their shooting percentage last season was second lowest, just above United, and they have opportunity here to put one away, and as soon as I say it, it's Rizzo with the first goal for G2.
And it all started with that first touch from First Killer, trying to kill it in the corner, but Chicago, he doesn't go for the ball, he just goes for the block, and luckily enough, it goes right out to Rizzo, who's in the perfect position. Great execution in Chicago, an even better challenge.
And Rogue gave opportunity a couple times to G2 here, just above the box. And
another
Rizzo
one.
Again, it beats the whole defense from Rogue, and Rizzo a second goal.
Putting the team on his back off the kickoff. He doesn't even need the boost. Times the flip perfectly. And that's another one right for G2.
Rizzo and Chicago linking up for both the goals on the G2 side. Rogue looking now to get back into it. 2 quick goals here as they find themselves on offense. Can they get their own offense going? First killer, he's got options. Decides to take it himself. A second touch off the ceiling. G2 just watched him as he went. It wasn't dangerous in the end. This one popped up. Rizzo lofts this one over. First killer there to cut it out. Tried to get a bump on the last man. J-Naps trying to clean it up. Wonder. Weak ball up from the back wall, and quickly G2 downfield. Chicago in the midfield couldn't get the touch, and now Rogue back the other way. Kronovi was down in the corner. Pass couldn't get to him. And so with 2 minutes remaining, plenty of time for Rogue here, but you start to wonder about how can they generate some dangerous offense.
We're starting to see that classic G2 possession game where they're really just keen on finding each other in the midfield, focusing on passing and prioritizing that possession game. Not too rushed to go to a challenge like you said. They just watched First Killer try and make an attempt on net. They're not panicking at all on the defensive side.
Very controlled state for G2. Taking opportunity when they see it, but not forcing it. Here's First Killer, big clear from him. Chicago there to eat it up in the midfield. Wonder. Nobody gets a touch on this one as it bounces on the G2 side. Now First Killer onto the dribble, tried to go past Rizzo, comes out to Kronovi, shot is weak and turned away by Chicago.
Oh, another one.
Rogue still an opportunity here. It's knocked down. First Killer to come through. A shot to the left side. Demolitions everywhere. The ball still saved away. Less than a minute to go here. And Rogue pressing on. Opportunities are coming now. But the G2 side holding strong.
The double.
Second touch from Kronovi doesn't connect. First Killer lets it go. Wonder turns back around with no boost for that one. And now time becomes a factor for Rogue. 40 seconds left. This one off the corner on the Rogue side. First Killer to clear it away. Wonder on the follow-up. Dangerous. Here's First Killer cleared away by Rizzo. Rogue, they've got to score quite quickly here. And G2 feeling the pressure. Cross comes from Kronovi, but taken away by J-Naps. And G2 back to the possession. This one's going to go off the backboard and cleared away by First Killer.
And even there, you could see the possession of G2. Crow trying to get a pass out to Wonder. Oh my goodness.
The second touch almost came down from First Killer off of Wonder's pass, and time ticking away. G2 and J-Naps just going to let this one roll slowly above the Rogue defense. And that's going to do it for game one. G2 control the game on both sides of the field. They get themselves a win here in game one.
Rogue, they needed a little bit of a warm-up, but towards the end there, we saw a lot of great opportunities. It just really came down to the final finish. Even First Killer, I think back to about 2 minutes ago, when they got a demo, they got all the position, the pass came in. It just came down to the accuracy of the shot, and First Killer couldn't find the back of the net, but still, a solid performance. G2 just too fast and too controlled.
I think it was quick 2 goals there from G2 in an otherwise very even game between Rogue and G2. And I think that you're right. For Rogue, got a little bit of a warm-up here. You get First Killer involved. I thought he played great here in game one. Involved on the offense and on the defensive side of things. Exactly what you want. A couple dangerous chances for him. He had 3 shots in his own right. So for Rogue, I can't be too upset with your game one performance. You knew it might be a little shaky coming into this with the new player.
And that's what I wanted to talk about was the delegation of responsibility to First Killer. As your Wonder and Kronovi trying to figure out how to mentally prepare First Killer for his debut at RLCS. He hasn't been through the rival series. He has no previous experience in RLCS. This is his debut, just straight into the big leagues, basically. So how much delegation of responsibility, how much pressure do you put on him? And, you know, how do you go about just making sure he stays calm and relaxed?
As far as experience and age here, best case scenario, I think, for First Killer and finding teammates in Wonder and Kronovi. Wonder finishing top 4 a couple seasons ago, and obviously, I don't think I have to give any introduction to Kronovi. His achievements, world champion and legend here in the Rocket League scene. So a lot to learn here for First Killer, and learned a lot in game one. But things carry on here for G2, a very controlled game, like we said. They look to keep it going here in game 2. J-Naps fires off a shot. This ball ricocheting around on the Rogue side. Pass across. That one was intended for Rizzo, cut out by Wonder as he floats to the midfield. Here's JNap's shot, just over and wide, and Kurnovi here to clean it up for Rogue. Good clear again from Kurnovi. Wonder was there to follow it up, but Chicago gets in the way of that one. Now Chicago again trying to follow up in the midfield.
And you can see G2, they're just faster to challenge the ball right now. Even whenever they don't have possession, they're cutting every pass they can see and predict from Rogue. And it just feels a little bit faster. Even right there, you see Rizzo getting in front of the ball, denying any form of possession from Rogue.
G2, couple dangerous looks here as that one's passed across. JNaps could catch up to it in time. It's a tough angle for him, and a double commit comes out from Rogue. G2 putting on the pressure there, but a big clear there from First Killer. Chicago tried to find Rizzo downfield. It comes back to Chicago and a weak touch. Taken up by First Killer, and he's going to take this one to the midfield.
Oh, good bump.
Bumps into JNaps. Rizzo comes through, though, to clear it out for G2, and JNaps another touch. Over to Rizzo. Back down to Chicago. The follow-up was there. Rizzo again. G2 controlling a lot of the pace in this game. A lot of time spent on that Rogue side. The Rogue do break out here. Can they put the pressure on G2 and make them sweat a little bit? Good demo there from First Killer. Felt like JNaps had a lot of space to work with. First Killer takes that away. Second touch opportunity for First Killer, denied by JNaps.
Even when Rogue do find themselves on the offensive side, the offensive field, it just feels like they can't string anything together. G2 so spaced out, they'd never double commit, it seems. And right now, how are you gonna break this defense that just does not panic?
Like you said, it's been a very patient game from G2. Not forcing anything, and they really haven't been put up under too much pressure from Rogue, aside from a couple instances. Here's First Killer, second touchdown across the box. Kurnovi was there lurking. Pass out to Wonder, tough shot, turned away by Rizzo off the post there. First Killer into the air dribble.
Oh, another
Lots of boost to work with, but just couldn't grab the ball there. And Wonder shot off the crossbar. It's bouncing on the goal line. First Killer bumped away. Now Wonder looking for Kurnovi. He is in position, but taken away by Chicago.
And Wonder, even back to that shot, the only opening that Rogue have had all game long. He's got to be feeling it.
Wonder takes his time, cuts across to the right. First Killer's there, but couldn't catch up to it. It was a weak pass, a little bit too shallow. Kurnovi over to Wonder. Opportunity here, but again, just couldn't get a hold of the ball. Still a tied game, though, and Rogue finding more and more time here on the G2 side.
Oh, nice touch.
JNaps, the follow-up. Couldn't get there. Now Rogue looking to find just that one opening goal. Still scoreless in the first two games here. Dangerous ball comes across Chicago. Shot off the post and in, and G2 takes a late lead.
Chicago was so fast to get to this ball, and look at the speed that JNaps hit him with. The pass just came in like a bullet off the backboard. Chicago up so quickly, and even with the minimal amount of opportunities that G2 have had, they make it count. Rogue, it seems like, have been pretty dominant so far with possession on their half, but G2, they just need that one opportunity, the one breakout, and they've got themselves a goal.
Chicago trying to keep it on for G2. Rizzo, great pass out. And again, G2 not biting on dangerous plays and waiting for the mistakes, and a demolition from Rizzo opens up the net for JNaps.
And just a rough touch from Wonder, trying to maybe set up Kurnovi or First Killer, who was even going for the boost in the corner, wouldn't have been able to touch it even if he wanted to.
Yeah, he wasn't even there.
Yeah.
He left the net, so it was a free shot for JNaps in the end. And again, two quick goals here for G2. And what, again, was an otherwise very even game. So G2 look to close it out. Kurnovi. Slippery set goes nowhere, and it's going to pinch all the way off to the back wall on the Rogue side.
G2, look at the speed so far. Every time the ball gets popped up, they are way faster than Rogue. Another one for JNaps, and this all did stem from this speed right now from Chicago, the way he's able to beat First Killer in the corner and then follow it up with a second hit. This is just outperformance right now.
And a tough miss there by Kronovi coming off the back wall as well. Feel like he could have at least gotten a touch there. Yeah. In the end, G2, a 3-goal lead, and very quickly here, for the first 4 minutes, it was tied, and Rogue did have quite a few opportunities to put something on target, but just couldn't break down the G2 defense. And now a 2-series lead here, 2-game lead here for G2 over Rogue.
And really, I mean, I'm just paying attention to the way that these two teams are moving the ball. Rogue, they've had some decent opportunities. Wonder, like I said earlier, he did have that one slight gap on the goal where he did get a pass across. He just barely missed it, the accuracy plugging them. So when they do have chances, they just can't capitalize. And again, look at that pass from Chicago off the corner. It's the fact that he was able to get a follow-up. Not only did he have the speed to outpace First Killer there, but the way he landed and recovered on the wall is really what set this play up.
And G2, 3 quick goals, gets them a win here. And for Rogue now, you put up 8 shots to the 9 at G2, so you went toe-to-toe in shooting, but just not dangerous enough, and you couldn't stop enough from G2 on the offensive side.
It's the passing to me. I feel like Rogue, while they're doing a good job of having, offensive pressure and really pushing the ball forward, I feel like the quality of passes just isn't there. I mean, JNaps, we saw the first goal. That pass was a rocket off the backboard. He just completely nailed it. Nobody was ever going to react to that on Rogue. On Rogue, excuse me. And for G2, they don't really got to, freak out or panic because these passes that are coming in aren't really directly across. They aren't super, have intentions of finding somebody. They're just kind of nailing it off the backboard, hoping something will happen.
And something that we've said a couple times is the patience from G2, and you can see the difference here in G2 in their first series in this season versus last season.
100%.
G2 was firing out a lot of shots and trying to force something to happen. G2 waiting for the mistakes or just waiting for the opportunity that they generate themselves. And they strike.
An opposite day for G2. Meanwhile, we were looking at Cloud9 earlier, hoping they would have a better comeback this season. Seems like G2 really trying to be that one team who says that they're here to stay and that they've fixed all their mistakes of last season.
Yeah, they definitely don't want last season to become the norm.
Yeah.
And I think these first 2 games are great indications of what G2 is capable of, how they control the pace of the game, how they control the game just in general, force your mistakes, and then take advantage. I think so far so good for G2, but they've got to close out the series here against Rogue.
Oh, a good touch from JNaps. Chicago just missed the shot. But again, that pass out, it was a soft touch directly into the middle. He didn't even want to hit the backboard. These infield passes, so crucial for G2.
It really is the backbone of the offense for G2. It's what they've been known for. Even through different iterations of this roster, G2 has been such a strong passing team.
Yeah.
And every single season they've been able to pull off that type of play style. And while maybe the demo meta disrupts it a little bit, they have their own demo meta, and it's Rizzo, who has been a demolition machine for this team in season over season.
You have your demos, we have Rizzo.
Yeah. And it is true, and for G2, they are feeling a little bit of pressure here now. Kronovi's up, he's gonna win. Can he follow this one up off the back wall? Gonna bounce off the ceiling, but Wonder comes through, and Rogue finally on the board here in this series.
The miss from Chicago giving some kind of momentum to Rogue. Wonder, I'm surprised he still went for that. That's exactly what you want to do. He committed already to that ball. If he had judged his position based off of the other player, Chicago, and how he was coming at the ball, he might have just missed, assuming Chicago would have gotten a hit.
So Wonder and Kronovi combined for the first goal of the season for Rogue. Here's Wonder again coming off the ceiling. Pass down to First Killer, and it's going to go in for him. His first goal of the RLCS, and a 2-goal lead for Rogue.
And look at this pass from Wonder off the ceiling. This is the quality pass that we're looking for. First Killer almost delaying his shot a bit. Seems like JNaps just kind of went flying in front of him, and the slower pace shot got behind him.
So 2 quick goals here for Rogue, following suit of G2, and now maybe an opportunity here for Wonder. Taken away by Chicago. This ball floating towards JNaps, and now G2 gets the passing game going. Is cut out by Wonder. thrown downfield. Rizzo trying to stretch out for that one, couldn't do so. Now first killer on the dribble. Can't get by Chicago. G2 quickly back in the driver's seat. Demo comes out from Rizzo. Chicago couldn't get that one across.
Oh, nice hit.
This one cleared away. Chicago just trying to keep it alive for G2. Rizzo was there. Rogue very patient on that play. Knew that was breaking down for G2. Demo comes out. First killer. He's got a lot of green in front of him, but with no boost, lets Kronovi go and shut down by G2.
Still like that play though, the comms, the communication coming out from Rogue for Crow just to take initiative and say, hey, I got this. First killer doing a good job of being aware of his teammates. A really solid sign here as Rogue try and build some kind of momentum here in the series.
Chicago looking for that back wall. It does come out. JNaps was lurking. Opted not to go on the clear from Kronovi. JNaps now on the ball. Shot. That was going to be turned away by Wonder. Wonder again on the follow-up. Only at 20 boost, trying to conserve. And now downfield in the corner. Lots of time here for Wonder. He was given a lot of respect, even though he didn't have a lot of boost to work with. Ball bouncing in the midfield, taken up by G2. JNaps gets demoed in midair by first killer. And that'll slow things down for G2.
That demo was huge. JNaps would have had the first shot right on net. First killer just hunts him down in the air. And so far, just real quiet gameplay from G2.
Well, they have been close games here for the majority of game time in each game.
Yeah.
Just felt like while G2 have been controlling, they're not scoring 3, 4, 5 goals in a game. It's when does Rogue make the mistake? When does Rogue give us the opportunity? And when you're playing from behind, you do have to start to force some things. You do have to play a little bit more risky and push up the field. And to be fair, G2 have spent a lot of time here in the offensive third, but just not putting anything together. And now with 40 seconds left to go here in game 3, G2 find themselves in a tough position.
Oh, this could be an opening.
No follow-up, but JNaps does come late. The shot to the left side, and it's past the last defender, and G2 able to get one late.
And the defense from Rogue was just scattered all over the place. Crow flying across the net, anticipating some sort of shot coming out from G2. Nobody was there instantly. The time just kept going down. And now we see a goal from G2, which should have definitely been saved.
30 seconds left. G2 trying to make a late comeback. Rogue trying to hang on here and not get swept by G2 here in their first series of RLCS. JNaps up and over Crow. It's just first killer left. JNaps there, and he almost gets the flip reset and in. The follow-up from Rizzo can't put it away, and Kronovi trying to hang on for dear life as Rogue and Wonder charge downfield. And this ball, it might drop as JNaps. He's going to pick it up. G2, maybe one more opportunity. Chicago, shot on target, tied up at the last second. G2's done it.
The entire game, they've been trailing Rogue, and they do it at 0 seconds off a great passing play. JNaps to Chicago in the middle. They've been doing it all series long, and now they're back in it. We got overtime.
Overtime in game 3. Rogue trying to hang on. This ball drops down. Wonder takes it away. Throws it downfield. First killer. He'll be on the ball. Wonder.
Oh no.
This one across, saved away by Chicago. Still a tough position for G2. Kronovi waiting to see what JNaps does. It's Rizzo on the clear. First killer there to slow him down, but G2's still going to get out. JNaps looking for another one, gets the dunk. And G2 now
50
on the offense. First killer looking for that pinch to push it downfield. A lot of respect given to first killer here as he's throwing it up over the net. Wonder looking for Kronovi, but it's light. And G2 quickly downfield, a touch there from JNaps, taken away easily by first killer. Here's Rizzo, bringing this one down. And flicks it past towards midfield. Wonder, met by JNaps on the midfield line. Chicago, back to himself. A second touch on target, Kronovi. Backwards had to make the save, and with no boost, Wonder throws it to the midfield. G2 looking dangerous here. Just over a minute into overtime. Chicago trying to put that one across. G2 looking to reset. Kronovi down to Wonder. And into the G2 corner. Here's JNaps. He's been dangerous as of late. Looking for a second touch. JNaps does it off the crossbar. And G2 take down Rogue in 3 games.
He was involved with the 0-second goal, and then now he doesn't even need somebody to pass to. JNaps takes it himself off the backboard. What an impossible read, but somehow he manages to find the back of the net. JNaps, a true monster, just being unleashed here in game 3. And Rogue, that is painful to go out like that.
3 goals straight for G2. Their first one coming with 30 seconds left.
G2, they just waited to get things started that whole game.
Look, we said it the entire series. They've been very, very patient here against Rogue, and opportunity came with 30 seconds left for G2.
And 0 seconds left.
Apparently
Literally,
0.
they had no time left.
And that's when G2 decides to make their charge. And you have to give credit to him. This was a very solid, controlling series from G2.
Absolutely no panic whatsoever. It felt like they were just calm the entire game, even 0 seconds down. They kept their composure, their pacing, and they continued to pass. And I feel like JNaps in that last 0-second goal, it's so much easier to panic and go for a shot there, just try and flick it forward so the ball doesn't hit the ground. But instead, he was relaxed. He probably focused on his breathing at that point because I'd be freaking out. And he managed to find the pass to Chicago. And then after that, he did an amazing double touch.
And on the other side of things for Rogue, now you look back at this series, tough first 2 games, didn't put up a single goal. But then that third game, it looked really good from Rogue, especially early on. Things started to fall apart.
And I feel like Rogue, while it was definitely a big sweep for G2 and a painful one for Rogue, I still felt like the composure and the way that they handled things, we did see a couple of double commits here and there, but it was not nearly as gruesome as what it was last season. Hopefully that's a good start for them, and maybe they can build on some of that. It's still going to be rough.
Yeah, a lot of improvements, I think, from G2 from what we saw last season to this season. I think for Rogue, I think First Killer played just fine throughout this series. It didn't really feel like it was discombobulated in any way for Rogue. It felt controlled, would you say?
Yeah, definitely. And I think that, First Killer, whether he's going for those crazy bumps, we saw the midair one, or being aggressive, which he has been, it didn't feel like he was trying to be passive, which is probably one of the best signs, because as this league play will progress, I can guarantee you that First Killer is going to come into his own and find that play style that he's been itching for to find in this RLCS against so many great teams.
Well, in the end, it's a 3-0 sweep for G2 over Rogue. We're going to send it back to the desk, see what they have to say.
Is G2 back on top? Well, they're off to a very good start in Season 9. Welcome back to us again. One last time, I'm Leaf alongside Gibbs and Jorby. And I know you got some words on G2, but I want to talk to you about First Killer first. They were just talking about it briefly there. It didn't look too bad. Wondering if you're green. Is he in the right path? Is he in the right spot to victory moving forward? Or
it's very hard to tell because I think G2 played so well on the defensive side of the ball. Yeah, that it was very hard to see exactly what we would get out of First Killer. So there's still some time, and we'll see that progress. But G2, we talked about this a lot, not on air, but just how offensive-minded they were last season really cost them on the defensive side of the ball, where they gave up over 2 goals per game, near the bottom of all of North America. Well, they only gave up 2 goals this entire series here, Jorby.
Yeah, no, they were wonderful. I mean, we were saying during the series, it's like, wow, G2 are not playing that super aggressive style we know them to. And when I was looking back at their replays last season, that is exactly what it was. G2 played with too much faith in each other, where they are expecting a challenge to go a very specific way, so they position closely on offense for it, and when they don't get that 50, they abandon the play. And then the ball ends up behind the third man, they get scored on. You saw so many open nets last season from G2. This time, much more patient approach to the ball. They got aggressive when it was pertinent to be aggressive, but they didn't overdo it, and I think that really put G2 in complete control. I mean, they were dominant against Rogue, even coming back in Game 3.
Well, just to keep you talking, Jorby, I'm curious, because you talked about like studying them and being like, hey, this is what they're going to have to do. Did they match your expectations of the changes they needed to make, or did he surprise you in the changes they made because they're still working?
Yeah, I only thought it was small changes G2 needed to make, and you see how big of a difference it makes for this team. Like Gibbs said, 2 goals they let in all series. That's huge. That's a huge way to start the season for G2, who are letting balls in all season.
Because So it's such a big difference because you have players like JNAPS in Chicago, mechanical gods, that you don't need to have all three players pushing up the field all the time to make the goals happen. You just need to play a little patient, maybe a few solo plays or just a few solid passes. We don't need 5 to 10 passes back to back to back for G2 to score. They have very talented players on the offensive side of the field. So allow that to breathe a little bit. Like, we don't need 20 scoring chances a game when we're giving up 5 goals because we have no defense. Make it only 1 goal or 2 goals, and we'll take 5 to 10 scoring chances, and that's all they need.
Now, comparing them, this is our first time getting to see them in league play. Let's compare them on a world stage from like season 8. Let's looking back, compared to the NRGs and the Vitalities of a few months ago. How's G2 standing? Is this a G2 that can compete with those kind of teams, or is there still some momentum to be gained here?
I have to see it first.
Okay.
Let's be honest.
No, make it assessments now.
They played against Rogue, and Rogue didn't have a good season last season. They didn't look good last season, so this was really a starter for G2. I want to see them play against top teams and how they react in those situations, because Rocket League, a very moment-to-moment game. Every matchup is different. How you react to different teams is usually going to be different, unless you are a team like NRG. I think G2 are that caliber. I think they are capable, but are they back there? I have to see it first.
So the one thing I like about G2, we talk about the patient defense. That's what NRG has always done.
Yeah.
They don't go super aggressive on the offensive side because they have a mechanical player with Justin and Garrett G that can make those plays happen at any moment. So if G2, they're trying to take out of the playbook of NRG. That's what it seems like to me, and that's what I like to see from G2. Now we'll just see going forward. The pros have them as a top 3 team again. So that is big shoes to fill.
Form, it seems like it.
But they're starting off well. They're starting off really good.
I really wanted to see, Rizzo was someone I really wanted to see come in, and JNAPS, those two in particular, come in and, especially on offensive rotation, play the ball a lot smarter. Rizzo was shooting really well. Rizzo played the ball.
I talked to you, even like one of those first goals, like the placement was beautiful off the bat. I'm like, this is going to be a good series.
Rizzo has given us that so many different times. And like to see him do it consistently in this series, I hope that's for good things to come for G2 and its fans.
We're going to talk to a G2 player in just a second, but first let's just continue on Rogue. We've been focusing too much on G2. Let's give it some love to Rogue real quick. What exactly are they needing to do to make sure they're not in that bottom half? Because it's scary. Just to remind you guys, that bottom half, you're either 8th and 9th will be promo relegation, and that 10th spot auto relegation. So Rogue's definitely going to want to avoid those bottom 3 spots. What do they need to do to avoid that based off what we've seen today?
So one thing that I have to see throughout this season is going to be how Wonder plays, because I do feel like there's a lot of pressure on him to be on this roster, because I think with AJ leaving, it kind of left Wonder on this Rogue roster. Like, a lot of people thought that they might move on from Wonder.
Yeah.
But Wonder, throughout these games, had a couple big misses at times, so I think there's going to be a lot of pressure on him throughout the season. We'll see how he bounces back in week 2. But I think it is still too early to tell, because of the defensive performance by G2, exactly what we're going to get out of Rogue.
Yeah, I want to see more out of Rogue. I definitely feel like Wonder was having some trouble, especially in the challenge game. His approaches weren't that good. His positioning was on and off, but more off than on. So I want to see him try to, swing that pendulum a little bit more, and I'd like to see his positioning shore up.
Well, I mentioned before, so let's bring it back to G2, because on the line, I believe we have Rizzo. How'd it feel playing, man?
It felt great. What's up, Leaf?
Nothing, just watching some great Rocket League. Great from you, too. Again, as I was saying, we're watching right off the bat. You had some really good play. Looked like you were connecting really well. Just give me sights on the offseason. What did you guys work on to make sure that you came into Season 9 connecting well?
We basically just took a step back and looked at what we did wrong in Season 8. And realizing what we did in Season 7 that was so well, and trying to take a step back and going to what we did in Season 7 and stuff like that.
Now, obviously, in the background, we can notice you guys are all hanging out now. You guys are at a G2 facility. What's it like now having everyone around? People are right beside you. It's almost like a LAN experience, just less audience members.
Yeah, that was the idea with it, is we wanted it to feel like a LAN, because we always felt like we played better at LANs anyway. We didn't really feel like we were top notch as like an online team or anything like that. So that was the main goal with having everybody around each other. And I mean, for the first week, it worked well. So.
And what were the comms like then after that Game 3 OT tower? How many let's goes dropped in the comms after that?
There's quite a few let's goes. I mean, Chicago and Jake instantly stood up. They were yelling at each other, so.
Yeah. Now, that's always good because you can actually feel the energy and see it from them, too.
Yeah,
That's got to hype the team up, too, yeah. Now, we obviously have been pushing a narrative on here. It must be, great for you guys to beat Crow, but is that a focus for you guys, having a former teammate on there, and is it kind of like icing on the cake to take the victory?
I don't think it's much of like a thing for me, but JNAB's definitely is out to take the win every time. Obviously I love taking the win, but it's more for him, I guess.
There you go. Do it for the boys. Now, one final one. Gibbs was mentioning before, you guys are not too far off from him. He wants to come by and visit the facility. You going to let him in?
I don't think so. I think we're actually really busy right now. So, yeah, we got some stuff lined up. I don't know. Sorry, Gibbs.
Try another time, Gibbs. Anyways, congratulations on the win, and thanks for chatting, Rizzo.
Thanks. Have a good one.
Gibbs.
He totally deserves it.
It's a no-go.
Gibbs deserves all
He's
of
crying. He's so sad. Look at the tears coming out.
I know, Rizzo. I've criticized you in the past, but come on, man.
Gibbs.
Long Island boys.
I got no sympathy for you. You leave players, casters, content creators out to dry, man.
That's true.
I got no sympathy.
I think I dug this hole myself. Fair enough, G2. Well, I'll see you in the promotion tournament. It's fine.
All right, from sadness, let's move on. Let's move on to happiness here. Let's talk about our player of the day, and it's going to be, this was a tough one, but it's going to be Ajax. This was a very difficult decision to make. I mean, a few of us were like, okay, is it shock? But, team couldn't get the victory, looked good. Ajax played amazing. You had AXB as well. So many players in contention today.
The only question I have for everyone, do you believe now EU United is here to play a huge 3-0 sweep, and Ajax, a great performance. He started off with that double pat to begin the entire series, and he didn't stop from there. Huge plays all around, and United has always been a team that just makes big plays at the right times. And this time they did it while also controlling the entire series.
Yeah, they controlled the pitch, they controlled the game, and Ajax was a huge portion of that. I mean, he got MVP every single game in that series. He averaged 450 score per game, which is ridiculous at this level, especially against a team like Cloud9. And, you took advantage of the errors Cloud9 were giving you, and you were faster than them every single time. Ajax, especially in midfield, he was a monster to deal with, and I really thought that he came into his own, because last season it was like, okay, it's Hoxer and then the boys. But Ajax at the World Championship, even at the end of league play last season, now here in Season 9, he's coming here and he's balling out. I love it. I love this EU United team. I'm so excited to see them develop over the season.
Well, that's the thing is they've only just begun. I mean, this team's fresher to the RLCS than a lot of the other teams in the RLCS here, but they've already come out swinging. Come from last season, coming from just plowing through, making their way into Worlds, looking good there, and now a good start here. The question is, how long is that going to last for these guys?
I don't know, man. United looks good. The one thing I love is that the pros don't even have them in the playoffs for this season for the power ranking. So it's really cool to see them kind of bounce back and be like, all right, guys, we're here to play. But again, on the other side with Cloud9 too, not a great series from them. They have to find some solution somewhere. Right now, there hasn't been any.
Yeah, I really want to see. I think Torment and Gimmick in that series were really struggling to find consistency. Gimmick, especially in midfield, he's going for touches when he doesn't really have. He doesn't have the angle for the touch, or he doesn't have the boost to even go and challenge something, and he ends up either dumping the ball to the other team. Now your team's in a poor spot, coming back on defense. Oh, and by the way, you lost all the boost on the pitch again. So they have to figure that out. It comes down to the pitch control, Leaf. It comes down to the boost.
Here's
for Cloud9, Gibbs gave you the stats, man. Worst in NA.
It is worst. But I'm just, here, devil's advocate. They've done this before. Maybe they're just getting that one loss out of the way.
I mean, we said that last season, and then they lost 5.
Don't worry about it.
I don't know about that anymore.
I don't know.
I'm just a Cloud9.
I think Cloud9 lost.
I got to defend them somehow.
I think they lost to a World Championship team. That's all I'm saying.
Exactly.
All right, let's take a look at the standings as they stand after week 1 for North America. It's hard to tell at the beginning, especially with the extended league play as well.
Yes, and plus we just had an offseason where we really didn't see any of these guys play, so it's good to see them on the field. But again, it's one best of 5, right? Things can change. It's a long season, But so far,
don't overreact, Cloud9 fans. It's okay.
Yes, but right now, Cloud9 and Rogue are down in the basement, not looking too hot. But teams like Flight and Sonics, 3-2 losses. Good series from them.
Absolutely.
Versus Pittsburgh Knights and Energy, two of the top teams from last season.
Sonics, man. I'm back to that series, and I know all the talk was about Shock, but Dapper's return to the RLCS, I thought Dapper.
It's a three-man team.
It looks so. He looks so good though in that series. I'm really excited to see Dapper's continued development as his return to the RLCS, because I was like, all right, how are you going to do now in a 10-team league against a really good team? And I thought Dapper played well.
It's going to be a very competitive league because, again, we saw those two rival series teams, the Pros Ev in 9th and 10th. Two very close Game 5 losses. Anyone can win in every single week.
Well, let's take a look at the SU numbers, take a look at the schedule and exactly how it broke down today. We started off incredibly close, as you mentioned. 2 Game 5s to start our day. Then we jumped into some of those 3-0 sweeps as we went on throughout the rest of the day. But the fact that we have those newcomer teams, Flight and Sonics, those are the big questions coming in. And as you mentioned, they go up against the Knights and the reigning world champions, NRG, and they keep it to a Game 5.
And
incredibly close.
And that's really hard to do for week 1, your very first week. And a lot of people have doubts. You didn't beat any of these RLCS teams to get here. You're only here because of an expansion season. So to perform that well, pretty good sign. I think it's a better sign for Sonics because they kept it close with the world champs, while Flight probably should have beat Pittsburgh Knights and they threw it away.
I will mention that Sonics are the only team in the RLCS that won a game without shooting.
There you go.
So
now we don't need to.
I know that. Is that an actual stat? Is that the first we've seen?
I believe that has to be.
When scoring 0 or fewer goals, or making 0 or fewer shots.
That's nuts.
0 or fewer.
Or fewer.
Okay.
I don't know.
You're a caster. If you don't,
I don't. Okay. I just make them tell. I don't do anything. Anyways, final thoughts. Talk some more here. We got our first day out finally of North American Season 9. How are we feeling from the gameplay?
I just love seeing everyone playing again.
Yeah.
Like, it was a long off season. There was 2 tournaments the entire off season, so everyone is just. We're all thirsty for Rocket League, and it's finally back. I'm glad to see everyone coming out in the viewership numbers, hitting some huge numbers for us. So that's great. And every single week is going to get better and better as these teams warm up, as these teams see the other teams and now try and adapt to what they've seen. I can't wait for more.
I'm looking at the Knights to try to bounce back a little bit. I thought maybe they underperformed at times in their series against Flight. They ended up winning at the end, and that was honestly a really crazy series. I give all the credit to Flight in the world. However, if the Knights want to be a top 2 team, I think they're going to have to perform better than they did. Also, Space Station Gaming. These guys are going to be a force. I am so excited. Like AXB, that's the best I've seen him play in the RLCS. Like, he looks so good today, and if that continues,
he's a madman.
they're going to be Arsenal might get that NRG game that he so desires, but that's a long way off, and I'm not going to make that prediction.
Yeah, it's true. Anyways, thanks for joining me for today's games, but we do have more Rocket League, of course, coming up in the future. I don't need this, Gib. Write Rizzo an angry letter or something. Anyways, we got more games coming next week for North America. The match I'm looking forward to is, of course, that G2 versus Pittsburgh Knights. That's going to be a fire match. But based off today, they're all going to be fire matches. But we do have more Rocket League this week. Europe's turn is tomorrow, 8:30 for the pre-show, and of course 9 o'clock for kickoff. 3 new teams joining in. We have Monaco, Endpoint in Singularity. We've seen the North American newcomers looking pretty good. I wonder if Europe can do it as well. And in case you guys are just joining in for some reason, weird time to join in, and you haven't seen where LAN is going to be, Worlds is going to be in Dallas, April 24th to 26th. You can get your tickets online February 22nd, and make sure you check out the blog post, for more information on tickets and pricing. Anyways, that's week 1 for North America. I'm Leaf X signing off, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Corner now, a shot from AJ. Can Rapid get there? Gyro tries to block him. Here comes Reynolds with the follow pass. And AJ, he's tied the game. Oh my goodness, Knights light it up. And there's 30 seconds left to play.
Doing a good job. Cloud9, their best chances were at the end of regulation. Pass towards midfield, a shot off the crossbar. Rebound, score for Roldiz. And United sweep Cloud9.
He only had enough boost to barely get to that ball in time. So split-second decision-making, a bump.
He's got it. Oh, off the crossbar. Illusion scores off the mid-air bump.
Kobe down to Wonder. And into the G2 corner. Here's J-Naps. He's been dangerous as of late. Looking for a second. But J-Naps does it off the crossbar. And G2 take down Rogue in 3 games.
He was involved with the 0-second goal, and then now he doesn't even need somebody to pass to. JNAP takes it himself.
Saw you in the red dress. I can't seem to understand how you got all that finesse. Still been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead.